Yeah.
Hello, everyone. I'm joined today with Captain Carbine to hear his GamerGate story. How you doing?
I'm good, Netscape. It's been 8 long years and we're still talking about this, huh?
I guess so. I guess so. So, how you been doing lately?
I've been fine. A lot has changed since the final days of the quote unquote end of Gamergate. But for the most part, things things are good. Can't complain. How about you?
Not too bad. The end of GamerGate, quote unquote. Oh, I'm good, by the way.
Yeah.
And what do you mean by that? The end of GamerGate?
It was around like 2015, 2016 when Sargon, GD, game diviner, were calling like to put an end to Gamergate, especially after AirPlay, which I didn't really think was appropriate considering the fact that there's still a lot that needed to be done. Whether that be on the journalistic ethics side or the PC parasite invasion side, but like look at the end result now, which we'll get into later on.
You obviously disagreed with Mr. Game Diviner, and I'm sure you
Yeah, and
saw my interview with him.
we've had our conversations, and like to give an example, like do you think that journalistic ethics especially when it comes to games journalism, has it improved at all, or is it still the same?
I don't know because I don't pay attention to games journalism anymore because it's not necessary. We have video, we have streaming. Could there theoretically be good games journalism that I would pay attention to? Yes, but I'm just so busy with real life stuff and with this
Not
project
only
and moving
that,
around.
it's like too far and too few between, right? To make an actual difference. And it's not like those games journalists are standing up to the corrupted ones, so not much they can do there. But you're right. It's like you said. Like we have YouTube, we have Kick, we have Twitch to a certain degree. If only they get their shit together. But still, we have alternatives. Like what gamer worth their salt would actually go to the games journalist now, especially when they've lost most of, if not all, their credibility at this point?
You don't think there's still a role for games journalism that could be good, or text-based games journalism that could be good?
Not anymore. No. Like even if you were to go completely independent and just make like a blog, it's pretty much outdated. And not only that, think of how games journalism began, where something like say like Atari or Nintendo Power or something like that, most of those magazines were just there to show their stuff at the time, which to be fair was okay at the time because everyone knew what they were getting into, right? So no harm, no foul. But then you started getting more independent sources like IGN, GameSpot, Polygon, Kotaku, which, by the way, Kotaku getting completely blacklisted by the industry is just absolutely delicious to me. Now, if only we can do something about IGN, GameSpot, and all the other ones.
Why would it be good if a gaming website that supposedly is supposed to be covering gaming news got blacklisted by publishers?
Because they lost like I said, they lost their credibility. And they've been through so much dirty stuff that really, can you honestly trust them at all? And I mean, considering like what Kotaku and Polygon, Rock Paper Shotgun, consider what they were doing during that time, and considering what they're doing now. Like I said, is there any improvement? Not really. They just gave lip service to ethics, even though their ethics policy did quote unquote change. But did the journalists themselves change? Did they make any effort to follow those ethical guidelines? No. They still rather act as propagandists rather than actual journalists.
Well, why do you think it is that the publishers and developers, some of them, have decided they no longer want to work with Kotaku?
Mostly, well, I think it's mostly due to their reputation being stained too much. Um, like people like they don't. I don't think they trust them anymore. They're not getting not only that. Sorry, I'm fumbling over myself trying to organize my thoughts. But considering, like I said, considering everything that they've been through up until this point, gamers don't trust them anymore. They're not going to them. They're not getting any ads. They're losing sponsors left and right. They're not making any money. And if they're not making any money, if they're not getting any traffic, how are they going to be able to, advertise certain games? Which really, that's what games journalism boils down to for the most part, on top of being, PC parasite propaganda at this point. So, like you and I both said, like, would you rather go to them? Would you rather go to a journalistic website that has lost all credibility, or would you go to a more independent source that has nothing to lose?
You've used the term a couple times, and I was gonna go back to it, but PC parasite. What does that mean to you?
Well, PC parasites, there's a long list of things. But basically, it's another alternate term for SJW or woke. I don't like using the term woke personally because, number one, the information that the quote unquote woke have awakened to is false to begin with. Not only that, the term woke just sounds dumb to me. So that's why I use the term PC parasite instead.
What are some of the things that you would classify as being PC parasite?
Like I said, there's a long ass list.
I've got time. I've cleared my evening.
All right. Hold on, let me see. I had to write this down somehow because got to organize my thoughts somehow, right? Let me see. Okay, so what falls under PC parasitism? Marxism, socialism, communism, intersectionalism, feminism, critical theory, social justice, LGBTQ plus P, identity politics, androgyny, gynocentrism, matriarchy, diversity, inclusion, and equity initiatives, affirmative action, fat pride / fat acceptance, and progressivism.
Okay. Well, I wrote down most of that. I may have missed one or two, but I think I got the big ones written down.
I'll send you the list if you need it.
Sure. So, Marxism, socialism, communism. Let's go over that real quick. These are ideologies, economic ideologies that you don't like, right?
Well, think of it this way: out of all the ideologies, like which one has probably caused the most damage in human history? Marxism, because okay, you can argue that say Nazism has caused millions of deaths, but Marxism has caused hundreds of millions more across multiple different countries. Not only that, has caused mass destruction. Well, mainly due to rioting, mass city destruction, all that sort of stuff. And of course, the
Wait, what do you mean? Like,
Marxists who actually,
what do you mean by mass city destruction by Marxists?
well, think about it. Like, like say for example, sorry, just organizing my thoughts here.
No, you're fine.
Well, when a company, not company, a country becomes Marxist and they start implementing the ideology, the power becomes centralized. And whether Marxists like to admit it or not, most of the power will just be centralized to the government who makes most of the decisions. And of course, people end up suffering for it, whether it be loss of rights, loss of access to resources, loss of access to like wealth or a way to move up in society. And so people suffer for that, and so they eventually start becoming angry, and then eventually they start rioting.
I mean, like, people riot like anytime like the material conditions are bad or they don't like things the government does. Like regimes crumble and they get toppled and all the time.
Well, yes, but do you think it would more likely happen in a communist society or in a capitalist society where there's at least a chance for people to move up? And I know we can get into the semantics and the different types of corruption and whatnot, but on a very basic level.
I mean, I'm not a Marxist, so I obviously support capitalism. But yeah, I don't really have any issue with like criticizing Marxism and communism. I don't know why they like really. I'm not sure what that has to do with PC political correctness, though.
Well, out of all these things that I just listed off, they have one thing in common, and you just said it. They all advocate for political correctness.
I mean, a lot of right wing governments throughout history and today advocate for political correctness too, just from a different type of political correctness.
Like, what do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, the Nazis famously, exterminated people. They also banned books. The religious
But I
right in
mean,
America was the number one force for censorship for decades against comic
so,
books, against video games, against Dungeons and Dragons.
but I mean, what I mean by like political correctness, where it's like, is like how we have it today, where basically you can't say this because it's hurting marginalized people, or it may cause harm, which really it can't. There's no cut on it. If your feelings are getting hurt, then maybe it's not the words that are being said. Maybe it has something to do with you. But semantics aside, but in your case, you think political correctness has more to do with censorship, if anything.
I mean, I'm not like I don't really use the term political correctness like super often, but I guess I would use it. I mean, if you want to use like a define it, I guess a good way to define it would be yes, like the censorship or stifling of viewpoints because you're afraid you might get in trouble if you don't toe the party line. It,
Yeah. So,
which happens in all sorts of regimes.
yes, because it's an authoritarian tactic.
Correct.
So it's used to shut down criticism. Which look at what happened to us. Um,
But
but yeah,
you don't consider the right wing aspects of the right wing, whether in the United States or in other countries, to be politically correct in that way.
oh yeah, there's a chance for that. I mean, and we can get into this a little later. But from what I remember from the culture wars in earlier years, especially back during the '90s. Do you remember the censorship wars?
Well, I was a kid during the 90s, but I do remember Jack Thompson. I do remember the religious right criticizing games and trying to get them banned in many cases.
Yeah, that was another form of political correctness. But the way they used it was different. It was different in the sense that it was more of a, how do I put this in a way that makes sense? It was more like, say, like a think of the children sort of thing, where if you questioned them, they would be like in your face saying, "Do you not care about the children? Do you not care about what your kids are getting into?" Like that sort of thing, right? Whereas when the left does it, it's more like they use women, minorities, and pretty much anyone who's not a white straight male, like as their quote unquote shield. Which, why do you think not your shield was so effective?
Obviously, like the motivations behind like the types of things that right-wing people who are authoritarian and left-wing people who are authoritarian disagree on or want to censor and stifle, like those are gonna be different things because they have like different like ideologies, but like the fundamental problem is that they're authoritarian to begin with.
Well, yeah, of course. That's something I wholeheartedly agree with. but it's just that the way that I think about it, like in my head, is that nowadays we don't necessarily see right wing PC parasitism. The left wing PC parasitism is more prominent nowadays. So I guess that's why I in my head I have it listed as is.
Well, so would you say that what is it? Oh, actually, let me ask you openly. What is it that you want to protect from the PC parasites?
The gaming sphere entirely. Basically, be it gamers themselves, the gaming industry, gamer culture, all three rings of the gaming sphere.
But not just the gaming sphere, right? I mean, obviously you would probably delineate your GamerGate views from your political views, correct? You would draw a line between them.
Well, nowadays I don't think too much about politics. Ah, I care about stuff that's in my own backyard, mostly gaming, because I'm a gamer. That's what I care about, right? And let's be honest here. I still don't trust the right wing for what they did during the censorship wars. And after the events of Gamergate, do you think I trust the left wing now? Hell no.
I'm not asking you to trust anybody. I'm just asking questions.
I know. I'm just saying, right?
So the problem you have with the PC parasites, it's that they're stifling of a open liberal democratic society, right?
Well, it's not just that. They're stifling freedom of creativity as well. Like,
I mean, I would put that under the umbrella, but
well, yeah, but like think about gaming as it is or how we knew it, right? Like whether it be game characters or stories or what have you not. For the most part, game developers have the freedom to create whatever they want. It's their art for the most part, correct?
sure. I mean, I'm all for artists being able to create whatever, and people being able to criticize that too.
Right. So think of it like this. If somebody comes into your house claiming that you're an asshole with zero proof, and they come in telling you that you must change this, otherwise you're the asshole. No, they're the assholes for doing just that. It's your art, it's your creation. They have zero right to be telling you what to do with it. And yes, there is art that I have come across in my lifetime, before and after Gamergate, that I may not like or may not agree with. But you don't see me going up to them saying, you must change this because XYZ reasons. I'd be an asshole for that. So what do I do instead? Walk away. Viewer's discretion is advised for a reason.
Where do you draw the line between criticism and demands for censorship?
Where do I draw the line? where I draw the line is if it's constructive criticism is where if somebody, like say an artist, you walk by an artist on the street and he actually asks you to criticize his work, and you'd be like, okay, maybe I change the like this color here, or maybe change the composition here or whatever, and he'll take that into consideration and he'll make the decision ultimately. Whereas if you just, like I said, if you just walk up to him and say, oh, this is racist, this is sexist, change it because I say so. That's where I draw the line.
What if they walk up and they're like, "Oh, that's a nice painting, but I don't like these three aspects of it here."
It's something I could take into consideration, but I don't have to. But I don't have to follow it. At the end of the day, it's my creation, right? If as so long as you allow the person making their art to make that executive decision, then we ain't got no problems.
So,
you know what? It's funny you asked this question because there was two people, VTubers. I don't know if you follow the VTuber scene at all.
Nope.
Okay. Well, there's at least two VTubers who I follow. One of them is named Alara. And at the beginning of this year, she was attacked by PC parasites in her own server. And they were accusing her of blackface. Why? Because her avatar is an elf, and what she does is there's like a little toggle for people in the Twitch chat to change either her skin color, her hair color, whatever have you not, like depending on the type of elf that the audience wants, whether it be a dark elf, fire elf, moon elf, whatever, right? And so what the parasites had a problem with in her server was the dark elf, because she had skin similar to that of a black person. Basically, skin color similar to mine. And the thing is, when she did that live stream, she was heartbroken. And that's putting it lightly, very lightly. Because I don't think she wanted to come across as racist at all. This was just an artistic thing. And not only that, I have seen so much art of dark elves, whether they have silver skin or purple skin or blue skin. Hell, I've seen dark elves with skin color similar to mine. And no one in their right mind has a problem with it. And so, of course, because of this, she ended up making changes. And of course, I had some things to say during the stream. There was a lot that I wanted to say. And for the most part, I got it all out. But after the stream, I sent her a DM. Whether she read it or not, I don't know. I can only assume she did, maybe. But basically, for the most part, I told her what I'm telling you now. She has the creative freedom to do what she wants. And if people have a problem with it for ideological reasons, that's on them, not her.
What if, going back to the painting analogy, what if I walk up to the painter and I'm like, oh, that's an interesting piece of artwork. I like these two things, but this thing right here, I don't like that. I think it's kind of sexist. I think it's kind of racist, whatever. What if that's my critique?
So then I would ask you, what's so sexist about it?
And let's say they come up with some reason, and you can either agree, and I don't know, we're using hypothetical here, but let's say that they come up with a reason for why they think it's sexist. Are they engaging in censorship against you?
Well, if they're not forcing me to change it, and they're just giving their opinion, I can take it into consideration and decide whether or not I want to change it. Because I have the freedom to do that. You can give your opinion. I can disagree whether I think it's right or wrong. But they can't exactly force me to change it because of ideological reasons. And they can cry racism and sexism and blow it out their ass all they want, but they can't force me. That's where I draw the line.
What is the point at which you determine that it's forced, that it goes from being a criticism to them forcing the artist to change?
Well, sorry, what was the question?
What is the point at which the criticism stops being criticism and starts being forcing the artist to change?
Well, like I said, if they're just giving their opinion, um, if they're just giving their opinion and they're explaining to me why they think it may be construed as racist or sexist, and I say, okay, it's not necessarily racist or sexist because this is my vision. This is my vision for what this character should be. I'm not trying to necessarily offend anyone. I'm not trying to like hurt anybody, but this is just simply like a drawing. And and we can have that. I'm not trying to necessarily. We can have that back and forth. But if they're gonna like berate me and call me racist or sexist because I refuse to change it right then and there, well, they're the asshole for that.
Hang on. Lisa's saying she can barely hear us. Hear me or hear Carbine? I'm just trying to find out, like, how is it that you know when it switches over? Because obviously you say criticism is fine, but once it becomes them pressuring you or forcing you, what is the pressure? What is the forcing? What is an example of this?
Well, when they become aggressive. Like there are like numerous examples of recent activity like on Twitter where like even anime artists on Twitter are being berated because oh her breasts are too big. Oh her skin's not dark enough. Excuse me. Or like anything to that effect. And they're just like being aggressive about it and not really having a dialogue. It's you're literally trying to use force.
What's the force?
Well, like I said, they're being aggressive, not taking into account the artist's creative vision or the reason why they're drawing it. They're drawing that character the way they're drawing it, or drawing something that may not be according to someone else's vision. If they're just saying, change this because I say so, that's the problem. If you're not looking to have a conversation, and I mean a legitimate conversation with an actual back and forth dialogue where there may actually be a chance of understanding, and instead you're just being aggressive for dumb ideological reasons, then, like I said, you're the asshole for that.
All right, is it better now? Can you hear me better now, by the way, chat? Just making sure that it goes through all right. Being aggressive. I think we've hit on something here with not the aggressive part so much, but the you need to change this. Okay, so I tell the artist, hey, you need to change that. Have I forced them to do anything?
Basically, you need to change this or else you're a racist, you're a sexist, or you are pretty much they will label you the asshole because you don't give in to their demands. That's the type of force that I'm talking about.
Where does the force come in though? Because if I say change that or else you're a racist, well, okay. My opinion of you is that you're a
explained
racist.
it there. You just literally gave the example there.
Well, or you're a racist, okay? Like, so what? Like, what are you gonna do with that? Like, you can is that still within the realm of discussion, right?
No, it's not. Because at that point, you're, like I said, you're being aggressive and you're trying to use force. It's not like force it's more like verbal force. It's not like I walk up to you and I'm pointing a gun to your head. It's not like that. It's more like if I were to it's more like I were to give you the ultimatum of change this character's skin color, otherwise you're racist.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna scream from the mountaintops that you're racist until everybody knows you're racist, even though by all accounts you're not.
I do want to dial back to the far left aspect in a minute of their list and talk about the socialism portion. But would you mind if we skipped ahead and went to another one real quick? Because I think it's relevant for the point regarding artistic freedom.
Go ahead.
LGBTP plus. What does the P stand for?
LGBTQ plus P. And let's face it, the LGBTQ whatever has changed their names so many goddamn times that like, do I really need to take it that seriously anymore? Do I honestly need to take it seriously anymore?
What does the P stand for?
Like, uh,
I'm not
LGBTQ plus P.
right.
Sorry, what?
Well, these are sure. These are it's an acronym. What does it mean?
Yeah, P stands for pedophiles.
Okay. Why would you do you think that there's a connection there?
Well, there is at least somewhat of. No, it's not pansexual, Silverwolf, at all. Not pansexual at all. Because there's at least some connection there. And the reason why I say is because back then they were harboring a lot of pedophiles in their ranks. One I could probably think of off the top of my head is Nicholas Nyberg. You remember him?
I'm not gonna like comment on a specific individual, but obviously there are bad people in any quote unquote group. But who's they? Because like what did?
Well,
Go ahead.
well, the SJWs, the PC parasites, the people that the gamers were against back then.
Well, it sounds like you by
And no, make
they
no
you
mistake,
mean by they you mean LGBT, right?
well, I don't know whether they were trying to use LGBTQ plus P as a shield, but all I do remember is that they were harboring a lot of dangerous individuals in their ranks. No, Lisa, you're not a pedo.
So
And so,
because you found this one anti-Gamergate person who is a
that
real
is
life
not
pedophile.
just, it was not just Nicholas
Let's
Nyberg.
let's say let's say it's a dozen anti-Gamergate people who are also LGBT or whatever the fuck in a on a planet with billions of people on it. You're now like, oh well, there's a connection between the gays, the bisexuals, the lesbians, the transgender people, and the pedophiles, and it's all one thing.
Think about it this way. Like back before before the LGBT whatever became prominent, things were a lot simpler. You had men, you had women. You didn't have as much confusion as there is now. Not only that, everybody like had a simple role. But when you look at it now, like what do we have? You have you have teachers like trying to push this on to kids as young as like 5 years old. You have like you have drag queen story hour. You have Tumblr's 1001 genders, which Jesus Christ. Like there were times like when we got on live streams like and went through some of the genders that made absolutely zero sense whatsoever. And now they're trying to push this as if it's fact when it isn't.
Well, you say that
And don't get me wrong. I've met a lot of good people who are part of the LGBT. But at the same time, but at the same time, what part of that ideology, which was part of the ideology of the PC parasites of the time, what part of it makes any actual sense? Number one, and number two, what part of it is conducive to proper human function?
you say that society was less complicated before, but was it less complicated for the people who were gay or bi or lesbians or trans?
Well, even if it, well, you can argue that there were gay people in societies back then, but they were nowhere near as prominent as they are now. And what we have now, I can tell you doesn't make any sense. And there are a lot of things that I would question and criticize.
What do you mean by prominent?
By prominent, I mean they weren't as out there as before. They were nowhere near as celebrated. They were nowhere near as like celebrated or accepted. They were like pretty much like you would never hear of them. You would never hear of them as much as you hear about them now.
Do you think there was a reason you didn't hear from them, maybe?
Yeah, of course there was. Like there like things don't happen in a vacuum. They happen for a reason, right?
Were the people who were gay and LGBT, were those people throughout history? Were
They
they
were.
being criticized by people and attacked aggressively, perhaps even? Like the artists and the gamers
Yes.
you also don't like being attacked?
Well, they were for different reasons.
Do you think those reasons that they were attacked were justified, or do you think that they were wrong?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you. But whether but they're not necessarily evil, but there was a reason why they were not as prominent. And yes, it's like being gay is still illegal in some places, and although I don't agree with the punishment, I don't agree with the punishment, but it is what it is.
If I were
And
to good.
before you say it, they a lot of PC parasites will tell us, "Oh, what about live and let live?" You didn't let us live to begin with, and you're still not letting people live now.
Is part of the problem though that you're looking at it through this lens of like us and them when it's like billions of people with different opinions and like there's no like through line between who the fuck is us and who the fuck is them.
Like I said, it's complicated. And I also, like I said, not everybody is necessarily evil.
So if I were to tell you, hey, Captain Carbine, I think you might be a little bit homophobic if you go down this path. Am I stifling you?
I would tell you to blow it out your ass, but sure, maybe.
But am
I
I
mean, for God's sakes, if a PC parasite is gonna walk up to me and tell me I'm racist or sexist because I like big tits and dark skin, I tell him the exact same thing.
right? But we're talking about artists and creative freedom earlier. That's why I want to tie this in a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Because if the artist gets criticized and says you have to change this or else I think you're racist or else you're racist, you say that
Yeah,
that's a form of censorship.
yeah,
But
pretty much.
would I be censoring you if I said, hey, if you express some of these views and you go down that route of expressing these views in a more extreme way, perhaps, or even maybe now, shit, that seems a little bit homophobic, bro. Am I stifling you? Am I censoring you?
Well, you can argue, you can make that opinion, but so long as you're not like trying to force me to change my mind, and so long as you're willing to have a back and forth dialogue on that, that's fine. We can have that conversation. But if you're telling me to force me to change my mind, that's where I have a problem with you.
I can't force you to change my mind, or change your mind, and I don't have an interest in forcing anybody to do anything.
Then we got no problems.
But the social justice people, when they say, "Hey, look, this video game is racist. This video game is sexist. You need to change that, or else you're racist." Aren't they also
Yeah.
just expressing their opinion? And if they're not trying to, if there's no force there, right? It's just a news article or people on social media yelling, right?
Well, that's unfortunately where the force comes in. If if you want to honestly label people as racist and sexist because they have a different artistic vision and a different reason for having that artistic vision than you're the asshole for that.
I'm just trying to figure out where the censorship part comes in because I'm not censoring you. We've agreed on that.
Yeah,
So if
but
Anita
the
Sarkeesian makes a
point is the
video and
point
says
is
that
like I
Mario
said,
is sexist or Hitman is sexist, how is she stifling the creative freedom of the developer? Or is she? I don't know. Do you think she is?
I think she is because she's trying to put a label on it where there is none. You're talking about Anita Sarkeesian, right?
Sure, yeah, Anita Sarkeesian, yeah.
Okay. Well, she wants to make a claim that Mario is sexist because Princess Peach is a damsel in distress. What's wrong with that? What has ever been wrong with a damsel in distress story? There's literally nothing wrong with that. As a matter of fact, I would rather take a damsel in distress story than a Mary Sue who's just good just because she's just powerful at everything. Like, and don't get me wrong, stories like that can work, like say in like One Punch Man or the many isekai stories coming out in anime and manga where the main character is just ridiculously overpowered, turning everything into a joke, and we can all have a good laugh about it. Like, there's no problem. But if you're just doing it for ideological reasons, or you're doing it because you want to push a propaganda, or you want to push a message, then that's when I have a problem with you. Because you're not making art just for the sake of creativity or telling a good story. You're making art just to use it as a propaganda machine.
But isn't that just like her opinion, man?
If it was like a genuine opinion, if it was like a genuine opinion where she was actually willing to have a dialogue, where she was actually willing to have a dialogue, which, let's be honest, she didn't, then maybe we could have a conversation. But after all these years and all the opportunities where she actually had the chance, many chances, to actually sit down and have a conversation. Matter of fact, she had a whole bunch of opportunities during the many convention panels. And some of the gamers were sitting right in front of her, willing to ask questions. She
So
never took that chance.
I'm just trying to figure out at what point though she decided to engage in censorship and force the developers to change. Her specifically.
Well, specifically when she started counseling them, when she started becoming what is it, like a counselor or a
Consultant or consultant.
yeah, that's it, consultant. And not only that, look at what happened to every single game that she consulted on. Failures, all of them. From what's that one? Anthem, which is supposed to be like this Iron Man sort of game that was supposed to be competing with Destiny. That turned out to be a bust. What other game did she consult on? It wasn't just Anthem. It was there was some other games that she consulted on, and the vast majority of them, if not all of them, turned out to be failures
So if
because
an
they focus
Go ahead.
because they focus more on because they focused more on making ideological changes than going forward with their creative vision. And I got another story for you.
Well, hang on. I
Do
want
you
to follow
remember
up
a game?
before we jump into,
Sure.
because I have a follow up question, which is, so if a company hires Anita Sarkeesian to provide advice and consultation for their game, that's a form of censorship?
Well, if they hire her and they ask her for it, but which why would you? Then they literally ask for that, and there's no censorship on that. As for the reason why they would want to counsel her, want they would want her counsel for their vision. Maybe some of the game devs are ideologically aligned with her. Maybe some of the executives are aligned with her. Who knows? But more to the point, if they literally hire her to do it and they ask her to do it, then that's not censorship. But if she literally walks in there and says, "Hey, you need to change this, otherwise I'm going to say your game is sexist," especially considering the fact that you didn't hire me to consult on this particular game, then that's on her.
Okay, I'm really glad you provided this, so we can get into specific claims. What are some
Mm-hmm.
instances where Anita did this?
Where Anita forced her way?
Yeah,
Hmm.
where she was like, "Hey, you
Uh,
gotta hire me, or I'm gonna claim your game is sexist." That sounds bad. Can you? How many times has this happened? Do you have some specifics I could go into?
like, I'm trying to remember all the games where she consulted. Like the one that prominently comes to mind was Anthem, and in that case, they literally asked for her help. Um, trying to remember off the top of my head.
I know it's a long time ago. If you could have
I
some
know,
links you can
yeah,
send
it's
me,
gonna.
we can go over them.
Sorry, what?
If you have some links, if you have some links you can send me about when she's done that, we can go over them.
I probably do. Hold on, let me see.
I just it's funny. I just imagine that if this had happened, I would have heard about it. I was pretty heavily involved in this stuff.
I know you were, you and I both, and so many other people.
Yeah, a lot of people were. I don't remember this ever happening. But maybe you'll have a source for me.
That's why I'm trying. That's why I'm trying to pull up my sources and see if there's anything there. But I want to ask you something.
Sure.
In the meantime, while I'm basically trying to look up my sources, should should you, as an artist or a creator of some sort, should you be using your art as a tool for propaganda, or should you be using your art to entertain the masses and give them that little bit of escapism that they need? Because let's face it, life in general sucks.
What was the first part? Not the
The
masses one, but the
question
other one.
was, the question was, should you, as an artist or a creator, be using your art as a form of propaganda, or should you use it to entertain the masses?
I think as the artist, you should be able to use it for whatever you want, right? Isn't that part of artistic freedom?
Well, it is. But you also have to consider something else. If you're just using it to shove your ideology down people's throats, then why should anyone have to accept it? Why should anyone have to listen to you or look at your art or read your creations if that's what you're trying to do? If you're just trying to make a story, if you're just trying to make a story and try to tell a story that may lead somewhere, or you're trying to like teach a lesson or something like that, then sure, maybe that's something to be considered. But should But should we, as the audience, be forced to accept it? Should we be forced to partake in it?
I mean, are you forced to?
No, of course not. Like I said, if there's something I don't like, I can just walk away. I don't owe them that.
Do you think that so you're not being forced to consume the propaganda. You're not being forced to buy the books that you think are bad or the games or whatever they are, right?
Exactly.
So I'm just trying to what was the broader point you wanted to make with that then if you're not being
The
forced
broader
to?
point the broader point is if you're using art as a form of propaganda, you're trying to force your message down people's throats.
But only if they willingly buy your book.
Well, yeah, if they willingly buy your book, but also consider this. When your book or your video gets passed around in classrooms or in certain clubs or passed around in libraries or bookstores where a large number of people may be exposed to it, especially in some places like say a classroom setting where children are forced, they got no choice but to sit down through it, and if they object, they get in trouble with their teachers or their principal or their headmaster.
Classroom settings are a little bit different, but bookstores and libraries, that's part of living in a open pluralistic society. You're going to have left-wing bookstores, you're going to have right-wing bookstores, you're going to have stores that carry all sorts of books, and that's good. That's part of living in an open society where you're exposed to large amounts of information, different ideas, you can weigh them and consider different ones. I think that's a good thing. And even in the classroom too. When I was in school, we read 1984. It's a political work.
And that what I but like were you allowed to ask questions about it? Were you allowed to like have disagreements during that time?
I mean, I assume so. I mean, I was a kid. I didn't really, when I was a teenager, I don't know if I never felt like I couldn't ask questions.
Well, there was a time back in my college days
This was like 12 years
where,
ago, mind you. I was a kid, but when I was in high school. But
fair enough, but there was a time during my college years, back when Gamergate was just starting, and there was a certain teacher of mine who was basically a feminist. And basically, there were many, many classes where she basically, in more subtle ways, tried to shove her ideology down our throats, be it through something like, say, the privilege game, or by holding up two pictures and trying to lead us in a certain direction as to which one we should pick. And I was the only one who challenged her on it. The only one. And and in the back of my mind, I was worried that I might get kicked out of class or maybe get kicked out of the program entirely. But I knew if I didn't if I didn't oppose this, if I didn't oppose this, then God only knows what would happen. And fortunately for me at the time, there were other students who had my back. If I was the only one, I'm pretty sure that situation could have been a lot worse.
did
And
anything?
there's other situations besides mine, like ki- like kids in schools like getting kicked out of class, being expelled or suspended for having a different opinion or opposing viewpoint or ideology than the teacher. And not only that, there's there's also like certain programs in libraries where kids gather around and they may listen to the librarian like read a book or something like that. Like we have programs like that in the libraries in my area.
Was there an issue with that?
But, well, if you're using those types of situations to force your ideology where there's little to no pushback, and if there is, then people would be reprimanded for it. Then don't you think that there would be an issue with that?
It sounds okay. Okay. Let me word this in an interesting way. You take issue with this idea that being you're having this ideology forced upon you and it's limiting the creative and artistic and political thought of other people.
Not just myself, but other people.
Yeah.
Yes.
But when you say that it's wrong for the library or even the bookstore, you said, to host these book showings and book tellings, book signings for these left-wing authors, and you think it's wrong for them to do that, and you think that they're forcing their ideology on you by doing that, aren't you basically stifling the voices of the people who are just wanting to listen to this lecture about a book that you don't
If
like?
they want to listen to it, that's one thing. But if somebody else has an opposing a viewpoint to them, and they can't voice that viewpoint, and they get reprimanded for it, that's the problem.
It's if it's a public library, who's going to reprimand you?
Well, you well, the owner of the library, or maybe some executive there, or some member of staff can reprimand you for speaking against what they're trying to teach.
I mean, most libraries, at least in the United States, are public and they're protected by the First Amendment to the Constitution. So they're viewpoint neutral.
So you say, but at the same time, I've read plenty of stories in America, especially, where people in your country have gone against these sorts of things, and they were reprimanded, especially kids in schools.
Well, schools, again, we're talking about like very different things here. Like schools versus libraries versus private bookstores. Like these are all completely different things and they're getting like mushed together.
All right, but the point I'm trying to get across is, if you do not have the freedom to challenge these ideas, if you do not have the freedom to challenge these ideas and have an actual legitimate dialogue about them, then aren't you the one being censored? Aren't you the one being stifled?
In some ways, I do think that the left is does have ideological capture in portions of society and they are stifling of speech. I actually agree with you on that. But it seems like your answer to this is to be really angry that they're having a public discussion at a library or a bookstore that you don't like, and you're calling it
It's not
forcing it
it's
on you.
not it's not that. My issue with all this is, which leads back to my question to begin with. If you if you are making something for propaganda rather than the sake of art, then I don't think you're really creating something for the right reason at all. Like, think of it this way. If I'm making something to just tell a story, to just be like, okay, this is my idea, these are my characters, this is my creation. Here, go ahead and take a look. If you like it, you don't. But if I were to say make a creation where, oh, you gotta believe this, or you're a racist, or you're a sexist, or a homophobe, you're Islamophobe, you're a fat phobe, or whatever parasitism can be blown out of their ass, then I'd be the asshole for that.
I just don't see how you want to defend creative freedom, but then you're like not recognizing that there can be artistic value in having a work that has political themes, for instance.
political themes, not political propaganda. For example, have you ever read like something like say or not read, watched the Clone Wars
I've not seen every episode, but yes.
or something like say Mobile Suit Gundam or maybe Attack on Titan?
Sure, yeah, I've seen all three of them.
Okay. Yeah, there are political themes and you could get into a discussion about certain political topics, whether it be slavery, taxes, um, delegation of labor, whatever have you not. And that's fine. Political themes I don't have a problem with. But if you're using your art as just straight up propaganda to tell people what they should and should not believe, then isn't that a bit of an issue?
No. What do you think of George Orwell?
George Orwell, I've read at the very least 1984. People recommend to me like Animal Farm, which I have yet to get. But I think that George Orwell as an author tried to tell a story, a very apt story, if you can believe that.
Wasn't
But
he
he
also?
but
Go
he
ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
but he wrote 1984 in such a way where some people may consider it a warning, where if you allow certain things to happen, then you will lose whatever freedom you have. You will lose whatever rights you may have had before. But he didn't write it in such a way where he called his audience like idiots for not believing what he wrote.
But, well, okay. Well, two things I want to point, but I'll do one first because I think it's more relevant. But I mean, Orwell in 1984, he was sending a very clear propaganda message, right? He was saying totalitarianism is bad.
But did he say it in such a direct manner?
I mean, kind of.
I would argue it's indirect. He was trying to tell a story to teach a lesson. A very apt lesson, but a lesson all the same. At least and also at the very least, he didn't insult his audience for not heeding the warning.
There was another message in 1984 too. I'm not sure if you recall. But while the middle and upper classes, well, middle class, I guess mostly, experienced significant curtailment of their individual liberty, the working class had saw very little change, meaningful change, from the pre-party rule, from democratic Britain and Ingsoc Britain.
I think there's like a certain passage that you and I could both recall. Do you remember when the main character was having a conversation with one of his coworkers about newspeak? How they
Yes,
can change definitions of words, how they can manipulate certain languages.
I do. Yeah, I do remember this.
I think that I think that style of writing is far more, how should I put it? Is far more appropriate for getting your point across, articulating your viewpoint in such a manner that you can paint the picture in your audience's head rather than bashing them over the head with what you want them to think.
Is your
And
issue good?
the way he describes the way in the book how he describes how the changing of language can be so effective against a massive population that has been conditioned to believe that can be so easily conditioned to believe whatever you want them to believe. And I mean, look at what's happening now. A prominent example of this is they're changing a lot of books like Dr. Seuss and Roald Dahl from witches to hags, from fat person to wide person, and so from a black man to a dark man.
Well, I've not seen some of these specific examples, but like I'm against that stuff too. So George Orwell, would you say that he is a good ally, a good partner in opposing totalitarianism? That his works have contributed greatly to democratic thought.
Well, I wouldn't consider him an ally. Those who I would consider allies are people who I actually work with, but I think there are very good lessons to be learned from the likes of George Orwell or Aldous Huxley or people who wrote similar works.
But isn't George Orwell a PC parasite?
I think he was formerly a communist, but then after some times he abandoned it.
No, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure he was a socialist, a democratic socialist, until he died.
I don't
He,
think so. From what I remember, he was formerly a communist,
well,
and and then and then something happened which made him change his mind.
I mean, he may have been a communist earlier, but by the end of his life, he was a democratic socialist, and the works that he had written, he perceived as being democratic socialist works. He also fought in the Spanish Civil War too, for the anarchists, actually.
But I think we're getting sidetracked here. To answer your previous question about Anita Sarkeesian forcing her way into the industry, I don't think I have it in my sources, but there were times where people asked for her consultation, and every single time those games have failed.
I do want to get back to the Orwell point though, because you say that socialists are PC parasites. You respect the work of one of these people. You actually have another one in the chat. You worked alongside a lot of socialists in Gamergate, open democratic socialists, and in at least one case a tanky. But
Who?
well, the tanky person passed away recently, so I don't want to.
But do you can you say his name so that I may remember him?
I'll talk to you off air.
Okay.
But you had some of the social. There's a socialist in your chat, I believe, right now. Someone who many of the people I've interviewed part of this project are democratic socialists. People who fought alongside you during Gamergate, yet now these people are your enemy. The PC parasites.
Well, they at the time they never told me their political leanings. All I knew who all I knew at the time who my enemy was, and I knew who I was dealing with at the time. And to this day, I'm probably still dealing with them to some degree.
Chat is saying that Orwell was never a communist. He was always a socialist, and a socialist until he died. Just for clarify that. Well, it seems like you have a long list of enemies here. including people who, some of whom you worked with, some of whom whose work you respect, some of whom are
There was
lesbian,
only like
gay,
one
bisexual, transgender.
there was only like one person who openly told me their political leanings, and they were formerly a PC parasite until they decided they weren't anymore. That is like the only one. And there have been like people I've talked to. There have been people I've talked to who were gay or lesbian or something to that degree, but that didn't matter to them. What mattered to them was being a gamer more than their identity. What mattered to them was what was happening in the gaming sphere rather than just solely focusing on what they identified as or their pronouns or some hollow thing like that.
You know, someone else. You used to watch a lot of my videos, I believe, very much so, right? And even
Well,
come on my show.
yeah, a few times.
But I'd probably match like quite a few of the things that you consider to be like PC parasite, am I not?
Well, like I said, it's not just the identity by itself, right? The people who I've talked to cared more about what was going on with games journalism, what was happening in the gaming sphere. They cared more about all that than people addressing them a certain way.
Well, it sounds like this is kind of like a great story, right? That you're a gamer, you love video games, it's something you're really passionate about, and you met all these other amazing people, and they're really passionate about this stuff too. And even though they're very different from you in some ways, you're also like still human beings, and like you care about being a gamer first, and so you put that first. And oh, look at this, I'm getting along great with people who are women, who are
Who are,
minorities, who
yeah,
are who, but also people who are
like I said, why do
LGBT,
you think,
also people who are socialists or social democrats.
but like I said, they cared more about that than what they identified as. Like the like if they were like coming up to me, actually no, that's not it at all. Like I said, they put their love and their passion for gaming before everything else, even what they may identify as. And because of that, I had no problem with them. We were there to solve an issue, and that was that. They
But
didn't come to me saying you must address me as so and so, or we cannot be friends. We didn't care about that. Hell, some of these people I played games with, and in private conversations, they told me they were gay or they were lesbian or whatever, but they just made it known to me, and that was that. They didn't care what I addressed them as. They didn't care. They didn't care about me using the proper pronouns or trying to force me to do that or some shit. We just bonded over that one thing, and that was okay.
yeah, I think that's amazing actually. But I just don't know why you now you didn't jump into this with some super nuanced claim. You jumped into this with a here's a list of the people that are PC parasites.
Yeah, because back then that's who I was up against at the time. The people who I considered considered gamers were the people who, like I said, were more passionate about the gaming sphere, who were more passionate about ethics in games journalism, who are more passionate about freedom of creativity than what their pronouns were, or whether or not video games are racist or sexist. They they were passionate about their hobby, the thing that gave them that tiny little bit of escapism. And yeah, a lot of the people we faced shared similar things with them. But you can always tell when someone was genuine. You can always tell when someone had love and passion for gaming in their hearts. And so, despite the fact that there may have been similarities between the PC parasites or SJWs or whoever or whatever label you can throw on the enemy at the time, there was a clear difference. It was love, it was passion, and a will to protect something that we all cared about. Which is why I can respect someone like Miss Shadow or Mitch or anyone else who I knew at the time, rather than the people we were up against.
Now, after Gamergate, do you continue to make friends with people who share other interests of yours, perhaps, but also hold the characteristics of PC Parasite in your view?
Hardly. Well, even if they did, they probably never told me openly. Though the thing that like brought us together, like I said, was gaming. That was it.
I'm just having a hard time, Carbine, because it seems like you have this list of enemies. You consider them the enemy, you say yourself, the enemy.
Yes.
Do you think that they're causing all sorts of chaos in gaming and possibly in other areas of life too? And you don't like it. You don't like it a lot. And this list of enemies includes like a lot of people who are just like normal people who disagree with you on like or maybe just normal people who agree with you but have immutable characteristics that you don't like for some reason. I'm just not sure why you would draw the category of who is my enemy so broadly.
Like I said, at the time, that's who we were up against. And like I said before, also there were people who were similar to each other. But think about this. Why do you think Not Your Shield was so damn effective of breaking the enemy narrative? When the PC parasites were saying, "We speak for the women. We speak for the black people. We speak for the Latinos. We speak for the minorities." And yet, every time we're like, "Not your shield, bitch," they would have no answer to that.
I mean, like they probably would, right? They'd say that large numbers of women and minorities can hold views that are regressive.
Regressive to who?
Well, according to them.
Yeah, but that's why I'm asking the question. Regressive to who?
That's not my argument.
But you see what I'm getting, right? You see where I'm going with this.
No, Carbine, I think you've gone pretty far afield, which is great. It's part of the story. And I'm investigating this part of the story, and I'm hearing your story, and we're going to get into the Gamergate stuff more in greater detail.
Well,
But
here's the thing. Not Your Shield was so damn effective because there were women. There were a lot of black people. There were Latinos. There were Asians. There were so many different people. And I myself fell into Not Your Shield. You could probably guess why from everything we've discussed thus far. Take a wild guess.
Well, I'm not sure why your identity is so important to the arguments that you're making. Isn't that a tactic that's used by the enemy?
No, not your not your shield was so effective because it rendered their narrative meaningless. Because you have all these different people who they declared they spoke for, and we were basically saying, no, you do not speak for us. You have no idea who we are, or what or what we even like or what we care for. All you want to do is just use us for your own propagandic ends.
How do you determine who the enemy is and who isn't?
Well, like I said before, you can always tell when someone is like passionate or have a genuine love or care for something, be it video games, be it arts, literature, music, whatever else. And they just want and they and whether they're making something to just entertain the masses, or they're just spreading that love around because they want to just share it with other people. You can always have that little sense of telling when someone is legit, they're genuine. Why do you think we have terms like poser and fraud for a reason?
Can you help the reader in the book understand how you spot the people who are genuine and the people who aren't?
So, say you're in a setting where there's like a lot of people. They're getting to know each other. They're they're sharing common interests. And in the case of a gamers, he's saying, "Oh, what is that over there? Is that like a PSP or a PS Vita?" And the other guy says, "Oh yeah, oh, yeah, I'm like just playing some Dissidia." Oh, you like that? Oh, I got the latest version of Dissidia NT at home. And at that point they just bond over that. They form bonds, and a lot of those bonds last a lifetime. They share their passion and their love for that one particular thing.
Do you?
If
Go ahead.
if a person, as opposed to saying, if a person walks up to another person and they say they like video games, but their words and their actions don't show any legitimate love or care, and they're just only using it to and they're only using it for some corrupt or nefarious ends, then what's the point?
Are there a lot of these fake gamers in your eyes?
There are. And I'm not going to sugarcoat it. There's posers and frauds in every single group, every single culture, every single subculture that you can possibly imagine. But like I said, you can always tell, especially if you've been around something, if you've been around subcultures like I have. You can always tell when somebody's being legit. Granted, they may not know every single thing about that subculture, but they know enough. And that passion just shines through.
Is there a gendered component to who is a real gamer and who isn't?
Absolutely not. there is nothing holding you back from being a gamer than just you. If you want to take the time to if you want to take the time to be a part of the community, then take that time. And maybe, just maybe, you'll share that love and passion with other people you come across. And there are plenty of ways to do that, whether that be at a gathering or at a tournament or at a convention, a place where like minded individuals gather together.
You say that progressivism is an enemy of yours as well. What does that mean?
But when a person says they're progressive, progressive to what? To what end? To what extent? Because these seem to be questions that nobody seems to be asking. If you're just wanting to progress for the sake of progress, for no thought as to the consequences of what you're asking for, then maybe you should really take time to consider what it is you're trying to do.
Carbine isn't like progressive though basically just like an amorphous word for hey look, it's this not really a coherent ideology like social democracy or liberalism or to some extent even conservatism is. It's just sort of hey look, I want to adopt this label that like says I'm on the left, but I'm probably more left wing than like a neoliberal type person. Like, isn't that basically de facto what that is?
For a progressive,
Sure.
if you're trying to make the world a better place, first of all, if you're trying to make a world a better place, there's another term for it. It's called an egalitarian. You don't need to be a feminist, you don't need to be a progressive, you don't need to be any of these things. And I mean, for goodness sake, you asked something similar to Dr. Christina Hoff Summers, put respect on her name. Like, you also asked her that uh, you asked like a similar question where the views that she held like don't match up with the feminists nowadays, and yet she still holds on to the label of feminist. Why?
Well, you'll have to ask her that, but it sounds like she's mulled over that concept as well, and she just doesn't want to cede the label of feminist to one faction within that community that she disagrees with. And I think that's like fine, actually.
Well, well, to her I say good luck, because unfortunately, from what I know and what I've seen, there are a lot of people that she's going to have to fight against. And if she legitimately wants to take back feminism and make it a force for good, then I would say she has a lot of work to do. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I like her work, and to me, she's probably the only feminist who makes any goddamn sense. But if she honestly wants to legitimately make feminism a force for good, despite its history and despite everything that they have done until now, then there's a lot of work that she and many others like her need to do. Sorry if I worded that awkwardly.
What parts of the history of feminism don't you like?
Well, think of how think of how feminism began. Matter of fact, when do you think feminism actually began?
I mean, like this is like a broad, nebulous thing in many ways, but I think with the Enlightenment, probably somewhere you had like early feminist thought, probably in like the 18th century, and it grew and grew over time, and became a major political force in the 19th century, like mid to late 19th century.
It started 1848, Seneca Falls, New York. There was a group of 100 people in a convention, and basically they were all gathered together to list certain grievances. And there was a certain subsect of those people that said, but what about feminism? And it was those people that would eventually become the suffragettes. And if you know your history, then you would also know that the people who started feminism, a lot of them were no different than how Antifa was today. In fact, a lot of the feminists are still showcasing those behaviors today.
I mean,
And
women. Hang on.
and
No,
despite
hang on.
all the
Hang
gains
on. Hang on, Captain Carbine. I got to be like responsible, okay?
Mhm.
Sorry, I'm doing dishes too. Um,
You're doing dishes while doing an interview?
yeah. Dude, these go for like 5 hours. But obviously, women did face a lot of genuine oppression and restrictions upon their individual liberty. And yeah, some of them are going to take up more radical and violent means, and some of them aren't. Like that's going to be like the history of like any oppressed group of people throughout history. And it's good that they did that. No, maybe not specific acts of violence. We can debate about whether or not X, Y, or Z specific incident
To what
that an
end?
oppressed group did
To what
was
at
good.
what cost?
I mean, like society, we live in like the most prosperous, democratic, free society on earth. So like, seems like it all worked out pretty well for the most part.
The most free society on earth, even though a lot of our freedoms are being eroded away, especially when you take into consider the loss of freedom of speech with some things like hate speech law. If we were really so free, then why does that exist?
Well, there's no hate speech laws in the United States of America.
There is in Canada.
Well, hey, fix your own shit, man.
But at the same time, consider this. You have you have the right to vote, you have the right to work, you have the right to own property, and you don't have to take the draft. Where's the equality in that?
Wait, well, first of all, I do support I support mandatory universal service for everybody, including women.
Then why is it not evenly distributed across the board?
What do you mean?
What I mean is, do women take the draft or not?
They don't, and strangely enough, it's mostly like the people who are anti-feminist who are against that.
And yet, didn't recently in your country they had an opportunity to give women the draft and they didn't take it?
Yeah, I think that was mostly Republicans opposing that.
There was mostly Republicans opposing that.
I'd have to go in through, but yeah, generally, like the Equal Rights Amendment would have required women to serve in the draft, and that's the Equal Rights Amendment has been widely supported by feminist groups and organizations.
So you're telling me that they would willingly take the draft and sacrifice themselves in order to gain the vote?
Yeah. I mean, today they certainly would, yeah.
So then why haven't they made that an issue before?
Because we live in a pluralistic society where lots of different people have opinions and viewpoints, and we get to hear those viewpoints and opinions out, and they're also represented in our government, and not everybody gets what they want all the time. Like that's sort of how a democracy works. I mean, like, do you disagree?
I mean, the way I see democracy ideally is that everybody's voice is heard and is taken into consideration. But unfortunately, that's not what we have.
Well, I mean, hey, look, I think there's problems
And
too. I
like I
think we should
said, we
try and
can get
solve
into
problems,
like
but
the
like,
nuances and everything, but that would take way too long.
so because these women got the right to vote, like, what's the bad thing that's happened since in society?
It's not the fact that they got to vote, it's the fact that they got the vote without the draft.
And this caused problems.
Well, it's not just that, but it's like, but it's not just that. They claim to care about equality, but when you break it down, they don't. Even the dictionary definition, which they would point to, even that in and of itself is fraudulent because their actions say otherwise.
I'm just struggling to find out like what the major breakdown in society has been because of this, especially since there hasn't been a draft in over 50 years, and there probably never will be again because the military and war fighting has changed to such a drastic extent that it's not really necessary anymore.
Well, if you want to really break down what feminism really caused, think about the interrelationship dynamics between men and women now. Do you think there's more trust between men and women or less?
Like I don't know, like that's probably not like one thing. That's probably like 30 different factors that go into whether or not people trust one another. And so I don't know. I'm sure in some ways certain areas of trust have gone up, certain areas it's gone down. Like that's there's problems in society. We could address those problems, but we're not going back to this like ancient fantasy world of like 1850. Like that's not going to happen. We're going to have to like find some way to build a better society with one another, working together as partners and as equals, not as some weird fantasy of like red pill thing did.
Well, I don't think a utopia is ever going to happen despite humanity's efforts. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think we're going to see the situation get better for years to come. Not unless somehow somebody like starts building a society elsewhere, which we're getting at the same time we're getting like off topic.
Hey, I'll go
But
wherever you want to go, man.
well, we were here to talk about Gamergate, right? So let's talk about that.
Is part of the story of Gamergate though the story of where we are today?
Well, yes, it is. In terms of the gaming sphere, look at the end result. You have a lot of you have games journalists basically only giving lip service to, you know, you only have sorry. Why am I like this? You have games journalists and the outlets themselves only giving lip service to ethics and games journalism, but they're just doing the same thing over and over again that they usually do. Even though even though they say they claim they changed their ethics policies, but what really changed? Here, let me see if I can pull up like an article real quick. Let me see. Da. Sorry. While I look this up, like, is there anything else you want to ask me?
Oh, there's a lot of things I want to ask you. Most of them are related to GamerGate, so don't worry.
Hmm.
But we'll go as deep or as shallow as you want in pretty much any topic. Um, Tell me about your GamerGate experience, Captain Carbine.
Where do I begin? Well, see, thing is, I once tried to be, I guess, a games journalist myself because there was a there was a podcast that I ran with a good friend of mine. It was called Checkpoint Games. And at the time, I was starting my college life, and then Gamergate popped up. There was, of course, the Zoe post. There was, of course, the 10, 12 plus articles saying that gamers are racist and sexist. And that pissed me off. I'm thinking, what the hell? Why would you attack your audience like this? Why all of a sudden would you make the claim with no proof that gamers are racist and sexist? Why would you make such sweeping allegations with little to no proof like that? And for what? So you can cover up the bad actions of your coworkers and friends? And so we had that discussion on the podcast, and admittedly, I may have made a few mistakes during that podcast. And then after that, I don't think we ever did anything else again after that. And don't get me wrong, I love that podcast. But considering college and everything that went on at the time, I don't think I ever went back. And then after that, there was of course all the happenings that mostly took place on Twitter. Oh yeah, and YouTube as well. Um, there was of course Internet Aristocrat and his conspiracy theory. If you remember those videos,
Yeah, I've seen
Netscape.
those videos.
There was Internet Aristocrat. There was King of Pole. Who there was Mundane Matt. Um, Mundane Matt, Sargon of Akkad, Miss Shadow, of course, and definitely enjoyed a lot of her work. Socks. Holy shit! There's like a lot of people who I could list off that I was paying attention to at the time. Oh yeah, and event status was a big one. Even though I don't think he really considered himself part of Gamergate, but he was he was at least one of the more prominent and louder voices in my opinion. To
Why do you think they wrote these articles?
cover up bad actions, to cover up the corrupt shit that was going on within games journalism, because they knew that if people found out that they would get in shit for it and that they would lose legitimacy, which they did in the end, even though it took too long of a period of time for them to lose any sort of legitimacy, in my opinion, especially after the end of 2015, 2016. But For them, it was a Pyrrhic victory, and we'll get into that very soon.
So they wrote these
But
articles. Go ahead.
but getting more to the point, they knew that what they did was corrupt. They knew that what they did was unacceptable by any standard. They and so they wanted to just use any sort of excuse to not take any sort of accountability. Which, if you are a legit journalist, you have to take accountability. I mean, for goodness sake, I went to school to study this shit. And did they show any sort of accountability for what happened? No, they didn't. So what do? They just label everyone as racist and sexist to just cover their own ass.
You know, some people reading this book might say, you know, some of what Captain Carbine says does sound a little bit sexist.
I would tell them to blow it out their ass. Because at this point, anything you label me, I legitimately don't care. And I'm not going to sugarcoat that.
Do you think the problem is that they labeled you this?
Well, it's not just the fact that they labeled pretty much every single gamer across the world as racist and sexist, but the fact that they try to do that to cover up their own bad actions.
I agree.
And
Painting with a broad brush and saying that like everybody is this thing is awful, and trying to end the gamer identity, which I think that a lot of people have a lot of positive things with, is awful. Do you think there were some people though who were the stereotypical 12-year-old who's yelling the N-word on Xbox Live or whatever, or maybe people with like a more
to address part of your
yeah.
question, 12-year-olds like playing Call of Duty, number one, the parents should be reading the ESRB. I mean, we have the damn thing for a reason, and yet they don't even pay attention because they just want to, stop their kid from like complaining. Mommy, I want the next Call of Duty. And before you say anything, I used to work in a game shop. And I would have those situations all the time. And I had to be like, look, kid, you're too young. Wait until you're older, and then probably the next Call of Duties, the next Call of Duty will be even better. And hey, if you still want that previous version, you can go back to that. But I had to be the one to inform the parents of what their kid was getting into all the time.
Can you define what GamerGate was?
GamerGate, from my point of view, was a war on two fronts. There was the ethics side of things, and then there, of course, was the invasion with the PC parasites. And I think somewhere along the line, the message was lost. Because many people focused on the ethics side of things, which, to be honest, in the end, that never got fixed. And on the invasion side of things, well, thinking about it now, I guess you could say there's at least some resistance to some degree, but not a whole lot.
What is the issue you had with the PC parasites in gaming? Or well, sorry, I'm not going to adopt your language. Sorry. What is the issue you had with these people you saw as being PC parasites?
Imagine it like this. Somebody comes into your house and tells you that you are an asshole with no proof. And yes, you can make the stretch saying kids playing Call of Duty on Xbox Live or a PlayStation Network or even on Steam may be an issue, but that's an entirely different issue in and of itself. Mostly to do with parenting, not gaming in and of itself. Or if you want to say that there are full-grown ass adults who may be racist and sexist, sure, maybe. But for the most part, gaming doesn't care about your skin color. It doesn't care about your genitals. It doesn't care who you are or what you come from. And if you want to make the argument that video games themselves are sexist, by whose standard or by what standard? The Bechdel test? I mean, for God's sakes, the person who made the Bechdel test, even they said it was bullshit.
Well, Carbine, I don't think video games made you the way you are, but some, I mean, dude, you've gone down like this really weird rabbit hole. Why do you think that is? Like, you think it's good. I know from your perspective, you're the good guy, you're the hero, and like I don't think you're like a terrible human being or whatever. I mean, I don't know you that well enough to say, but like
I know.
I try to treat everybody with fairness and dignity. Like I'm not, but like we got to address the elephant in the room. I've been trying to like ask interesting questions regarding this. But
I know you've been trying, but I guess the answer I could come up with is at the time, at that time, I was just fighting an enemy to protect something I loved. Simple as that. Whether you or somebody else want to call bullshit on that, that's up to you.
I'm not calling bullshit on it.
No. I'm saying in general, right? But I was trying to protect something I loved, something that I cared deeply for, still do. And there are there problems within the gaming sphere that should be fixed? Of course, there's a long list of them. But things like racism, sexism, Islamophobia, fat phobia, I think that's probably one of the very, very minor things on the list. If anything at all.
But it's not just that you fought to protect this hobby, and then now 10 years later, you're questioning whether or not feminism in the 19th century was worth it. Now you're you're talking about the LGBT pedophiles. It's looking a little weird though, you know?
It's just some things that I have like learned over the years. But when it came to gaming itself, sorry, I'm just trying to like organize my thoughts here.
No, you're fine.
When it came to gaming itself, there was not a thing I wouldn't do or say. And there are a lot of things that I tried. Some of it positive, some of it negative, and there were times when I actually spoke to some people on some ideas. Probably the most prominent example of, you might remember this. Remember that time when I suggested internal affairs for journalism. I may have talked to you about that.
Uh, no, though we can talk about some of the other projects you did.
Oh, yeah. Well, this particular this particular um this particular idea that I had, I think I at least ran it by. It wasn't. Was it Ashkow? It may have been Ashkow, but I also remember. Um, who else? Oh, Kathy Young. I mainly ran it by Kathy Young, and I. She said it was a good idea, but at the same time, most of the problems that came with it boiled down to like say like funding or manpower, and this was a big one. How do I know that the people involved won't become corrupt themselves, which is a very legitimate thing. And I've also made this question: how do you trust the information that's being provided to you on a daily basis if you can't even trust the people who provide it? Which, when it comes to games journalism, that was the exact question we were asking ourselves. And the answer was basically, you don't.
So what
And
does?
that's just it.
God, what would this internal affairs? When you say games journalism internal affairs, what do you mean?
So basically, you know how like police officers have like internal affairs?
Yeah.
So it would be something similar to that, where if we could call them up and be like, "Hey, there's this guy who may be doing some unethical or maybe even some corrupt shit." We call them up, we give them the name of the guy or gal involved. They run an investigation, and if they find something, maybe we can hold these people accountable. That was the basic idea, at least.
Like an ombudsman for a newspaper.
Sorry, what?
Like an ombudsman.
Ombudsman, what's that?
I don't know the exact term, but it's basically exactly what you described. An ombudsman is a public advocate, sorry, is an official who is usually appointed by the government or by parliament to investigate complaints. Okay, but like the BBC and various other government-run media, like the BBC, Canadian Broadcasting Company, I think things like that, they have ombudsmen, and
I it would be, first of all, I don't think my idea would be government run because that's the last thing that I would want.
no, I'm just using that as an example.
Yeah, yeah. But in my idea, it would not be government run, it would be publicly funded, which was one of the issues. Like get the how would we get the funding to run something like this? And on top, and even if we got the funding for it, how do we make sure that the people involved don't go corrupt themselves?
So you want to create this like watchdog organization that you can contact anytime the games journalists or even normal journalists perhaps do stuff that you think might be suspicious.
Exactly.
What powers would they have, or would it just be like a private organization?
I don't think it would be a private organization. Like I said, it would be publicly funded, so it would be more public if anything else. Um, but basically, these would be like veterans of the industry who take their ethics and their work very seriously. Basically, people who would actually do the work of journalism. You take those people with the experience of the field and tell them, "Hey, look, we think that there's some corrupt stuff going on in the journalism industry. So we want to hire you to investigate these things and then hold these people to account." That's basically it.
Now you've had some other projects as well. You worked on, I believe, a GamerGate animated series at one point with someone who was in our chat earlier, Lisa, who I interviewed. couple weeks ago.
Yeah. So basically, what happened there was a group of people, including myself, Miss Shadow, Johnny Fox. Who else was involved? Trying to remember everybody. Mournblade, Narwhal, and a shit ton of other people. And we have like some art and some recordings. I still have them, by the way. I could send them to you if you want. But the only problem was that we didn't have an animator. And somebody, a good friend of mine, recommended me an animator, but he didn't have the skills that we were looking for. And I brought him on at first, but eventually we just wasted like too much time. We weren't necessarily getting anywhere, and I tried looking everywhere on Twitter, Reddit, which I regret, but there was nobody who was willing to help us animate this passion project of ours. There was also GamerGate Sings Part 2. Yes, we were trying to make GamerGate Sings Part 2, and I think we were having problems coordinating with each other at the time, so I don't think we got anything done with that either. But there was Celebrate Gaming, which I'm very proud of that one. That one was a success. We had Game Diviner, we had Miss Shadow, we had a bunch of other people throughout the entire month of August just celebrating gaming and just sharing our love and our passion for the hobby we love the most. Be it through art, through music, through gameplay, through all sorts of stuff. And there was a whole bunch of people involved.
Yeah, I was as well, if you recall.
Yeah, you were. There was also somebody else who I am ashamed that I forgot his name. I am so ashamed of that, and I am sorry for that. But he made a series where he discussed some of the virtues and vices of video games, whether it be like certain themes, whether it be certain behaviors that gamers exhibit, like stuff like that, which was really cool. Um, we had VG Bounce House. VG Bounce House. He was doing a lot of the game's history side of things, showing off a lot of articles from Nintendo Power or the Atari magazine, like classic stuff, showcasing a lot of uh, classic video game articles from back in the day. And he was covering a lot of the history side of things, which I also did part of as well. Um, there was also a time where we shared some of our passions for some of the animated series for certain video games like Sonic, Kirby, if you remember that at all. It was one hell of a month, and I'm glad I made that.
Yeah, Celebrate Gaming was great. My only contribution to it was that I made a video, but it was like I think over a half hour of me talking about why I love gaming and how this hobby is something that I'm passionate about and that I have fallen in love with. And it was a great video. Fuck, I wish I still had it. I deleted all my old stuff and I really regret it. Some of it's still
Well,
floating
there you
around out
go.
there, but
That's the spirit. That was the spirit of the whole month-long holiday. Congratulations.
now, are you have you given up on these projects, or do you think there's still some hope that we could see a GamerGate Sings Part 2, or maybe not that one, but or that or the animated series?
I think I don't think we'll see anything related to those two projects, considering the fact that a lot of people at this point have given up. the entire consumer revolt ran out of steam.
I would still be interested in seeing an animated series. Actually, I really would. I think that'd be cool.
And
I
I would too, but and I think some of the people who involved still might want to do it, but others have just completely given up, saying, "Look, man, I can't do this anymore. I just wanna live my life, man."
well, is GamerGate a historical phenomenon for you, or for you is it still going on?
Well, I guess people will argue it's a historical phenomenon. It's dead. It's over. But for me, there's still a lot of problems that need to be fixed. And if I have to be the one to fix those problems by myself, so be it. Because I'd rather actually do my damnedest to use whatever time I have in this realm, in this world, in this life to actually make a difference than give up.
What do you think the
If I
best? Go ahead.
No, ask your question.
What do you think the best way moving forward to improve the industry is?
Just create. If you want to make a GamerGate animated series, great. If you want to make a GamerGate Sings Part 2, great. If you want to make a GamerGate based video game starring Vivian James, like Project Sockjust, or maybe even some of the Flash games, great. I mean, Vivian James is the people's game character after all. So so I don't I don't see why that would be an issue.
Well, I am a bit saddened though that we're not going to see an animated series or GamerGate Sings Part 2 because I love the GamerGate music. I listen to it all the time actually.
That was awesome. I
Some of it's kind of
loved it.
cringe, but like a lot of it's really good.
Cringe? What are you talking about, man?
Some
That
of
shit
it's
was
kind of cringe.
awesome.
Not all of it was great, and some of it was
Standing
high quality.
here, I realize you are not like me. You
You
own
own the
the
industry. Yep.
industry.
Yes.
Yeah, you remember
Yeah.
that.
Of course. Of course. That's why journalists lie. Just some great. But Carbine, dude, what are you gonna do to improve the industry?
Well, there is a couple of things that I'm working on, but I'm not going to say anything for now. Not until it's time. And for those who know me, they know what I'm trying to do. They know what I'm working on, especially in the GamerGate server that I'm a part of right now. They know. Go ahead. Ask Game Diviner. Ask Miss Shadow. Ask Nurgle. Ask anyone who knows me. They know.
You don't want to talk about it on air? Could be interesting.
Not now. Not until it's time.
Yeah. All right. Well, do you think that you're undermining the stuff that you want to do that's good by throwing in
What do you
like the LGBTP stuff? Because like, dude,
like? What am I working on that has to do with that?
I know in your mind like, oh, it's separate, but like people are gonna think of you as the guy who calls gay people and lesbians and trans people pedophiles, and bisexual people pedophiles.
No, that's not what I said. What I said was that community harbored some of them in their ranks. That's what I was getting across.
I asked you who the enemy was, and you said the LGBTP plus. I said, oh, what does the P stand for? You said pedophiles. That's what you said.
Not every person who's gay is trans. Not every person who's lesbian is bisexual. They're not all the same thing.
but you're lumping them all together into this weird thing. And there's it, dude. It's pretty fucking bad, dude. It's not good.
Well, that people can label me what they want, and I won't care.
I mean, don't you think you're harming your own people who want to work with you? They're not going to want to work with you as much because of this, and you're probably
Well, like
not
I
going to gain
said,
any credibility in the industry for sure because of this.
well, like I said, if people want to work with me, they'll work with me. If they don't like what I have to say, that's on them. But at this point, I honestly don't care
Okay.
because I'm not going to censor myself or try to make myself look good.
It's not just about the optics. It's just like you're just promoting this really cringe, kind of hateful stuff for like no reason, dude. Unless you think there's a reason, tell it to us.
I'm
I'm open about, dude. I've talked about anything, dude.
not,
Fucking
Lisa. I'm not. I know he's not attacking me. I know that.
like, bro, I've been super chill. like, I'm super chill
I
now,
know.
dude. But we have
I
to
know
talk
that.
about it.
I know you're not. I know you're not attacking me. And yeah, I may. And some of this stuff may still piss me off. It may still burn to this day. But there are things in this world that I don't agree with. There are things in this world that I may or may not like, and that's just it. If you want to live your life a certain way, go ahead and do that. But do not try and force it on other people, especially me of all people.
So people are trying to
But
force you to be gay, or what do you mean?
no, no, but there's an ideological component to all of this, which, like I said, not everybody in that community may agree with, but we just had a whole conversation on that. And hell, even myself and Miss Shadow like had conversations about this. She may not agree with everything I may have said to her, and that's fine.
We talked.
But
Good.
there are a lot of things. There are a lot of things, both ideologically. I know. I know. I know. There's a lot of things that both on the ideological side and the business side that I don't like within the industry. And all right, all right, Lisa. All right, Lisa. I'll call you that. But you know why I called you Miss Shadow. Anyway, like getting back into it now. There's a lot of things both ideological and business wise that I don't like in the industry. Which I at this point right now am trying to do my damnedest to try and fix. And yeah, it's gonna take a long time to try and fix because I'm just one guy. But it is what it is.
Well, hey, you don't want to talk about your ongoing project, Carbine? That's totally cool. I understand that actually.
Yeah, because in the words of CD Project Red, it's ready when it's ready. And don't worry, I'll try not to make it a buggy mess.
What do you think about games journalism today?
It's irredeemable. It cannot be fixed. not by the outside, not by the inside. And the results we're seeing right now are showing themselves. They've lost any legitimacy. They've lost any sort of credibility. They're losing money. They're losing sponsorships. They're losing. They're losing money. They're losing sponsorships. They're losing ad revenue. And whatever ESG money was flowing into them, that's drying up. So what's next? Are they still going to continue the narrative that gamers are racist and sexist? Are they still gonna label gamers as these istaphobes that they can blow out of their ass just because they don't like a certain game? Be it Gone Home, be it Last of Us Part 2, or anything to that degree in the future? Well, go ahead. Keep doing that. You're only just hurting your credibility even more. And at this point, as we have just stated, why would any gamer worth their salt go to you over somebody like, say, Angry Joe or the Runaway Guys or the Party Crashers? Hell, I'd rather go to people like, say, Markiplier or Verak or Matsko or a number of different YouTubers. Hell, I trust the VTubers over them at this point. There's no reason for any gamer worth their salt to go to IGN, GameSpot, or any games journalism outpost at this point. Because Internet Aristocrat was right. We can report to ourselves. We can be the honest people. And yes, there may be some flaws and there may be some hiccups along the way, but that's nothing we can't fix ourselves.
Why do you think the games press was largely unresponsive to calls for reform?
Well, to put it simply, they believed they were in the right. Why do you think I called this a war to begin with? Because that's what it was. A war. A war for the heart and soul of gaming. And they believed that they were in the right. They believed that they literally could do no wrong. They could do all this corrupt shit, giving like coverage for like favors, not necessarily direct pay, but they were covered for like trips to certain events, for hotel rooms, for journalist passes, for journalist passes, and all this shit. Whereas everybody else has to pay to get in, they don't. They get all the special treatment. And what if they could push propaganda on the side? Why not? Funny I mentioned this because this isn't exactly tied to Gamergate in any direct manner, but there was a video I watched by Tim Pool, and he showcased this event where you had a whole bunch of high-profile journalists from like Forbes, the New York Times, and all sorts of other publications. And one of them basically said, we'd rather be propagandists than actual journalists. And that's basically what it boils down to. They'd rather be propagandists than actual journalists. They rather just spew all sorts of nonsense about racism and sexism and not do anything that they're supposed to do. So if they don't want to redeem themselves, then nothing's going to change. and things are going to get worse for them.
If you were the editor-in-chief of one of these gaming sites and some of your employees were credibly accused of ethical violations, what would you have done?
Fire them immediately. If I found out that they were doing this shit and I had the evidence to back it up, they would have been gone. No ifs, no ands, no buts, just gone. Find someone else.
Does the severity of the ethical breach matter?
Does the severity of the ethical breach matter? If it was something like what they were doing where they were covering up unethical practices, then yeah, they would be fired. But if it's just like, say, correcting a mistake, then that's like simple shit. I'd be like, hey, yo, you made an error here. Can you please fix this? But but at the very least, I expect you to do your job correctly and get all the facts straight.
What kind of reforms would you like to have seen, Carbine?
There's a long ass list. For starters, no more opinion pieces. If you want to make an opinion piece, go make a blog somewhere else. But just stick to game reviews and just be honest. There's one time I can recall I was in a Facebook group, and I won't say what that Facebook group was to protect the innocent, but it was for a game that I was passionate about. And they were making a review on a game called Gundam Versus for the PlayStation 4. And basically, in the article, there was an error. I forget what that error was exactly. But even Event Status like made a video on it. Um, and to this day, I don't think that error has ever been corrected. And more to the point, if you're going to review a game, at least be thorough about it. I understand. There's a whole bunch of video games out there, both new and old, like way too much to cover. But just do what you can. You don't have to cover every single game that comes out. I know, I've tried, it's difficult. But just do what you can. And if you think a game is too long to review, then be like, hey, maybe like I'll make a part 1, make a part 2, or maybe I'll make a post saying this game is too long. I have to take time to actually get everything right. But at least do a thorough job, man. And not only that, don't shill for your friends in the industry. And if you do, at least have the decency to recuse yourself. Or otherwise, at least make it clear that you're covering your friend's game or somebody that you know. And not only that, I wouldn't, work with the industry to, like take the favors for like free trips and whatnot. I would pay for that myself. Get in like everybody else. And if there's stuff that we have to do, like register for a press pass or something like that, if we got to pay for that up front, sure, we'll pay for that. And holy crap, there is a long list, but I don't think we have the time to go through all of it.
I've got as much time as you want to take.
But like, just make sure you have do a proper job, and make sure you go through it ethically. And if you screw up, take some goddamn accountability. Because labeling people as racist and sexist isn't exactly making you look like a saint now, is it?
What issues do you have with opinion pieces in games journalism?
Well, everybody's got an opinion. You got an opinion, I got an opinion. But when you do a game review, at least do like a thorough job and play the game so that you can inform people as to like certain things like microtransactions, or maybe a game is like a buggy, broken mess. There is some objectivity to game reviews when it comes to that. And these are things that people need to be aware of. Like DLC, DRM, stuff like that, so that people can make an actual informed decision. You, as the informant of the public, should be doing these things so that people are aware of what they're getting into.
A lot of the opinion pieces, is the reason you disagree with them because they sometimes go into the political or feminist aspects of games and criticize them from that angle?
They've been doing that way too much, especially now. Still doing it. Like, if I want to read something about feminism in gaming, I go to a blog for that. I go to a number of different YouTube videos about that. That's not what I go to your. That's not why I used to go to your publications for. I don't need that when I go to you. I want to be informed as to what's going on in a video game, so that I know whether or not it's worth my goddamn money. From both the top and the bottom, be it from AAA games or to the indie scene. I want to know whether or not a video game is worth my money or not. I don't need you shilling for your friends so that there's a chance that I might spend money on a game that may not exactly be worth my time.
But is part of the problem that they like have opinions that you don't like?
Like I said, if they want an opinion, make a blog for that. Make a podcast for that. Because I don't need that when I go to a publication. I can go anywhere else for that.
Couldn't you just not read their opinions? And like only focus on their reviews?
But even then, a lot of the times they drop their opinion in reviews a lot of the time. So at this point, it's difficult to avoid. And like you said, I can walk away, which is why I've walked away from pretty much every single games journalism site imaginable.
Do you pay attention to any of the sites that GamerGate supported as being ethical?
Well, such as who? Tech Raptor?
Well, there's a whole list, but I'm not gonna sing out like any specific publication. But I guess like yeah, sure. Tech Raptor, The Escapist, Niche Gamer, bunch of them uh, that came out of
Well,
GamerGate or that were somewhat more sympathetic with GG, I guess you can say, or didn't have very many ethical violations that we uncovered, so we didn't have major issues with them.
well, I don't pay attention to them much anymore. Well, if at all, for that matter. Besides, like I said, if I want to go get my information elsewhere, I can go to YouTube for that. I can go to Vimeo for that. I can go to Twitch, well, to some degree. Twitch for that. I can go to Kick. I can go to Picardo. I can go anywhere else. Why would I go to them? Why would any gamer go to them at this point?
So when they review games, this is a question from the chat actually from Miss Sonata, someone who's a bit more critical of Gamergate. How should they review games?
Well, like I said, play the game thoroughly, properly, and review the game as is. Whatever politics you may have about the game, leave that shit out. If you want to make a blog about it or a podcast about it, go ahead. Maybe you'd end up like the next Anita Sarkeesian.
Do you have any thoughts on, well, in the chat she wanted to ask about if you think video game reviews could be objective, but you didn't mention this specifically, so I wasn't really going to bring it up. But I guess
The question she oh wait. Um which question was it? Sorry?
whether or not you think video game reviews can be objective.
There are a lot of objective things that can be covered. For example, bugs, glitches, microtransactions, um, DRM, like that sort of stuff. Certain game mechanics that you think might not function as intended or work properly. Period. And
In
if
the
you have a way to like showcase that in a written review, like say with photo evidence, or you have like video footage, like in certain links, go ahead.
in the
Show that off, but don't just like spout something off and you have no proof of it, and then have somebody like event status show you otherwise.
In the first few weeks of Gamergate, it was revealed that nearly 150 games journalists from competing publications were in a mailing group called Game Journals Pro, or Game Journal Pros. What do you think of this revelation?
Oh, that was probably one of the biggest things we have ever found. One of the biggest evidence, biggest pieces of evidence of corruption within the games journalism industry. Like, if that whole mailing list didn't show how much corruption there was and still is, by the way, then I don't know what to tell you, man. Like,
Do you have any thoughts on SPJ Airplay?
well, SBJ Airplay. Well, it was a how should I say? Thinking about it now, it was a good event because there was a lot that you could have learned from an event like that. I think we learned a lot about the nature of the journalism industry as a whole. That a lot of these journalists don't necessarily care about their viewers. Be it as a small publication like any of the games journalists websites that you can think of, to some of the major publications like CNN, Fox News, The Guardian, the Washington Post. They don't care. They honestly do not care about you. And a lot of and sure, you can make the argument that some of them do try. Some of them do try. And you know what? And you know what? I can commend them for that. But at the same time, there's not enough of them to make a difference in the industry that they're working in. They're the ones that are not being propped up. They're the ones that are putting in the hard work and are not being brought to the forefront. And it's a damn shame because of this, it's no wonder why there's so many people who don't trust the media anymore. And I've said this before, and I'll say it again. How can you trust the information that's being provided to you on a daily basis if you can't even trust the people who provide it? And if it had to take somebody like Game Diviner over here to say, hey, buddy, look, Gawker destroys lives, then you know for a fact that nobody should be trusting these people anymore.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure that the journalists on the panel all criticized Gawker, not just Game Diviner.
I mean, yeah, but it took. But Paulo or Game Diviner, I mean, well, it's already out there now.
I still don't know what to call him. I talk with Game Diviner every day. I use your name, but if you prefer a specific one, let me know, okay?
I personally call him Game Diviner or GD for short, so you can go with either one. But where was I going before I was distracted? Oh yeah. But during that whole debate panel, if it took somebody like GD to set matters straight, you know there's a problem. Not just with Gawker, but with every single one. And honestly, true change comes from within. And if the journalism industry doesn't want to change, then they're on their own. And we're just going to see them continue to lose legitimacy, lose investment funds, especially from ESG. They're going to lose sponsorships. And good luck trying to find people who are willing to sign up to be members of your respective publications, because hardly anyone trusts you anymore. And for damn good reason.
Well, the world needs good journalism.
But who would we get it from? Do you think there needs to be a major organization to pull this off? Or could one person just make a channel, make a podcast, or make a blog and just do something like that? And maybe if they put in the hard work and do what they need to do, maybe they can do something right.
Well, this is something I think about a lot because I consider this project that I'm doing right now to be an act of journalism. So I think that there is value in the opening up of what journalism is, and
But
everyday
what do
people
you
having
suppose
the.
journalism is supposed to be in your mind?
I don't know exactly. I'm still working through that as well. But I
Well,
do think
as
there is. I do think to answer your question, I do think there is value though in there being institutions that people could turn to, and the alternative media. Just because you see something on alternative media, that doesn't mean it's true either. You have to really investigate the claims that are being made critically. And
that's why
a
you
lot of
need to do your homework and
no, you
don't
do.
just trust them blindly.
No, I agree, but there probably is value in there being institutions like the New York Times or whatever that are capable of one providing funding to do things that no individual could do, like covering war zones, things like this that are extremely difficult. And also funding investigations, actual long-term investigations that could take years, that could require uh, a lot more resources than any one individual could provide, generally speaking. And
Man,
also
you
to
have
have a
people.
reputation too, right? They should be operating based on their reputation. And part of the problem is that their reputations have become so bad, and some of that is for good reason, right? And they need to take account of that, and they need to learn and initiate the reforms necessary so that they regain the trust of the public. But like their reputations like are fundamentally like the only thing that actually matters, or not the only thing that actually matters, but the main thing that people turn to them for. And as
Right.
those reputations decline, they need to do things for good reasons in some cases. They need to do things to actually improve those reputations. I think that's like a major issue. There do need to be reforms. There do need to be some sort of awakening to this problem so that they can continue to operate in better ways and serve the future, serve the public in the 21st century. Like they're going to have to adapt. I think that that's actually really
They
important.
need to do more than just adapt, my guy. They need an entire damn overhaul of
They
the whole damn thing. From top to bottom, the whole thing needs to be overhauled. And if they have to get rid of certain people in order to do it, so be it. But and not only that, dude, you have people like Tim Pool who have been going to war zones by himself for years, even
was
before he used to work for Fusion. And there's people like, say, James O'Keefe, which unfortunately he got fired from Project Veritas, even though that was his baby, and he made O'Keefe Media Group. He still goes out there and puts in the hard work.
but these people they aren't trustworthy either.
You
Like
don't think Tim Pool is trustworthy?
um I don't know enough about him, but from what I have seen, he regularly stokes rhetoric about America entering a new civil war. Okay, like this is not like responsible behavior, I don't think. And two, like, did you see his interview with? Well, he moderated a debate recently, quote unquote, between Brianna Wu and the Hat Man, who I just interviewed
Oh,
two
you
days
saw
ago.
that too, huh? You saw that too.
I think Tim Pool. I said this publicly. My public view, my private view are the exact same. Maybe he's gonna be mad and not ever have me on his show, but whatever. I don't care. The truth is the truth. But Tim Pool com- completely and utterly did not just botched the interview, but he failed ethically and morally. Probably this is an ethical and moral failing on his part.
In what way?
I wrote a whole thing about it on my Discord, but he had the opportunity to provide the public with information about one of the most controversial issues of the early 20th century, 21st century, and instead he spent the entire and he advertised this program, his supposed news program, his supposed information that he's putting out in the world, right? He is someone who is, right, just like me,
Yeah,
acting as someone who's a broadcaster of public information. And
right.
he tells everybody, we're going to do a deep dive and explore the Gamergate conversation and find out what this was. We got someone from each side. And then what does he do? He spends the entire time talking about his YouTube beef with some random guy named Sam Cedar.
Or he goes on to talk about, politics with like Donald Trump or some other political thing that's happening in America right now.
What
Which, yeah,
what Tim Pool did was a miscarriage of journalism. Was it not?
well, I can say, yeah, he didn't, go into a deep dive on Gamergate as he promised. And I don't think the Hat Man really got much of a chance to speak during the entire show. And there were multiple failings on his part, but were they ethical violations? Like, say, for example, was he friends with Brianna Wu or Hat Man and he didn't disclose that? Was there like money being exchanged or favors being exchanged? No, or at least I don't think so. And
In the
sure, he made mistakes, but like what like ethical violations did he exactly make?
Well, I don't know if I'd say it was a journalistic ethics violation in the way that we think about it, at least traditionally. But I do think that, like, as someone who is a broadcaster of information to the world, like and especially given how this event was publicly portrayed and presented, that
Then I think
he probably
you're
does have like a moral obligation, or yeah, he probably does have like a moral obligation to actually like do it well, or
then
to
I
try,
think
or to
your
try.
issue then I think your issue may have been how he conducted the show itself and his lack of coverage on the topic of Gamergate than anything else.
Well, it's not just it could be Gamergate, it could be anything, right? If he was talking about like, okay, we're gonna do a deep dive into the fucking the assassination of Abraham Lincoln, and he talks about it for 30 seconds, then goes 2 hours about internet drama, like that's going to be a miscarriage as well.
Well, like
Like
I said,
not the biggest thing in the world. He should go back and retry and do it later. Like I'm probably gonna write him a letter actually, an email, and tell
and
him
hey, if you
how
want to
bad of
go
a
on his
job he
show
did.
to if you want to go on his show to talk about Gamergate, then I'm for it, man. Go ahead.
Anyway, let's get back to GG.
Hmm.
What do you think of deep freeze?
That was probably one of the most useful tools we had. A place where we can document all of the different ethical violations from different games journalists. Um, from Leigh Alexander to to Stephen Totillo to what's his name, Nathan Grayson, everyone involved.
Some people, we've already talked about this a little bit, but some people thought that Gamergate should end after SBJ Airplay, including our friend Game Diviner in the chat.
And
Be-
I have had many a disagreement with him on that. I've had many a different disagreement. Like imagine you only made it through the first level of, say, Mario, and you just stopped and said, "Okay, we're good. We're done here." You haven't defeated Bowser. You haven't gone through any of the 8 world. You haven't gone through the rest of the 8 worlds. You haven't saved Princess Peach. I know my analogy may be a little long-winded, but we didn't do a proper job. And I get it. There's only so much that a bunch of gamers could do, especially when you don't have the money or power to do so. But at the same time, there was still a lot of stuff that needed to be done. You and I can both agree on that.
yes, if you recall, I was the one who crushed Game Diviner's plan, or at least exposed the plan.
Well, like I said,
But he may have,
the
I mean, let's give him his due. There was probably no way GamerGate. We went a few years after, um, but it was
Few
falling.
years too long, in my opinion.
It was a few years too long.
Yeah. Well, maybe it's because what I desired was for gamers to have the winning KO punch. Sort of similar to how, remember when the head of Gawker was like, "Yeah, we lost a lot of money because Gamergate was bleeding us dry because we were sending like letters to everybody who was sponsoring us." Which getting into that question, yeah, that was one of our only tools that we had. It's not like we had money and power like Elon Musk where we can just buy up these companies and fire whoever we wanted. And if we had to boycott them and inform people about these people and how they don't have their interest at heart, then so be it. We need to do what needs to be done. And
So
I
you,
think we
go ahead.
need to answer Lisa's question or statement. We needed more than just a conversation. We needed a solution. We needed quite a few solutions, in fact. But by the time Gamergate quote unquote ended, there was not much we could do.
But to give Game Diviner his due, there was probably no way that Gamergate could have remained a cohesive unit for longer than it did. And I'd say around, I mean, for me, it seemed like by late 2017, things were really starting to wind down, and people were starting to go their separate ways. And there were the difference between someone like with you, for instance, and someone like me, um, with politics and things like that, it was becoming more and more apparent that there was going to be a divide.
Yeah, yeah. There are a lot of reasons why the consumer revolt fell apart.
Why do you think it did?
Well, the infighting, number one. I think a lot of the time we were busy focusing on fighting ourselves rather than the enemy. And I don't think we had a solid plan to actually solve the problem, which was what I was trying to do the entire time I was there. Figure out a solution so that we could create something better.
Infighting. Let's talk about that. You asked me before I interview you to watch
Mm-hmm.
or read the Titan Post.
Uh-huh.
Well, first off, do you want to describe what you view the Titan Post as being?
Well, the Titan Post was a series of different posts from an anon from think it was I think it was 8chan describing the events of how things were going from late 2014 to 2015. And it was describing everything that was going on and which did happen, by the way. Basically, a lot of the SJWs, or as I call them, PC parasites, what they described what their tactics were, how they did it, and basically how we reacted to it, and some of the strategies that we should have taken in order to start fighting back.
No, hang on.
I don't know.
Just for the timeline purposes, I'm pretty sure the Titan Post came out in like summer of 2015, because it was when GG Revolt formed.
Well, yeah, like I said, it was describing the events between late 2014 and 2015.
Okay.
I never said it came out. Yeah. So, in any case, as for GG Revolt, because at the time, like what I thought they were trying to do was, trying to push back more on the SJW side, but then it just evolved into like, let's troll the shit out of them and see what happens. And I said this to one of them, it won't work. And what happened? It didn't work.
Why do you think this Titan post was important?
I think the Titan post was important because it gave us a glimpse into the strategy of the PC parasites, and it gave some possible solutions as to what we could do to fight back against it. But I think by the time that late 2015 rolled around, I don't think we had it in us.
It seems, from my perspective, reading the Titan post, or while watching the QQ's video on it, apparently for the second time, I believe I saw it contemporaneously, but didn't make a big deal out of it. But it seems like the whole thing was basically just cover for this idea that you need to get rid of the moderates, and that's exactly the strategy that the GG Revolt adopted, which is why their board
What
completely fell apart within a matter of weeks.
what do you mean by that?
They talk at length in the article about how everyone is a shill from the inside, a zombie who's trying to corrupt GamerGate because they're
Hold
all
on,
left wingers.
wait a
I
minute.
mean, basically, right? That's what this was.
Wait a minute. I remember that part. And there was one specific person that was acting that way, and that was Acid Man. And that's how he was controlling one of the boards at the time.
No, they criticize several a few specific individuals, but they also talk about the not just Acid Man and his moderation policies, which like you can agree or disagree with him, but they also talked at length in the post about zombies, all these people who are coming in and infecting the movement.
The masses of zombies, that that was who they were describing as SJWs, not moderates. The Titan Post even said it itself.
They talk about, well, they say anyone who only cares about ethics, anybody who's not a culture warrior. I mean, they didn't say the culture warrior part, but I think that's very much how the GG Revolters took it.
I think, okay, that part, from what I remember, they were describing ethics cucks. And basically they were describing how they were describing a person who only cared about ethics but didn't care about any of the other corruption that was going on.
And it wasn't just that, dude. The whole thing, just over and over and over again, it's talking about how the enemy is within. The enemy are the people within our movement who are more moderate, who are ethics cucks, who don't believe that we should be spurging out all over the place with spaghetti everywhere. People
And
who
I
weren't
agree,
anonymous.
they shouldn't be spurging. And at the same time, like I said, I told one of them, trolling everybody is not going to work.
But it seems like we kind of tried. Well, not we, but like some people did try this strategy. GG Revolt tried something like your strategy.
Well, it's not my strategy. I'm not the one who made it.
Okay, sorry, but it's the strategy that you think was interesting to explore.
Yeah, it was interesting to explore, but by the time Gamergate was ending, it really didn't matter at that point. And say it was, to some degree successful. How long do you think it would have lasted? Adopting all the counter strategies and everything else. How long do you think it would have lasted?
I mean, I don't know what you want me to answer with.
Well,
I,
hey, if you don't know, you don't know. But honestly, I think the Titan Post was an interesting piece of history. I think it was a good way to. I think it was a way for somebody who was anonymous, to explain the strategy of the SJWs and some possible solutions for how we could fight back against it. And maybe that's an important piece of history to you. Maybe it's not.
no, I think it is actually an important part of history, and Game Diviner thinks it is too. I believe he's mentioned that he mentioned that I should check this out and see what read it, and I did, and it represents partly it represents a part of history, but more I think in two different ways. One, it represents the sort of GG Revolt thing. What happened with GG Revolt? Um, and then two, it represents how some people were thinking about this stuff at the time. And I think that that's kind of important. Sure.
But I think, but more to that, and I'm going to be genuinely honest. Well, not like I haven't been genuinely honest before, but that Titan Post was what kept me going, even at my lowest point. At my lowest point, when I thought there couldn't be anything that could be done, there's no solution to the problem, there was nothing that can be done by myself or other gamers. That one post kept me going.
And if that inspired you in a good way, then I think that's great. Well, I don't know. I think it's good to have things that inspire people. But Captain Carbine, do you think are you happy in life?
Well, with my own life,
Yeah.
I can't complain too much. There are things that I'm fine with, things that could be better. Am I happy with things that are going on in the game industry, in games journalism, in the gaming sphere entirely? No. There's a lot of problems that I have, which is why I do what I do, which is why I'm trying to find a solution, even if I have to be the last one to do it.
Do you know something I've noticed, and maybe it's because I'm more of a retro gamer. I mostly play older games, but I stopped following gaming stuff for a while. I mean, I still play games, but I play older games mostly. And it seems like the industry, yeah, it's got a lot of problems. Obviously there's major corruption in games journalism, but like localization practices like seem like they've actually gotten better. Like since Fire Emblem Fates and Tokyo Mirage Sessions, like the disasters that those games were when they were localized,
Mhm.
it seems like the massive pushback to that actually did kind of actually result in them changing their practices. And now, like I'm sure there's still some stuff that gets localized horribly, but it's not on the same level as it was, where they're taking out like like a third of the game or half the game, like Ace Combat 3, or they're censoring almost everything, like you saw with Fire Emblem Fates. They're even taking out mini games and all this other stuff too. Like it
Well,
seems like
what do
it
you think
has
about
genuinely
games
gotten
like
better, actually.
what do
And
you think about more recent games like, say, Dokapon Kingdom was just re-released on the Switch? There's a lot of stuff that they censored in that, like be it articles of clothing or like stuff like that.
yeah, maybe it hasn't gotten better. I don't know. But like my perception as someone who's not super plugged in is that like it seems like I don't encounter it as much. But maybe that's because I'm not playing the same kind of games.
And I mean,
So
hey,
I could
you
be
do
way
you,
wrong. I
man.
could be way wrong, dude. I could be way wrong. But also,
I'm not. I'm.
also
I'm not
like,
saying that you are. Like there's still at least some of that stuff going on. Translate mistranslations for ideological reasons, censorship when it comes to certain characters, or changing the model, or changing certain models to suit an ideological purpose, or some stuff, or something like that.
but also I'm like,
That's
I'm not like super
good.
pessimistic on the industry either. Like I don't like on in terms of development. Like I think there's a lot of problems, but like most of those problems aren't related to like the what you call the PC parasites, right? The social justice stuff. There, like, I think that the social justice stuff like actually does have some problems the way it affects games, mostly in regards to people don't know how to write good characters, and they put it in they write these really bad ham-fisted characters in many cases. I do think that's like actually a real issue that we like probably should be able to discuss in a society without being labeled as a bigot or a monster or whatever the fuck. Because like they really don't know how to write characters, and they don't know how to write like characters who are um not straight white men either. Like they're so worried about, I guess, the current environment maybe, that they don't know how to do it well. And so they do it in very poor ways. I think that's like a real thing. But like that's like not really like the main issues that like I'm worried about with gaming. Like the main things that I'm worried about is well, when as long as there's no censorship involved, like whatever. Let's say that new game comes out and like one of the characters in the game is a poorly written trans character. Like, okay, like whatever. Like that's not going to like take away from my experience like some huge amount probably. If there's some minor character like Mass Effect Andromeda. Like who cares, right? Really, who cares?
But like, what do you think is more important? Representation, or actually making like a good character?
Good characters, I agree. But at the same time, like I don't make my whole life this ideological struggle against the social justice warriors, bro.
And here's the
Like
thing.
I'll just criticize them whenever I see the bad writing.
The vast majority of people do not care for a character that looks like them. Hell, an anecdotal example, if you don't mind, most of the heroes that I look up to don't look like me. Be it Luke Skywalker, Indiana Jones, any character from Lord of the Rings that you could possibly think of, Spider-Man, Superman, Captain America, who else? The Hulk, Wonder Woman, any major superhero that you could possibly think of. Most of them don't look like me, but I don't care. You want to know why? Because I care about more about what they do as a character than what they look like. And it's always been that way. People want characters that they can understand and resonate with.
Yeah,
They want,
I agree. I agree, dude. I don't disagree with you here. Sorry, please continue.
yeah. So as I was saying, they want characters that they can understand and reason with. If they just so happen to be gay or black or a woman, great, fantastic. But the reason why we're seeing like a whole bunch of problems today is because they put representation first. There was a story I wanted to tell you before. Do you remember a game from the PS3 called Starhawk?
No, I didn't. I never actually had a PS3, so
Oh, you're in for a treat, buddy. If you can emulate that game, oh, you're in for something special. But I don't remember the guy's name, but they asked him a question of the main character, Emmett Graves. Why did you make him a black character? Were you trying to um, make some sort of statement? And he said, no, we weren't. We had multiple designs for Emmett Graves, multiple variations and versions when we were creating the concept for him. And this is what we chose. And in the end, I played Starhawk. And the game was great. The fact that Emmett Graves was black didn't matter to me. He was a great character, a character with a checkered past, a character with complications, and different like thoughts and feelings on the whole situation, considering the blue gold rush. And that was fantastic to me. And sure, there are other black characters that I like. Jax from Mortal Kombat, Zos Lamel, who's a fantastic character, who started off as a villain in Soul Calibur 3 and became a hero by Soul Calibur 5. Who else could I possibly think of? Barrett from Final Fantasy 7. Awesome guy. Um, if you remember the Advent Children movie when he was played by Mr. T, that was freaking awesome. I loved it so much. Um, who else? Who else could I possibly think of? Oh boy. Um.
no, I mean, I did.
Oh yeah,
Good.
Birdie from the Street Fighter series, Street Fighter Alpha series. He was a pretty cool character. There's like a pretty long list, but I like them for the content of the character, not the color of their skin. And you know what? For me to be saying this, I guarantee you that if Martin Luther King were to be looking at us from above right now, he'd probably be rolling in his grave.
He'd be a GamerGator.
And there's a term I don't. You notice the entire time I never said GamerGator. Why do you think that is?
Well, because you believe that it shouldn't be seen as identity. You're just a gamer.
Exactly. Terms like GamerGator or what else do they use? Pro GamerGate were terms that they use to try and divide the consumer revolt against itself.
And look, I understand. Like, that's a part of the Titan post, right? They talk about don't use GamerGator, don't use Pro GamerGate, don't use these labels. Just call yourself a gamer, call yourself a person. Don't adopt labels like this. That was very much so. I get it. Like, dude, there's parts of the Titan post that aren't crazy, but there's some parts too that are also kind of nuts, man. Or not? Yeah, I mean, basically, yeah. And like, if you could have the good without the bad, that'd be fine.
Honestly, I don't take the good without the bad. You have to take it as a whole, right? And if you believe that the Titan post had some crazy stuff in it, sure, fine, all right. And I can tell you about the good stuff that inspired me to continue doing what I do. But I'm
Tell me about
not
the good
gonna.
stuff.
Okay, well, number one, like we discussed, we we shouldn't adopt, pro GG or I literally just said it, GamerGator as an identity, because it was a way for us to divide the gamers who were involved in the consumer revolt and separate them from the other gamers. So the PC parasites could be like, hey, you're a gamer, but you're not like one of those pesky gamer gators, right? You're not pro GG, right? You're a good boy. Such a good boy. There was that part. I think some of the the strategies involved were like interesting if we had the time to implement it, or if people were still willing to keep going. Sure, maybe. And I think some things like the synergetic synthesis part, that was the part where like the artists were involved, the musicians were involved. GamerGate Sings was a prominent example of this. Um, the Vivian James art, all that Vivian James art was huge example of synergetic synthesis, and just
Well,
basically
do you want
all
to
the stuff that
do
we
you want
were
to
creating at the time.
do you want to define synergetic synthesis?
Uh, it's complicated. But if I were to try and put it in layman's terms, it's basically the phenomenon, the black swan phenomenon, that brings us together to create stuff. Not only create stuff, but help us bond. It strengthened our bond, and it also helped us to create things that would help us push back, whether it be mocking them through Gamergate Sings, who controls the feminists? Who calls gamers terrorists? We do. Or making, the Vivian James Flash games. We bonded over that, both before and after that. And people to this day, including yourself, still remember that. That was good for us.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it was good. I agree. I don't disagree with you there. I don't remember that being in the Titan post though. If it was, QQ didn't include it in his video. I don't think. Or I'm like
Yeah,
way
you did.
missing.
It was at the end.
Oh, I missed the last 5 minutes, so I saw most of it. I'm a very busy guy, dude. Okay, I
I
still have to
know, I
watch the
know.
doc. I still have to watch the Airplay documentary too. I've only seen the first 30 minutes of
By
that.
the way, do you have like as a side note, do you have the any copies of the Airplay live streams themselves?
They're on YouTube still.
Yeah, I know, but like I downloaded them, so I kept them on record.
Ah, no, I need to
So,
download them at some point. Do you have the conventions that I did? Arch
conventions.
Anime and Natsucon, because I've lost those.
I don't think so. I'm sorry, man. There were a lot of things that I have archived, and to be honest, there was a lot more I should have archived. There was this one guy. There was this one guy I remember during the time that GamerGate Sings was coming out. He was a rapper, and some of and the songs that he made were hilarious. I remember this one song that he made where it was called Terrorist, and in the beginning there was this skit of like a guy who was like a PC parasite or an anti-gamer, and he's like, "Terrorist, wait, what? You're a terrorist. I'm a gamer, you idiot. Exactly, you're a gamer, so you're a terrorist." That was hilarious. And for some reason, I can't find his stuff anymore. It's either buried or deleted, and I can't find anymore. And I am kicking myself to this day that I didn't download that shit.
Yeah, no, I regret, dude. I'm part of the problem. I deleted everything because like a few years ago, after this shit basically was over, for me at least, um, I wanted to like live a normal life and like I graduated college and I wanted to, not have this shit come up and being like, well, what about this GamerGate thing in a job interview or something, dude? Like, oh fuck, my life's over. But like, it's because like the media lied so much about us back then, and I had my real name out there.
Fair enough, man. But that was also, and this is why the Titan Post also like talked about anonymity for a multitude of different reasons. Number one, you don't put a target on your back, and number two, like you can say things without having to be really punished for it, even though a lot of the websites did try to crack down on it, but but if you were like cutting down on your identity, and if you were sorry, if you were trying to avoid using identity politics and avoiding that strategy, then nothing the enemy did could really hurt you because you're an anon. And that's something I learned along the way. I learned the value in anonymity. At while at the same time, you don't know who that person is on the other side of the screen. They also don't know who you are, and you may have to do a little probing and prodding in your conversations to figure out what kind of person that they are. But that's okay, because who knows? Maybe you'll find someone who's genuine, or maybe you'll find someone who's an asshole. Who knows? Well, yeah, Game Diviner. It was a complex post.
Yeah. Yeah, I get like look, I understand. Like I don't think like it's I think that there's interesting aspects to the post, but unfortunately it just seems like so much of it was focused on this division in trying to destroy gamer trying to take Gamergate and force it in a certain direction, and also to try and like purge people who the post thought were bad. But like there's
As if that
also
wasn't as if that wasn't happening already.
I mean, we we purged the GG Revolt people, but I feel like they had to be, dude. They had to be. And maybe you disagree. Were you GGR?
No, I wasn't. But yeah, GG Revolt definitely just devolved into troll everyone and see what happens.
Oh, what did you say? I didn't hear it, dude. Sorry.
Sorry?
Oh, sorry. You cut out right when you were saying and see what happens. So
No, I said it devolved into let's troll everyone and see what happens.
I mean, basically, yeah. Which, like, I think there's value in having like an alternative voice from the mainstream GG communities, but that when you're actually harassing people and you're fucking with people all the time, like, dude, you can't do that. You can't do that shit, dude. That's the stuff. And they were also like super far right. A lot of them were, and so it's like, no, dude, just fuck it. We're gonna get rid of you because, like, dude, they were insane. They were legit bad actors. Do you disagree?
Well, there was a conversation I had it with some of them. There was myself, Thydran, Gate and Satan, Mitch, who else was there? John Kelly was there, in fact. What am I missing? Oh yeah, JT Vega, and we were having a back and forth, and we were, you know, having a conversation on what we should do to find a solution, and Thydran was arguing with me about why some of us, or some of the gamers, went after Game Diviner or Sargon of Akkad. And I asked them, why did you go after them? And from what I remember, from what I remember, what is it that exactly said? From what I remember, they were basically it was during the time when Game Diviner and Sargon were trying to end everything. And I get it. You didn't want the hashtag to end, but you didn't have to attack them over it. You didn't need to do that. You could disagree with them and have a conversation as to what to do. And as we got further and further and further down that conversation, and I'm glad JT Vega was there because he was a damn good moderator for that conversation.
I'm interviewing him too, JT Vega and Thydra.
Great. Good. Interview them both, for sure. And from what could have been a meaningless argument turned into a legit conversation. And I really do mean legitimate conversation about some of the problems that we were facing and what we could do to solve them. And Thydran may disagree with what I was proposing at the time, but at the same time, we had to do something. Because the way GamerGate ended didn't sit right with me at all.
How did it end?
You know the old saying, it ended with a whimper, not a bang.
I was thinking the same thing actually, but yeah.
That's basically how I saw it ending. And like I said, my desire was for the gamers to have the KO punch. I wanted GamerGate to end with a bang. I wanted gamers to be victorious. I wanted gamers to find a solution so that we could fix whatever problems we were having. Whether it be games journalism, with the invasion of PC parasitism, whatever. And from there, we can go further to fix other problems in the gaming industry. Be it microtransactions, DRM, whatever have you not. We had an opportunity to open up the gaming industry to even more criticism, legitimate criticism. And we lost it. I don't think there will ever be another opportunity such as GamerGate that would have granted gamers the opportunity to fix what was in their own backyard. Not unless they do it. Not unless, I don't know, they do it individually and over time, or there may be another black swan phenomenon like what we had before. But I don't think we'll ever see it happen.
I was talking with Hatman. Was it last night or 2 days ago?
Yeah, it was the previous interview before mine.
Yeah.
But I wasn't there for that. I was working at the time.
Well, I was talking with him, and I told him too, because he's at the very end. It was a beautiful moment, actually. I'm really proud of that moment. I went on like a mini speech about Gamergate, but Hatman said he would do it all over again, and I agree. I would do it all over again too. And it was like it was a moment of time. It really was. You had to have been there. It was. We'll probably never see anything like this ever again in human history. Maybe we will. I don't know. But like maybe like 10,000 years. But like this was very much a moment in time.
But
And
you know what? even if Gamergate Part 2 happened, guess who would be there at the front lines? Me.
Well, you see, also, I was talking with my friend in real life too about Gamergate 2. Like if there were a Gamergate 2. And the thing is, like, Gamergate 1 was so great because it was this completely organic thing, and it really was like mostly egalitarian, classical liberal people in it. And I don't, if a Gamergate 2 happened, I feel like it would just be like a bunch of right-wing social justice warriors who
Don't you
don't,
mean moral justice warriors?
I mean, whatever you want to call them, but like it really would be. Like, see, this is what I wanted to talk about too. Um,
Yeah.
I don't like,
I'm sorry, like GD was like Gamergate 2, Electric Boogaloo.
yeah, but like, dude, Gamergate 2, if it happened, if there was a Gamergate 2, like it probably would be a bunch of like anti-woke people, like the fucking like the people who all it would just be a bunch of Trump supporters, and they'd be like 20% of them would be liberal maybe, but like in Gamergate it was like the opposite. It was about it was about the other way around. So I don't know if I'd be comfortable working in an environment like that in a group like that, especially since they probably wouldn't hold the same values. They'd probably be censorious just on the other side. Like, dude, this is the thing too. These a lot of the same people. Or hang on, let me reword this because I don't think it was the same people. But the social justice warriors, how they so I don't like the diversity. The I don't like the way diversity is often done in media. I feel like they actually do a pretty bad job in some cases, and they're like afraid to make minority characters or female characters fail, and so they end up creating like Mary Sue characters. I think that's like this is like a real problem. It's like it's overplayed, but it's like a real problem in Hollywood and gaming. Like there are very few creators who seem to like know what their fuck they're doing, and there's a lot of like half-assed attempts at doing diversity and
And you know
writing
what?
good characters.
All,
But hang
yeah.
on, I do want to add because I think this is the part where we might have some interesting discussions. But there's also I noticed this with the first time I saw this really was I think Mass Effect Andromeda. When the trailer came out, the comments on YouTube, if you remember, every single like all the top comments pretty much were all like anti SJW types whining and bitching and moaning about, "Oh my god, the game's too diverse." They were literally saying this. This looks like a game made by liberals for liberals, things like this. And because it was
Honestly,
too diverse, quote unquote. And people
from
lost
what
their
I've
goddamn
seen,
minds.
from what I've seen in pop culture thus far, it's the opposite. Have you watched Mobile Suit Gundam: The Witch from Mercury?
I've only seen Seed and Seed Destiny.
Okay. Well, if you want, there's numerous other Gundam shows that I can recommend, but we'll do that after the show.
Well, everyone says
But
that Seed's like the worst one. So
oh no, not like
or
Seed
it's
is far from the worst. Hell no.
okay.
I
All right,
mean,
fair.
sure, you can make the argument that Seed has flaws. Yeah, sure,
But
I
dude,
agree
it's
with you. Seed has flaws, but is it the worst one? No, there's worse ones than Seed. Come on.
the problem with fucking Seed Destiny, at least, and maybe this is probably all had, is like the characters are mostly boring, except the bad guys are really cool. The bad guys are more like fucking Gilbert, dude. He's like one of the greatest villains of all time.
Gilbert Durandal.
Yeah, holy shit, dude. And then that reveal, no spoilers, no spoilers. But like, dude, that
My
was
lips are sealed.
yeah, dude.
My
I've
lips
seen
are
it,
sealed.
but
I'm not saying
I don't
shit.
want to ruin it for the people in the book or the audience watching. Because oh,
But
dude,
like,
that. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah. But getting more to the point, when Gundam: The Witch from Mercury came out, there was a big deal about, oh, like the main character is female. It's a female Gundam pilot who's the main character, even though it's been done before. Christina McKenzie, who else? Rain Mikamura, who else? Cecily Fairchild, like numerous women who I can think of that have piloted Gundams, who are also main characters. And when it came out, everything was good. Everything was okay so far. The main character was an absolute bunny rabbit who I loved and adored. And by the middle, there was a lot of people saying, "Oh my god, there's a lot of blood and death." And all the Gundam fans, including myself, were like, "Welcome to Mobile Suit Gundam. People die. Welcome to the war stories." What was really interesting was by the end, the ending, basically it was just all over the place. But it really showcased who was a legitimate Gundam fan and who wasn't. Because the Gundam fans were like, hey, Witch of Mercury was all right. It was all over the place, and it could have been a lot better. And as for the rest, they were complaining that Namco Bandai retracted the ending and left, and they were like, whether that's Miorine and Suletta, the main character's name, whether Suletta and Miorine were married, just leave that up to interpretation. And oh boy, the parasites were screaming, "Witch of Mercury was ours! It was ours! We got our representation! We got homosexual marriage!" I'm like, if that is all you care about, like, really, you need to honestly think about why you want to get into Gundam, if that is all you damn well care about. Because the other fans like me, we cared about the mech design, we cared about the story, which wasn't that great, and honestly, it could have been better. There were some characters that were good and it actually had potential. Like, for example, the Earth Witches, Sophie Plune and Nora Dunok, were basically child soldiers who knew nothing but war. And the reason why one of them, basically, she had dolls set up in a tea set, was because she wanted a family. She had no one except Nora and all the other mercenaries in her group as family. And Nora, she had such a hatred for the people of Earth that the only way to keep her from going insane was drawing. And she was a really damn good artist. There were characters like that who had depth and potential, and those characters were wasted. And one of the antagonists, not necessarily a villain, but antagonist, was Gil Jeterk. Excuse me if I butcher his name, but he was the character that had the most potential, because he started off being an absolute asshole to Miorine, to Suletta, to everyone else. He fell from grace, ended up on a battlefield he didn't belong in after he was exiled, killed his father by accident, and experienced the grueling, horrible aspects of actual warfare. And this is when Gundam The Witch from Mercury was at its best. When it was showcasing actual warfare and showcasing the horrors of war. The duels didn't matter. The classroom setting didn't matter. Hell, even the business politics didn't even matter that much. The actual warfare was when Gundam The Witch from Mercury was shining, and it shone bright. But no, all you care about is my representation. Really just goes to show certain people's priorities, huh?
Well, we had a question from Miss Sonata, which is that are you okay if there was? Well, let me rephrase the question because I think obviously you're fine with. Well, are you fine with more minority representation as long as it's done well?
Exactly. That's the point. That
Yeah.
was the whole point of my example.
No, I know.
So,
That's what she was asking then in the chat too. But that was before you gave your answer. But the thing is, would you be fine with there being an active push for that though? An active push for like, hey, look, black people are 13% of the population, but there's only like 4% of game care. I don't fucking know. I'm making shit up. But like, if someone like ran a study on that and was like, oh, it looks like they actually are underrepresented, would you be fine with there being a push to increase it as long as it was done well?
that has to come from the heart of the creators themselves. You can't just force something like that. You can't force like diversity like that. You, remember how I told you the story of Starhawk and how they created a black character that was within the creative vision.
Well, can part of the creative vision though for some creators be the diversity? Like for instance, 1960s Star Trek comes out and they have a mixed race crew and they have someone who's a Russian on the main crew. Right, so they have a Russian, a Japanese person. We just got out of war with Japan. We were in a Cold War with Russia, and we had an African American woman serving as an officer. Right, like that
If it
was.
was written, if it was written well, and you didn't force people to like make it just because, sure, and it works within the if it works within the confines of Star Trek, because let's be honest, Star Trek from the beginning had a pretty diverse cast, be it like humans, aliens, whatever have you not. So long as it doesn't, so long as it's not the primary focus, and it works within the creative vision of the story that you're trying to tell, then sure, why not? But you're not just gonna be like for example, like say Wizards of the Coast, who changed Aragorn's skin to black just because.
Well, I mean,
No,
wouldn't
make original content.
it seems though like people use the word forced diversity to criticize a lot of stuff. And like, how do you know if it was quote unquote forced? And like, what does that mean?
Well, for example, like when you take established characters and make them gay, or race swap them, or gender bend them, or just change them into something that would never they would never be, or make them do things that they would never do. For example, you make Iceman gay. When was Iceman gay before all this? Or when was Jane Foster Thor? Or when was what's another prominent example that I can think of?
Miles
Ugh.
Morales?
Miles Morales?
But he's a different character though than Peter Parker.
He
And
is, but
everyone says that I've heard
he is. And
says that they did a
here's the
good job
thing.
with his character, but I'm not seeing the movies.
And here's the thing. Miles Morales is good as his own character. But honestly, he needs a name to separate himself from Peter Parker, not Spider-Man. And I think they gave him a name at one point, Black Spider? I think they called him Black Spider at one point. Look it up just in case I'm wrong. But I'm happy calling Alice Spider, give him his own originality, and to separate him from Peter Parker. Original characters that are good. Let them go through the hero's journey like everyone else. And this is the reason why I asked you that question. Why did I ask you the question during that one live stream why Rey was hated and Ahsoka Tano was loved?
I mean, if you're asking me why you asked me a question, we're talking about like years ago. Oh no, you mean in the chat? Oh, I'm about to say, like, if you're asking me about a live stream from like 9 years ago, dude, like shit.
No.
But in the chat, you did say. I don't think like Rey was like super hated necessarily. I think she was just like pretty meh. And
she was hated, and I'll tell you exactly why. Because Rey was basically a character that had little to no flaws and never grew as a character, never changed, never evolved in any sort of way. She was just strong from the beginning. She was skilled from the beginning with no explanation for that. Luke Skywalker could barely lift an X-Wing during his training with Yoda. He was barely able to recall his lightsaber when he was fighting for his life against the Wampa on Hoth. He and Anakin Skywalker, yeah, you can make an argument that he is a skilled pilot for no reason. Sure, I could buy that. And I think maybe there was an explanation for it in the prequels. But what can I say? Pod racing was cool, and a little kid piloting a starship to blow up like a Death Star-like creation was pretty hilarious. But each of those characters went through those heroes' journeys. Ahsoka Tano was no exception. Ahsoka Tano started off as a character that people were confused about because, well, she was a character that broke the canon of
I'm sorry.
the movie.
I sometimes I get like chat brain that I wasn't listening. Did you say that people were throwing X-wings around in The Force Awakens?
What? No.
Okay.
I said.
Okay.
What I said was Luke Skywalker could barely lift an X-wing during his training with Yoda. And yet Rey is somehow able to use Jedi mind trick, a highly advanced Jedi skill with no training and no prior explanation as to how she was able to gain or use that skill, or even battle meditation, which is another advanced technique that can't be used during a fight. So if you're telling me that this is something that's legit, then either you're pulling it out of your ass, or Rey is just one of the most broken characters ever created for no reason. It's not like One Punch Man or an isekai where the whole gag is just played for a joke. Where other characters before her, including Ahsoka Tano, like had to earn everything. And Ahsoka Tano was loved because she was a character that went through a hero's journey where she went through a lot, actually. She went through a lot. She lived, she loved, she learned, and she lost. And she lost a lot by the end of the Clone Wars. To the point where she abandoned the Jedi Temple. Even when her master, Anakin Skywalker, was begging her to stay, she left. Because she felt she didn't belong there anymore. Like, that's what it's all about, man. Watching these characters grow and learn and lose and win. We want to see the journey, not just people beating the shit out of each other and winning every single time. Sure, if you want to make some basic some basic ass story that might be okay for a Saturday morning cartoon at least. But if you want to make a good character, you gotta showcase the journey, man. You gotta showcase how they came to be what they became in the end.
Dude, I fucking hate the Star Wars sequels. I fucking hate them. I really
Why
do.
do you
I want them to be made non-canon, dude. 1,000 for. It's just so, dude. This is a whole. We could go 8 hours just on whether on my feelings on the Star Wars sequels. So like, let's just
like
please.
why do you think I wrote off Disney Star Wars after that? Like the only two good things that ever came out of Disney Star Wars were Jedi Survivor and Jedi Fallen Order. That's it.
I do really
Everything
like.
else,
I do like Andor, Rogue One, and Mandalorian though. Like Andor, I think is like one of like the best television shows I've maybe ever seen in my life. But
I
that's my
mean,
opinion.
people have been arguing to me like, The Mandalorian because it reminds them of Firefly, but that's the problem. I don't want Firefly. I want Star Wars.
I think part of what makes Star Wars good though is that you can tell so many different stories with so many different settings and themes because it's such a big universe.
And you can, but you gotta do it right.
Oh my god, Paulo in the chat just said the 7-part series review series from Red Letter Meter. I just watched that for the first time literally last night and this morning when I wasn't dealing with stupid streamer drama. Fuck you guys, by the way, with your fucking streamer drama. Dude, oh my god. Um, those of you who were involved, Cece knows she wasn't involved, but she knows about it. Oh my gosh, people were losing their minds. Someone was leaking DMs from the group chat and stuff. Oh, I don't want to get into it. Anyway, dude, we're gonna be going like 9 hours. Holy fuck, dude, we gotta wrap this bad boy up soon. We're still in the journalism portion of this interview. We still have
Look,
like
do
six
your
more
thing, man.
sections to go through, dude.
6 more sections. Jesus Christ. Do your thing, man. Do your thing.
Oh my god. Well, so um, I don't know. Look. I obviously there are problems with, from my perspective. Okay, I just want to say this. My point of view is, I think that there are problems with the way people are trying to be like super woke in their movies in a really cringe way. And I don't like it personally as a consumer. I don't think it's the end of the world either. I'm just like, oh, that's really dumb. Okay. And I think that it detracts from the story and from the characters and from creating a better product. But at the same time, dude, I swear, I think the anti SJW people have lost their goddamn minds too, dude. There are so many examples where it seems like they'll just lose their shit over everything. It's like, oh, so any new thing that comes out, there'll be like 20 new anti SJW videos coming out being like, this is the wokest movie of all time, and they overplay it on that end too. And I just don't like any of that stuff. I don't. I don't know what you think about it, but I just don't like that stuff.
Man, like, honestly, it doesn't to me whether no matter how much the right wing may complain about it, like, unless they're doing something. And to be fair, like, the Daily Wire making their own movie network and creating their own content, great. Great, create your own stuff. And this is what I was talking about before. Like, make your own stuff, like, and provide competition to what's already out there because people are starving for that. Great. And shoot, I was distracted by the chat.
Me too.
Shoot, I lost my point. No, come back to me. Come back to me. No. But yeah, like, create your own stuff and provide competition, but don't like force this thing where it doesn't belong. If you have characters that are outside the norm that are actually good characters, great. And you know what? to go back a little bit to Gundam and just finish my point there, I think a character like Suletta Mercury can work. Suletta can work, just not in Witch of Mercury. And same thing can be said for a lot of other characters from Gundam the Witch of Mercury too. But in any case, like I don't think any amount of complaining about the SJWs or the PC parasites or whatever you want to call them is going to change much. As a wise man once said, either you can sit there and talk about it or do something about it. And credit where credit is due to the Daily Wire for putting their money where their mouth is and actually creating content that runs in competition to this. And you know what? Somebody mentioned the Barbie movie. And you know what? They say Ken's the real hero of the movie. I think even Ken misses the point. Even Ken misses the point of the entire movie. But that's neither here nor there.
Well, you mentioned the Daily Wire doing their movies. Like, I think it's good if if there's alternatives to Hollywood. I think that's actually really good. Now, but I also don't want.
Which is exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I think. Oh, I agree. I agree. I think that's good. I think building things is good. Everyone fucking talks about stuff. That's like part of the problem in our society. People talk and talk and talk and talk and they don't do anything. Like that's what I'm doing with this project. I'm doing shit. Like I'm actually. I mean, part of it is like talking with people. Like that's part of the project. But I'm actually like doing shit in the world and making a book out of it. And that's important. Like in Game Diviner talks about building the industry and building the indie gaming scene that we want by making our own games. And other people they made their own stuff. Like Michael Kretzky made fucking Airplay, right? He got so much shit for doing so on both sides, really, and he did it. And people made their own gaming journalism outlets in the wake of GamerGate. And Deep Freeze.
I remember that. I remember that. And you know what? One of them, Porcelain Chips, if you remember her.
I'm interviewing her too, by the way.
Oh, excellent, excellent. But I remember specifically telling her this. For the love of God, please do not make the same mistakes your predecessors did. I'm pretty sure she remembers that. And hopefully she has taken my advice to heart. And she did something legit with it.
Well,
that's my hope anyway.
She's doing some legit stuff, but I can't talk about that. I'll be interviewing her though coming up. We don't have a set date though yet.
All right, that's excellent. Still, if you can do an interview with her, I'm very sure she would be happy to do it. But anyway, getting back into it.
Okay.
Because I know you have a lot to get.
So, to me, GamerGate was about two things: ethics in games journalism and creative freedom. Now, I did criticize social justice warriors. I don't like a lot of the stuff that they do. But that to me is separate from Gamergate, unless they're engaging in censorship of games, which a lot of times they did, so there was a lot of overlap with that. But for you, you keep talking about the PC parasite or whatever. This is cringe language. But okay, PC the social justice warrior people, the PC parasites, whatever you want to call them. Sometimes they would engage in censorship campaigns against games. Were you involved in pushing back against any of that?
Oh hell yeah, I was. Like, who the hell are you to tell anyone what they can and can't create? Oh, to address a point here, yes, Miss Sonata, Ken wasn't Ken enough. But in any case, even break down all of their opinions on how games should be made or how characters should be designed or whatever else, who the hell are you to determine what a game creator can and can't create? I mean, for God's sakes, I was just playing Subverse, if you know that game, not that long ago, on my goddamn Steam Deck, and I've been enjoying the hell out of that game. And yes, that game has flaws, but I'm enjoying the hell out of it for what it is.
So it seems like, and maybe this is where you and I, well, among perhaps other areas, but during Gamergate, perhaps this is where you and I diverge a bit because is your I just want to clarify. I'm not trying to say anything. I'm just trying to clarify. But your opposition to the social justice warriors, you consider that to be a part of you consider that to be a part of Gamergate outside of just when they were corrupt and censoring people, right?
It was intertwined. I mean, think about how the whole thing began. It began with the Zoe post, and some people would argue that it started before that, as far back as 2013. Which I could probably see that, but for what we know, it started off with Nathan Grayson and Joshua Boggs and a whole bunch of people within the industry colluding with Zoe Quinn at the time. And basically how Zoe Quinn was working her way up the industry, whether it be through Nathan Grayson or Joshua Boggs or whatever else, doing well, you know what. But what does that say to other women who want to work in the industry, such as the fine young capitalist who she doxed, by the way?
Well, allegedly, dude, I don't know the finance capitalist stuff enough to like comment on it because I don't really care enough about that specific aspect of the story. But
Well, there was evidence of this, and hell, when I was doing a documentary, which that too got scrapped, by the way, but we had evidence from one of the people involved in the fine young capitalist where she was explaining her whole side of the situation. Matt, I think his name was, yeah. But basically he was explaining how he was talking with Zoe Quinn, and Zoe Quinn had some problem with how the game designers were being paid. And basically she was going on and on about how the contest is unfair, how they weren't getting paid at all for their work, blah blah blah. And then they went back and forth until after the conversation she pretty much doxed the whole organization.
allegedly,
And that's where the other post came in, where Matt said, and I quote, "She fucking doxed me, ruined a competition just for women, declined to clarify what her problem was, and excuse me if I'm butchering the quote, but it happened."
dude,
And so,
link me the evidence on the doxing stuff if you don't mind.
okay, hold on.
No, not right
Let me.
now, but like send it to me later. Dude, I was tired. I stayed up to fucking like almost 1 o'clock at midnight, past midnight, um, dealing with fucking streamer drama, and then that I somehow I wasn't even involved with, but
Uh,
yeah, and then I had to go to fucking work in the morning, and then I was tired. I've been tired all day, so like don't link it to me now, but like link it to me whenever.
sure, will do. So basically, shoot, where was I going with this?
The Matt guy says he got doxxed.
Yeah, he and a whole bunch of other people got doxxed, and it was in a post he made back then. And so he was panicking. He basically didn't know what to do. And of course, after one of the boards from 4chan got involved, they well, with working with Matt and other people, they helped pitch in and they got to design a game character, and that game character resulted in the birth of, you guessed it, Vivian James.
And I believe the game did come out, but was kind of regarded as mediocre, right? Afterlife Empire.
I'm not sure
I've
as
never
to the
played it.
was.
I've never actually played it, but I heard
Hey,
like
don't look at
I
me, man.
I yeah
Your guess is as good as mine.
I heard like, oh, like it's not like the worst thing in the world, but it's not great either. It's just okay. So that's what everyone I talked to said. So I never got it.
I think Vivian James took off more than the game itself.
Oh, 1,000%, dude. 1,000%. Actually, I might own it. Hang on, let me see. I'm gonna check my Steam real quick. I have to play it at some point. I do own it. I do own it. They got a sale from me. I never played it once because I was like, oh, it doesn't look like the games that kind of. It looks like The Sims basically, right? It doesn't look like the kind of game I normally play. I'm pretty sure I just bought it because I'm like, oh, well, Vivian James is in it, so.
And of course, there were other games that came out with her involved after that.
Project Sock, some Flash ones.
Well, the Flash ones for sure. Project Sock. Just yeah, that's what I want to know.
Never came
Miss
out,
Sonata.
but okay.
What was the game called where Vivian James was first featured in? The one from the Fine Young Capitalists?
I thought that was Afterlife Empire, right? Am I wrong?
Afterlife Empire?
I'm pretty sure that was Afterlife Empire.
Afterlife Empire.
That's the one I own. I'm pretty sure that's what it
Yep,
was.
that's it. There it is. It's Afterlife Empire. There it is. So yeah, in any case, uh so yeah, basically the Zoe post, the Fine Young Capitalist, that's what kicked it all off. And a lot of the stuff, be it the ethical side of things and the and the social justice side of things, they were intertwined. That's how it all began. And all it took was a few pissed off gamers to showcase everything, and then everyone joined in the bandwagon.
What do you think about the argument of video games causing or reinforcing sexist attitudes?
How is that any different, literally, from Jack Thompson's argument of video games cause violence, which has to be one of the biggest scapegoats you could ever pull out of your ass?
Well, someone might say that the everything in the world can influence your perspective on things to some degree. Like if you read a really thoughtful book and you're like, wow, that book changed the way I think about X subject. And then you're like, wow, I play a video game. And that video game was so an in-depth experience that I've changed my perspective on the way I think about that thing. Like, has it ever happened to you with a movie or anything?
Well, changing my thought, maybe, but saying it causes me to be violent or sexist, you
That's
you
a stupid
really have to
yeah.
stretch there, buddy, for that.
But like they would say that like they would say that like any normal person, I guess, would be able to. No, be fuck, dude. I don't know. I don't think. This is such a weird way of thinking about humans, though. Like that's the problem. Because like when I watch a
The
movie, I'm not
way,
like, oh boy, I'm gonna like mindlessly take in everything in the film and like nobody operates that way, right? Like
like, sure,
it's such
people
a
can think about certain things. People may be inspired by certain things, but to say that video games cause sexism, much much less actual real world violence, when stats show that violence has gone down. Violence has gone down because of video games, if anything. And yet here you are trying to create a narrative of the opposite when the evidence says otherwise.
An anti-gamer gator's in the chat, Miss Sonata. She's been following this project very closely.
An
Um,
anti-gamer, huh?
well, I don't know if she's anti-gamer, but she
That's what we used
has
to
a.
call them back then.
That's what maybe you used to call them back then. Um,
No, there was a mundane Matt video where he asked the question, should we call the SJWs anti-gamer? And a lot of people agreed with it.
yeah, I'm sure they did. She says getting people to commit violence is different from convincing them that sexism is okay. That's what she says.
If you're still getting people to commit violence and convincing them that sexism is okay, you have to have some level of influence for that. And if you're honestly saying that games somehow have the power to influence people to be sexist by themselves, like really, like what? Like you honestly think that?
What they would say, they would say that there are millions of different factors that go into the way people think about topics. And like one small aspect of that factor of that could be like, okay, it could be like 20,000 different things. And some of those, most of those things are real life things. But like that the video games that have the big tittied girls or whatever in them, that they, or not just that, but that a portrayal of a female character in a way that is a trope that is negative
That's
would
the problem.
would
That's on them.
that
Like
that, that
I've
no,
been
hang on, I'm way too tired to be fucking doing this shit. But um, to be doing like the super deep argumentation, but they would say that okay, so everything impacts your world to some extent, like, and that's gonna be real life stuff. It's gonna be work. It's gonna be school. It's gonna be religion. It's gonna be 30 different factors that you encounter in any given minute, like what you are seeing and hearing and your perception of the world, and then like one of the things that you perceive as a part of that broader narrative of the world, that conscious experience we call life, one of those things is video games, and that those video games can to some extent in their view cause you to become more sexist or racist or evil or whatever the fuck they think, right?
in
They
what
would say,
way?
because they would say that you sit there and you play Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball and you think of the woman as a sexual object in the game, the fictional character, right? But it's still right. The female character in the game, you think of them as a sexual object, and then that in combination with 30,000 other different factors throughout your life could influence your view to make you think of women more as sexual objects in the real world. That's what they would say, right?
I would tell them to blow it out their ass. I literally just like I said, I literally just played Subverse not that long ago. And basically I enjoyed the game for what it was. I don't think of women any less than how I view myself. If you're honestly saying to me that I think of women any less because I played a game with big titties, big ass, sex, and all that, all that stuff, you really need to rethink your
Okay.
ideology, my guy.
Well, hey, Miss Sonata, how well did I do framing that? I know I was kind of rambly, but when I framed it towards the end, was that a good framing for the question? That there's all these different factors and that video games are one factor, and that could is that a good anti-Gamergate argument from the
But
perspective of
like,
anti-GGO?
hold on,
Just put
I
that out
want a
there.
follow-up question to that. Is that any excuse for changing characters because they could be perceived as a certain type of way? For example, when you slap on a sports bra to Tifa because you got a problem with her titties jiggling everywhere, or if you decrease the breast size of female Mortal Kombat characters like Sonya Blade or Kitana or Melina or
It's a
or
travesty
Scarlet.
against our boner culture.
But like, is that any excuse for that? Is that any excuse for that whatsoever? Sure, you can have characters with smaller tits and smaller ass. You can have fatter characters. I've played as some of them, and I don't mind that. But like, do you have? Is it worth really changing an artistic vision just for that? But just because of some person's perception or dumbass sensibilities?
Well, they think that it harms people in real life. That's why they are
And that's
opposed.
their problem. That's on them. If you look, there are people in the world who are blessed, who got everything in terms of looks, and some people don't. Does that mean we should think of them any less because we played a certain video game? No. Hell, I've played some of those characters and I was fine. You you don't need. This is exactly why I have a problem with changing established characters, especially for ideological reasons. There's no reason for it. If you honestly, like, if you honestly just want to do it because of more representation, well, here's the problem. Some women are blessed like that. Have you met Kaho Shibuya? Have you met Anrio Kita? Oh, and my personal favorite, have you met Hitomi Tanaka? Don't you think those people deserve some representation too if you want to take it there? Hmm? Or is it no, is it just the people we want to represent and not everyone? It's either you represent everyone across the board or you don't. Put your money where your goddamn mouth is. And like, even then, if you want to take it that far, it's it's very extremely difficult to do because you're not going to get everyone.
You know, I like games that are like that sometimes. Like I like a wide variety of games, but dude, I like my sexy big titty anime girl games too. And you know what? I'm not a fucking sexist. And but like so the thing that the anti GG position on this is like, dude, like people are fucking human. Like even if there's so many different factors, like even if it were true that that playing this game could influence 1 in 10,000 people to become more sexist or whatever, right? Even if that were the case, I'd be like, who gives a shit, dude? We live in like a free society, and you should be able to do whatever the fuck you want as long as you're not harming other people. And I don't think that like someone becoming 2% more sexist, 1 out of every 10,000 people or something becoming 2% more sexist because they get really obsessed with anime titty games or whatever. I don't think that that's a major issue in our society. And like, but then they would push back and say it's not just the titty games, it's all games, right? They would say that it's when you play Lara Croft in Tomb Raider that the representation of how Lara Croft is that's going to influence how you think about women in the real world too. It's not just the most controversial examples, right?
Oh yes, and I suppose I would think from playing the original Tomb Raider series that I would think women are all these badass dungeon diving women with dual wielding capabilities that can just basically cap her ass at any time.
Paulo is challenging me to name some titles. I'm not like huge into this scene anymore, but I literally did a group playthrough with my friends. We didn't ever actually beat the game. We actually didn't get very far at all. Of Eve Burst Error. Go look that up.
Eve Burst Error.
It's a
Hmm.
it's a it's a Japanese visual novel. Um, yeah, Eve Burst Error on the Sega Saturn. But we played a basically a web browser version of it because there's a fan translation people made. But look up the trailer for that, and
Hmm.
yeah,
Interesting.
we never got very far. But we had like 6 people in real life trying to play this visual novel. it was kind of a shit show, but you know what? It was fun, and there's we 2 different characters, so you switch between Marina, who's like this special agent, and this down on his luck detective guy whose name I forget. But you switch between those two, and like the two stories are interlinked. But anyway,
Hmm.
yes,
Interesting.
I like me my titty games from time to time.
Yeah, and there's a place for that. And hey, if you my big problem is, and I've been expressing this the entire time, you don't need to change established characters. And you can make the argument, yeah, sure, in the case of Mortal Kombat, the women had varying breast sizes from classic Mortal Kombat to Mortal Kombat 9 when they were at their biggest till now when they reduced the breast size again. Sure, fine, okay. But do you need to go on changing characters because you feel some type of way or you want to be represented in some type of way?
All right. Well, we've already talked about the lines between criticism and censorship, so I'm just going through the question list. Do you have any thoughts on the removal of content from? Well, we already talked about that too.
Yeah, we got
S-
at length about that.
yeah, some dude, it's fucking bullshit, dude. Like Ace Combat 3, you still can't even fucking play it in the West. Now, supposedly, I looked into it a little bit. Um, there was a group that did like a fan translation. It just came out like maybe like a year or two ago. Um, but it's like, oh, you have to own like the game itself, a physical copy of the game. Then you have to like modify your PlayStation 1. And I'm like, no, dude, this is like way too much fucking effort. Like this is way
Honestly,
too much fucking effort.
honestly, man, you're better off just emulating. It's way easier, even just for like translating everything. Um, it's way easier like to emulate the game because once you have it and you download it and you get the mods for it, you're good to go. I'm trying to do emulation on my Steam Deck with certain games, and if I can take some of those games with me on the go, I am be golden. Especially Virtual On, which is one of my top video games of all time. And we're gonna get to my favorite game with the final question. Don't you worry.
Oh yeah, well that's not going to be the final one, but it's going to be close to it. You are correct.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Some critics argue that GamerGate was mostly or entirely right wing. Do you think that is accurate?
Hell no. Hell no. Like you had people from like from various different backgrounds. Some of them were right wing, some of them were left wing. Like some of them like came from different parts of the world. Like you'd be surprised how many people from say like China or Japan were getting in on this shit. Like do you and like even then they had like varying degrees of politics. And I know one of the questions is if Gamergate was mostly comprised of like straight white men. No. Like I said, hashtag not your shield was very effective for that specific reason.
Do you want to talk about your political views or philosophy?
Well, like I said, man, like I don't trust either the right wing or the left wing, especially after everything that's happened. If you literally, if you give me a political compass test and there's like an I don't know button, my brain would just be like, ooh, and I don't give a fuck button, and just press that shit rapid fire.
So, yes, I do want to talk about some of the language you use, like enemy. Is that how you see people?
Well, you have to know who your enemies are in life, my guy. There's like if you are the type of person that went around with no enemies in life, even to the smallest degree, you must have had like the happiest childhood imaginable, my guy. But yeah, everyone's got enemies. Not all people are going to get along with each other. Especially after this point, after everything was said and done with Gamergate, I would say that gamers and social justice warriors, anti gamers, PC parasites, whatever have you not, have a very unpleasant history.
You know, I don't think I have any enemies in life.
Then,
I
like
mean,
I said, you must
don't
have
get me
had
wrong.
the.
Like at various points, like I had, in school, there were kids who, I got bullied a little bit, and then I stood up to them actually, which is kind of a cool story. But
Well, you had enemies. There you
but
go.
I don't today. I'm an adult, dude. I'm not I'm not like a soldier fighting in a war, man.
Well, no, you don't have to be a soldier fighting in a war to have enemies.
I don't like there's not like people at work who I'm like butting heads with constantly like, oh my god, I hate this person. I hate they hope they fucking die. I fucking hate them. Like I don't talk about anybody the way that you talk about these people.
But like I said, my guy, there not all groups are going to get along with each other. Some groups bicker and hate each other. So so if people got a problem with me saying that, okay, chat with me. We'll have a conversation about that. But like I said, at this point, I don't think gamers and social justice warriors, whatever you want to call them, they have a very unpleasant history. And that unpleasant history is not going to go away anytime soon.
I was gonna jokingly give my buddy Oron Dark Lord shit by saying the war is over, man. But I feel like I
It's
need to tell
not
you that.
over.
I feel like,
It's never over. Remember from Rambo?
dude, I've actually
It's over,
never seen
John.
Rambo. I've never seen
What?
Rambo. I've seen Predator, dude.
No.
I know Predator, dude. I know Speed. I know
You've
Die
never
Hard.
seen
I
Rambo.
actually I probably had it when I was a kid, but like I don't remember any of it. I
But there
know.
was like this one scene from one of the movies. It was like, "It's over, John. The war is over. It's not over. It's not over.
I'll,
Not until I say it is."
dedicated to our brave fighters in the Mujahideen. Actually, that actually wasn't actually in the film, was it?
um, I
I
don't
think that was an
think
internet
so.
meme that came around later. To our brave
Maybe I don't know.
Mujahideen soldiers. I'll have to look it up now because I want to be factually accurate for the book. Fuck. Oh wait, did it actually have that in there? Wikipedia says it did. Okay.
I'm not sure. It's been a long time
It's
since I've
also
seen the Rambo
Wikipedia. They
movie.
say that Gamergate was a harassment campaign dedicated to hating women. So,
Yeah, and I think we talked at length about that.
but like generally non-controversial stuff, I think they're like okay-ish.
Like, why would anyone? Okay, there was a meme going around. I don't know if you remember this meme, where it's like, "Gamergate's racist. I got it from Kotaku. Gamergate is sexist. I got it from The Guardian." And then you get to the end of it, it's like, Gamergate is a Gamergate is a hate campaign. Look at all these sources, and then you just see the Gamergate Wikipedia page.
Yep, it was real. The chat is confirming too. But
I
yeah, I did need to see Rambo at some point. But yeah, dude, I don't think it's like a healthy way for you to go about doing this. Like this is hatred. This the my enemy, my the PC parasites, the anti gamers. Like, dude, first of all, this was a long time ago. And like, yes, it's still important to care about a lot of the issues. I care a lot about the issues too. That's totally cool. You want to do activism and you want to like change the world and change the gaming industry for the better. Like that's totally fine, dude. But like going about it in this extremely hostile way, I don't think that it's the answer. I really don't.
Well, it's not like I'm going around attacking anyone. It's not like I'm sending bomb threats or death threats. In that case, my hands are clean. But that doesn't mean I have to get along with everyone.
I'm not saying you have to get along with them. It's fine to not get along with people. But like this whole enemy thing, it's just not it's not it's not how
Well,
you're
they're
gonna
my
build a.
enemies, and like it or not, I'm not sugarcoating that.
Why are they your enemies?
Whether your opinion of me becomes negative or positive, I don't care.
Like, dude, I'll talk to fucking anybody, dude. Like part of what I do on this channel is like criticize like super weird like far right and far left ideas. So like I'll talk with fucking anybody. Don't worry about my opinion of you ever, pretty
And
much. But
that's not, the point I'm trying to get across is if people have a problem with me not liking or not respecting certain groups for different reasons, that's on them. But that doesn't mean I have to be forced into liking certain types of people. Now, granted, there may be exceptions. There may be exceptions, but those exceptions do not make the rule.
aren't these enemies of yours mostly just like normal people who like want like to live in a better, happy, healthy world too, and like they just have different ideas about what that means?
In what way and to what extent?
I mean, like maybe if you
Because from what
talk to
I've
some of
seen,
them instead of like just yelling at about the enemy, you'd like maybe figure it out. I can get you in touch with a fuck ton of anti-Gamergate people. I really can. I
trust me, you if you lock me in a room with an SJW, it will not go well. I guarantee you that. I am
have you tried?
guaranteeing you. Yeah, many times back then and till now. This is exactly why I'm pissed. Is because none of the anti gamers I came across were didn't seem like any genuine or any sort of legit individual that I would ever get along with.
I mean, maybe
None
that's
of
true.
them.
That maybe that's true, dude. But I still don't think that you're have to be your enemies just because you don't get along. Like I don't get along with a lot of people. That doesn't mean that
I
like
have Lisa. I have Lisa in the past,
how long ago?
like years ago.
See,
And I don't know if you remember this. I highly doubt anyone remembers this. But I've tried like talking to some of them.
yeah, Paulo says,
And
"What if we had a moderator?"
if you can get one as good as JT Vega,
Dude, JT
maybe.
Vega's still around. Dude, fucking ask JT Vega. He's
I
still
know
around.
JT Vega is still around. Like I've talked to him sometimes.
Yeah. Dude, if you haven't talked to someone who disagrees with you on this stuff in years, like it's gonna dude, trust me, dude. Plus, like for most people, the war is over, okay? And so like a lot of these people, even if they were a bit more hostile 10 years ago, some of them might have mellowed out a bit, you know?
Yeah, but after everything was said and done, what was the end result?
I mean, I don't know. Talk to them. See if what you both think the end result was, and like try to find common ground and a solution to building a better gaming industry. Maybe some of them will
If we
even be
could
interested
find
in
a
doing
common
that.
ground, we would have done so years ago, but we haven't. Why do you think that is?
I think you just want to be in this war. Like it's important to you.
Like Netscape, like legitimately answer the question. If we could have found common ground years ago, what if we could have solved everything years ago and moved on with our lives, why didn't we do so years ago?
I mean, a lot of people did, dude. Like most people aren't still hung up on this shit.
Yeah, but we didn't. Okay.
Like a lot of people are
We-
too. Don't get me wrong, but like a lot of people aren't also.
yeah, but if we actually work together to try and solve the major issues that we were talking about for all these years, why hasn't it happened?
Dude, there's so many different fucking factors that go into this, okay? Like part of it is because like people like you actually. And part of it and like that can be something that can change Captain Carbine. I don't think you're like a moral monster or anything. I actually don't. In fact, I hope that you can be a happier, healthier person. And I hope that you like also like drop the LGBTP stuff because that's crazy. And like but like dude, I don't think you're a fucking moral monster. I don't. I think that you're a person. I knew you back then, and you seemed maybe a bit more moderate back then too. But man, dude, just fucking try.
I'm
Because like,
no
here's the thing:
hero, Netscape. I'm
no,
no hero.
none of
I'm no
us are
saint.
heroes.
I never claimed to be.
None of us are heroes or saints, dude. I made some fucked up shit during GG. I never harassed anybody or anything, but like, I made some mistakes. Sure, we all make
So
mistakes.
have I.
That those don't define us though.
No, they don't. But at the same time, like like I said, look at the end result. Look at everything that's happening now and compare it to back then. Do we still I warned you, Lisa, that you might hate me for this, or maybe not so much hate me, but like for
You're
lack of a better
losing
term,
your friends because you're doing this weird pedo thing, dude. Stop it. Just fucking stop it, dude. All you have to do is be like, you know what, actually, because you've already fucking said that you don't think that every gay person's a pedophile. You don't think every trans person's a pedophile. So why the fuck even why is it so important to you to cling to this rhetoric?
you know what I've said before, Netscape. I'm not gonna go back there again.
And there you go. That's
But
dude. You're still stuck in 2015. You're calling her Shadow Pain. You're calling Paulo Game Dev. Well, he goes by that on Discord too, so that's probably fine. But like, I haven't gone by Netscape in like 7 years, dude.
uh,
Like, dude, you don't want to burn your bridges with your friends. Like, and we kind of used to be. We were online buddies at least.
Netscape, I never burned my bridges with you. We
And
never like we may have gone out of contact, sure, but I never burned my bridge with you.
well, I
And I
think
don't think you
you've.
burned my bridge with me.
I don't. I don't think so either. I mean, we were having this conversation right now, right? But like, dude, like you are hurting some of the people who are close to you with this stuff. And like they're in the chat saying as much right now. Just like reflect on it, dude. Like don't have to make a decision right away. Don't have to make a decision. But just be hey, look, am I improving the quality of our discourse? Am I improving the world? Am I being the person I want to be? Am I doing right by my friends and by myself by doing this? And just like think about it. And maybe the answer will be yes. Maybe that's what you'll come to as your conclusion. But like at least examine it a little bit and think about it. No? Or do you think I'm way off base here?
Well, I'll think about it.
Okay. That's all I ask. That's all I ask. You know.
And
But
hey,
yeah.
hey Lisa, if you want to talk to me about it after a fact, you know where I am. I'm always here if you want to talk about it. But in any case,
Hey, so you asked why the bridges weren't built, and that's a good question to ask
well,
because
what I asked specifically was, and what I asked specifically was, if we could have come together to find a solution years ago, and find a solution, why haven't we?
and I have an answer
And
for
on
that
top of
maybe.
that, why haven't any of the major problems, been fixed? Or at least the ones that that those of us in the consumer revolt were after.
Okay. So it's a complicated question. By the way, do you prefer Captain Carbine or Captain?
I Either way, it doesn't matter to me.
Okay. Rolls off the tongue easier.
Fair
Um,
enough.
but like it's I thought obviously there's every time there's like disagreements. You see a bunch of people throw out platitudes like, "Oh, let's all just get along." Um, there's actually maybe like something to that though. Like if it's not just platitudes, like if you actually like put in the work to try and build that rapport, like. But here's the thing: there's why wasn't there common ground found between the pro GamerGate and anti GamerGate community? Like why didn't this happen? And there's so many different factors. I think that like part of it is because some people were like warrior brained on this shit and they just wanted to be like culture warriors. And part of it too is like I think there really was this ideological capture in games journalism. Like there really was. Like there was this clique of people who were all friends with each other who were games journalists and indie devs and worked for like professional organizations like the IGDA, the Independent Game Developers Association, these various like a lot of these people were way too close with one another. They really were clique, and a lot of them did hold this really weird, super far left wing progressive views on a lot of issues. And like that's fine that they hold those views. Actually, I don't have a problem with that. Like what I have a problem with though is that like they wanted to shut down all dissent and make sure that their voice was the only one that was heard. Like I think that like actually is part of the story of Gamergate. And I've been thinking about this more and more. And like I do think that like this was a real fucking thing. Like a lot of the reason Gamergate was so demonized and why we didn't find that common ground was because of this ideological capture. I think that's part of the story. I think it really is a major part of the story that these people wouldn't be willing to come to the table and negotiate because they thought, fuck you, we're morally righteous, we've got the right politics, and if you disagree with us, you can go fuck yourself, rather than promoting an atmosphere of discourse. I really think that was fucking a major part of the Gamergate story. And also,
And there you go.
and a lot of them,
Congratulations.
and a lot of the people were corrupt too. And so, like, hey, look, they made a bunch of fucking mistakes. They're probably looking back. Some of the games journalists are, and they're like, you know what? Let's just fucking tell these people to fuck off because I look you did they found out 2 weeks ago that you were fucking doing that you were writing games about your roommate and like dude I go to drinks every Tuesday with this other game dev like dude these people are just fuck them dude. And then like half the people half like not half but like probably like some percentage like probably like 5 to 10% of the people who are criticizing the games journalists their answer is go fire these fucking people. Go fire everybody, right? That's their answer. Like I've interviewed. You're the second person who's well, sorry. Was it Pucka Shop? They're in the chat, by the way. Was one of the people I interviewed? I think it might have been Pucka Shop. Or it might have been somebody else. It might have been somebody else. I don't want to say because I don't know for sure. Was like fire everybody, just fire everybody and start over from scratch. So you got people like that who are screaming fire everybody, and then you've also got like some people who actually like did what a fuck with Zoe Quinn, and like that's not good and I don't support that. But like that mostly wasn't like GG people, I think. It was mostly like literally trolls. And like maybe some rogue GG people, and like that's not good either. That's part of the story too. But it's like there's like all this and like there's no fucking leader. It's a fucking leaderless hashtag movement. So like yeah, like there's a reason there's a fucking like there's like a reason there was no coming together of the two sides, okay? Like
Well, yeah, there was
there
multiple
could have been,
reasons.
there could have been, and I think that we were mostly open to that because we were always willing to talk. Like, say what you will about GG, but like maybe not you, but like most people who I've encountered with GG were like always willing to have the conversation across the aisle, mostly. But there also were hardline people like yourself who would never budge on that. And then there were like people like GG Revolt who were fucking nuts, dude. Who were like who were literally insane and like trying to get people fired like Allison Rapp. I mean
But like
that
with
was
all
only
the
four
okay,
anti that was only four GG Revolt people who did that to be fair. So like I don't want to blame like the whole GG Revolt community because four people did that. But like still like dude like,
But
It's
like, here's the thing:
it might have been 5. I
with
think it was
all the
5 actually.
conversations we may have had, what did you hope that? What did you hope to do with all these conversations that were being had?
But
What
dude,
did
you know
you
what?
hope the end result what was to be?
Dude, I don't fucking know, man. But you know what? I know I can tell you this. You're not going to, well, maybe, like, none of us, not even me, with this project, none of us are going to change the fucking media narrative on GG, dude. Like, maybe the
Which was one
historians,
of the,
maybe the archaeologists and the historians will know the truth. But, like, we're not going to change the mainstream media. Maybe towards the end of our lives, we'll see it change. But, like, not for 5, 10 years, probably, at least. Maybe
I
when
don't
we're,
think I don't think we'll ever see the
but
narrative change on GamerGate ever. And I
I,
think if we wanted to see the narrative on GamerGate change, like, it would have to be outside of Wikipedia. It'd have to be outside the media. And honestly, and I may be contradicting myself when I say this, but fuck the narrative, dude. Fuck the narrative. Because a narrative implies that you're not going to tell the whole damn truth. And that's what I want. That's what I want out there. I want the whole damn truth and nothing but the truth to be out there for the world to know. And Game Diviner and I had many conversations about this. He asked me if only a few people knew the truth, would that sit right with me? And I said no, it wouldn't. And like, this whole thing about a narrative, as I was saying before, it implies that you're not going to tell the whole truth. You're only just going to tell your side of the story. Which, which, sure, there's this whole thing of your truth, my truth, and the truth is somewhere in the middle. No. Sometimes the truth is not in the middle. Sometimes the truth could be far more far-fetched than anybody expected it to be. And yeah, the truth hurts. And it can hurt a lot at times. But I'd rather people be hurt today knowing the truth than living a lie for the rest of their lives.
but Carbine, I do want to say though, you're not going to like change the narrative. That's the reason I was saying that. We're probably not going to change the narrative anytime soon. Like I think
Like I
eventually, because the truth is on our side, I really believe it is. Like the more I investigate this stuff, like look, it's more nuanced than the pro GG people say. It's more nuanced than the anti GamerGate people say. But here's the truth too. The truth is that the media did fuck this up so bad, dude. Like even if you're anti GamerGate, like you have to recognize the fact that they didn't even attempt to show both sides is insane. Like it's fucking insane. They made
well,
no
yeah,
effort.
that's
Like
obvious. Like,
a couple exceptions. But here's the thing. I wanted to say about this real quick. Um, but talking with the anti-gamergate people that I've talked with, and hopefully maybe more people, maybe even Brianna Wu possibly. That's possibly in the works.
good
But
luck with that.
but like part of you can build allies and work with people who also want to improve gaming too. And like, is that going to be every anti-gamergate person? No, it's not going to be every pro-gamergate person either. If you're on the other side, like some people probably aren't going to be willing to work with you, and some people probably fucking hate you and think of you as the enemy. Right? That's probably fucking true. That definitely is fucking true. I'm talking to you right now, and you think of them as the enemy. Um, but you can find common ground and find allies to work on certain things. And like maybe, like what you're gonna have better luck accomplishing your goals if you don't have a list of enemies, bro. I got a list of 0 enemies. And I'm able to have
Honestly,
conversations with people all the time. I'm this Monday I'm hosting a panel where I've got 2 people who are like self-described like anti-fascists. I've got 2 gamergaters. I've got like 2 other people who are like more like 3 other people who are more moderate. Like dude, like I got like 6 other people who went on. Okay, I'm able to host like really. Well, I don't know if it's gonna be a good conversation or not. There's the drama is around that panel, so maybe it's gonna be a disaster. We'll see. But there's a chance it's a good discussion, and I really hope it is. And like I'm
Honestly,
able to bring these people together who are right. You'd think these people are fucking enemies, right? You would think that this would be a fucking shit show. These people will never talk to each other, but they're willing to come together and have a conversation.
honestly, Netscape, if I'm going to find a solution, I'd rather I'd rather do it on my own. And even if I do it with other people, I'd rather do it with like-minded individuals who share my vision of what the gaming sphere should be. And I've had a lot of conversations in GG, both with people who agree with me and those who I would consider my enemies. And honestly, like I said, I'm done having conversations. It's better if I just put my money where my mouth is and start finding a solution. And those who know me know me. And those who know me who know what I'm working on and what I'm trying to do, if they wish to help me, that's fine. But I'm not going to sit here having meaningless conversations anymore that get nowhere.
It sounds like you haven't had conversations in years. So it doesn't seem like it's a huge waste of time to spend. You'll spend 6 hours on a stream with me, but you can't spend an hour talking with Miss Sonata or Hannah Zamora or there's a bunch of other people who or
Like I said, I've had conversations with those who I considered the enemy like years ago, and that too went nowhere. So then, like I said, like you can talk all you want, but if you're not going to put your money where your mouth is, then what's the point?
I do I just maybe you'll miss some important insights. Maybe you'll realize, wait a second, the gaming industry I want isn't really all that incompatible with the gaming industry that you want. And like maybe that'll be like a better lead to better outcomes and better solutions and new ways of thinking about things that you hadn't considered before. And maybe you'll even change their mind. Or maybe they'll change yours, who the fuck knows. But like part of it's like having part of that is like learning. It's being an adult who's there's you're only gonna have one conscious experience in this world. And like I never in my maybe like when I was younger, but like never today would I think like, oh, I've got like all the answers to all the problems in the world. But like that, like it doesn't fucking work that
I'm
way,
not
dude.
saying I have all the answers to all the problems. Hell, and like I said, there were like many times when I tried to think of solutions to journalism itself. The whole internal affairs for journalism was one of them, and I've thought about this 1,000 times, like passing ideas back and forth, and it was only then did I come to the realization that the problems that we were facing, they were bigger than us. And the problems that we were facing were bigger and more complicated than we could have possibly imagined. And I'm not going to sit here and say I have all the answers when I clearly don't. But I will guarantee you that I'm at the very least going to try to do something.
And that's good. You should do something. Well, but it depends on what it is. I don't want to like encourage you to like go do something stupid. But like you should do something.
I don't want to encourage you to do something stupid.
Like if you're making a video game, if you're fucking like working on a documentary, like the Airplay documentary guy, right? He's doing a documentary on Gamergate. He already made the documentary. He just released part of it actually. Like literally 2 days ago. I'm supposed to do a watch party at some point, but I'll have to get people together. I got so much shit going on. But like at some point, I'm gonna have to do that. But like, dude, he's doing something. He's making a documentary about Gamergate. I'm doing this book project. I talked, dude, in private DMs. You won't believe how many people are like, oh, I'm thinking about writing a book too. So many people are thinking about writing books on this and stuff. It's like people are like, there's a like, dude, do a fucking project that you think is important. Like that's 1,000% fine. But like, I also, well, also, hang on. don't you like want to make sure that like what you're doing is like fair-minded too? Like, don't you gonna like seek feedback from people on the other side to make sure that like what you're doing is fair? Or I don't know what it is. Maybe it doesn't relate to that, but
The project that I'm doing like doesn't really matter. Like like their input wouldn't really matter. Like like genuinely, the things that I'm working on, like the things that I'm working on, like all I'll say is this: the projects that I'm working on, only a select group of people can actually help me with that. I don't think getting some perspective that I don't think will actually make a difference will help very much. And it's not like this project is, and this is why I said that it's contradictory, that I would make a point that is contradictory. Where I said, you know, fuck the narrative, but what I'm creating, well, actually is a narrative. And yeah, you can call me a hypocrite, and you probably wouldn't be wrong. But there's one thing I can say is that there are grains of truth in there. You know the whole concept of there's some truth in legends?
I sure, yeah, like myths, of course. Like we create myths all the time, and there's like obviously different societies and cultures have thought that there's certain positive attributes or elements of the story that can teach people things. Like, of course, that's why we tell stories in part. So, yeah, sure.
Well, leave that in your mind for the next few years. And you'll probably see why I said that.
Okay. All right. Well, hey, as you build your doomsday machine to end all life on Earth, and I'm just playing.
Yes, I'm on my Kanye arc now. I'm going full villain. I'm going to the dark side.
Well, hey, don't cross over too far because it's not, dude. You still have people who care about you a lot. A lot of them are here in the chat right now. I just
I know.
maybe I've been too aggressive. Paulo suggests maybe I've been a bit too aggressive in my approach. Like I didn't go into this to like
I
to
know you. I know you didn't Netscape. And yeah, like we can get passionate. We can like argue back and forth at times, but there's no beef between us.
Oh no, I'm not talking about beef. I'm just talking about like me trying to like save you.
But it's not like I know what you're doing is nothing of ill intent. I know this. But I want to ask you something, Netscape.
Yeah, sure.
With this project, what do you hope, like do you hope that the narrative will change with these books that you're writing?
Hope, yes. Do I expect that anytime soon? Um, Probably not. But like that's not. So I have such mixed motivations for this project. And I'm open about that too. I've said as much publicly in the past. But I part of me I wanted to do the encyclopedia because I thought, oh, this is like super. This is going to be like a super historical document that's going to be documenting everything that happened in GG and like every major event and like super well sourced, a real life encyclopedia, a physical encyclopedia. That was my original idea. And I'm like, that will have all the proof any historians will ever need on this stuff to know the truth. And like so it was kind of an idea to change the narrative. But then like as I well, one, I didn't want to spend years of my life on this, which that would require probably. And two, it's not like something I'm like super passionate on. Like whereas like doing interviews with people, like that allows me to, yes, it does possibly put out the kernel of hope that we're going to change the narrative on this. And maybe that narrative's not going to be the exact narrative that you want it to be, or maybe the exact narrative that I want it to be. I don't like have an agenda with this really. I actually don't. Like I like I've had different phases with this project too. Um and I've like changed my approach like from interview to interview, just like based on how I'm feeling it out and how I'm thinking about it. So, but I do think it's telling people stories. That's part of it. It is change. It's confronting the narrative because like the truth. It's not because I'm like, oh, like I'm gonna change the narrative because I want to replace it with my own narrative. No,
Sorry
Like
about that.
the truth itself is like you say, it's important. The truth is important. And like also, I'm building a streamer presence from this. Maybe like, I don't fucking know. We'll see. Like, but like yeah, like I want to get better at streaming, and I want to build my presence in the streamer space. And like I've been building a community here, a community of people who like a lot of them were former pro GamerGate, a lot of them were former anti GamerGate, a lot of them are just like passersby who are like people are talking about this from a historical perspective. That's really interesting, and like they reach out to
So
me, and like and also just politics too. I'm doing politics shit too, but like so yeah, I'm like doing so many different things with it, but I don't know if there's like one central motivation other than to get the truth out, I guess. But like the truth is not exactly everything that I thought it was. Like Gamergate I think was good and great, and I love being a part of it. It's like the happiest time of my life, and there were so many amazing people. But Gamergate's not fucking perfect. Gamergate made a lot of mistakes. I made a lot of mistakes. We're all just fucking human beings at the end of the fucking day. And
so I have a couple of follow-up questions to that.
yeah, no, please.
Do you think this project would bridge the gap and bring people on the opposing sides together? And if so, to what degree? To what extent?
I yes and no. I mean, like, I don't think that like Zoe Quinn and Edith Sarkeesian and Brianna Wu, who claimed that we were harassing them, are gonna be like, oh, you know what? Turns out the Gamer Gators were right all along. But like, maybe not. Like, Brianna Wu's apparently moderated her position, and she thinks that like there actually were like good people in Gamergate, but she also thinks that there were bad people too, and she thinks that there were more bad than good. But like, whatever. It's a complicated thing. Um, but like I think that it does bridge the gap. Like there's a reason there's so many anti-Gamergate people in my Discord. There really is. And there's a reason there's anti-Gamergate people in the chat. And there's a reason that the anti-Gamergate people are willing to talk with me. And there's a reason that they're willing to be interviewed for the project. And there's a reason that they're willing to provide feedback on the project actively as it goes on and help me with the questions and help keep me honest with all this. Like it it has and you know what part of it has been, Captain Carbine?
Mm-hmm.
Part of it has been that it's because it's me. Because I was the fair-minded. I mean, to some extent, like don't get me wrong, like I had moments where I was a partisan too, but I was mostly like a pretty fair-minded person back then, 10 years ago. And so now the people who are like a lot of the people who are talking with me now from the anti-Gamergate side, they were people who were like, you know what? I remember you from back then. We talked back then, and you were a pretty reasonable person. So I feel like I can trust you to do good with this project. That's part of what it is. Because they, like Miss Sonata and Hannah Zamora, they both recognized me from back then. We did conversations on air, and then Cardholder Joe, he DMs me on Reddit. He's like, "Hey, I used to remember you from the debate subs," which I don't know how he possibly thought I was like great faith from back then on the debate subreddits. That's where I did most of my shit posting. But and also people who are hold negative views against Gamergate, I've been changing their minds actually. Like well, this was said in DMs, I can't say, but one person was like, I when this project started, I thought you were a propagandist, but now I think of you as a professional. And then another person said that they've been changing their mind recently on GG, Food Shop. She said that publicly, so I could say that. That she had a very negative view of Gamergate, but now she's coming around to the idea that maybe there was more to it than she thought originally. Like people's minds are changing on this. They really are.
Hmm.
I'm sorry, was
But I
that
mean, hey,
what do you think?
no, like I'm just formulating my thoughts on it. And thinking about it now, and this may be answering one of your questions again, but I think what you're doing is a legitimately good thing. I think if you're trying to be as historically accurate as possible, maybe to be as as fair-minded and balanced, unlike most of the journalists that covered this whole thing, great. You're doing more work than I would say any of them were capable of. So honestly, keep doing what you're doing, man. Maybe maybe you might be able to change the narrative. Who knows? And but all I wanted was the truth to be known, whether it be by you, by me, by Lisa, by Game Diviner, by Johnny Fox, by Nurgle, by JT Vega, by Deus, by Mildra, by Mornblade, by Porcelain, by Socks, by Kite Tails, by VG Bounce House, by Narwhal. If people are legitimately willing to find out the truth, then I would say come to us. Ask us. We'll tell you all about it. Because there's a lot of stories that we can tell.
And the funny thing about the Gamergate people, Carbine, I'm sure you've noticed this too. We've all noticed this. Is that a lot of them will be like, "Oh, Gamergate, do I really want to talk about this again?" And then you get them started, and it's like they'll go for 9 hours, and they'll pull up like 17 archives and like probably like 700 archives, more like it. They'll be like, "Oh, do I really want to open that rabbit hole?" And then like, you know what, fuck it. And then they do it, and then it's like, holy shit.
Well, there you go.
Like that was like it was like that for me too. But like everybody, like not everybody I talked to, actually, like a couple of the people I've talked with, quite a few of the people I talked to, like, do I really want to talk about GG again? Fuck. And then some of those people are now like super active, watching the shows all the time in the live chat, and they're doing the project and they're doing like hours and hours of interviews. Like I love it. I love that the community's coming back together after all these years. And like we've even talked. I talked with Cece. She's in the chat too. We talked about doing a real life meetup, like once every 10 years, like a GamerGate reunion. You know?
Funny enough, you mentioned that because in my area where I'm from, we've had at least 3 to 4 meetups, and I was there for every last one of them. We've had everyone from Karen Strawn to Kathy Young. Uh, I think one of us tried to get Milo in at one point, but that didn't work out. Ooh, um, the guy who was part of Silicon Knights, we got him. We got him. He
Oh,
did.
Dennis Dyack.
Yes, him. He was part of our meetup.
Dude, get me in touch with him. I need to interview him. I need more game
If I
devs, more AAA
can, I
devs.
don't know. I don't know if I can, but maybe I can get you in touch with Grums if you remember him, with Mark Kern.
Sure. I'll talk with him or Brad Wardell. Well, Brad, Brad Wardell actually just. I'm still banned on Reddit, which is fucking bullshit. They banned me because I sent a message to Hoax One, and I guess he reported it or something. I don't fucking know, man. Maybe it was caught in some sort of filter. But like, it was a totally polite message because I reached out to a bunch of the anti-GG people. And I was like,
Honestly, don't worry about it, my guy. I left
but he responded
most of
to
those
my.
websites in 2018, and
Yeah.
I haven't regretted it since.
But yeah, there's two people who are waiting for me to reply to them, and Brad Wardell is one of them. But I can't because I'm banned on Reddit for another 20, like for like 12 hours or whatever. And then I also need to reply to somebody else too, one of the anti GamerGate or actually I think yeah anti GamerGate moderators of one of their forums actually wants to get in touch. So, but I can't talk to them because they're only on Reddit, or we don't follow each other on Twitter, so we can't send each other DMs. People need to open their DMs up, dude. What the fuck? I guess when you're
Welcome
famous
to
like
the
that,
night.
though, it's
Welcome
different.
as Max Darrett, who you should also interview, by the way. As Max Darrett would say, "Welcome to Kojima's nightmare."
Anyway, dude, we gotta get through this thing. We gotta get through
Yeah,
this.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Are you okay? Have your politics changed since Gamergate or due to Gamergate?
No, Well, actually, that's not entirely accurate because, like I said before, um, I didn't trust the right wing after the censorship wars, and so after the events of GamerGate, I don't trust the left wing either. So I guess by that you can say yes, my politics have changed, but now I don't trust anyone.
So you don't think of yourself as more right wing?
Hell no. There are some things from the right wing I can definitely criticize.
Are you okay with gaming sites criticizing games through a political or religious lens, such as a Marxist, feminist, Christian, or other lens?
Yeah, I do, because it never comes from a place that's genuine. And if anything, it only just shows that you don't care about gaming as an art form. You only see it as a propaganda tool.
Some people say that Gamergate was the first battle of the culture war. Do you have any thoughts on that framing?
I think I've already answered that question, and Gamergate was definitely not the first part of the culture war. In fact, I say we were dragged into the culture war because of Gamergate, but it was not the first. The censorship wars came before that, and there was a whole bunch of other culture wars that have existed long before any of those started. Gamergate wasn't the first, and I highly doubt it will be the last.
What do you think of the dude? I know you're gonna hate this one because you gave who was it? Was it James Desborough when I interviewed him? You were in the chat saying like, I strongly disagree, and then Grim was like, actually, that's a pretty good framing. So, all right, here it goes. Give me hell. What do you think of the framing of Gamergate as a battle within the left between those who believe in small L liberal democratic values and those who don't?
It was. I've already answered this question. It was more than just people who were left wing. You had gamers from all different backgrounds and all different ideologies, like from many different countries all over the world. So to basically frame it as like a battle within the left, or saying that all everybody involved in the consumer revolt was right wing, is definitely far from the truth.
Yeah, I agree. I actually, I every time I bring it up too, I always say that I don't agree with the framing entirely. Um,
The way I
I think,
would frame it,
but
the
it's
way I would
go ahead.
frame it, if I were to like frame it in layman's terms, it would be it would be gamers versus anti-gamers.
Oh my
That's how I would frame it.
god. Okay, dude. It's not that GamerGate was entirely left wing. I agree, 1,000% was. I love that it's nonpartisan and diverse. Um, but the thing that is true is that GamerGate was classically liberal. It was based on like this enlightenment, the values of the enlightenment and of egalitarianism and free expression and artistic freedom.
But do you think you need to be left wing in order to
No,
stand for these things?
no,
Or
I don't actually. I think that
that's
most,
entirely the point.
yeah, but yeah, the thing is like, there's this
Or
weird
do you
idea.
need to be right wing to push back against
No,
social justice or corruption in general?
no, dude, I love people who are small L liberals, regardless of their views, dude. Like I get along with a lot of conservatives, a lot of libertarians, a lot of liberals and social democrats, and even democratic socialists. I know they're on the list of enemies you have, but um, but I get along with pretty much everybody as long as you like believe in like the project of liberal democracy and like believe that discourse and solving our problems together is the solution. Now, if you're like a totalitarian, you don't believe in free speech, you don't believe in dialogue or discourse, you believe that you should remain in power after you lose elections, like then you're not on my team, I guess, quote unquote. But like anyone else, as long as you operate within the liberal democratic framework and work to maintain that, like yeah, you're cool with me. I don't care. Like let's talk about it.
But yeah, but this is exactly why I say it's gamers versus anti-gamers, because gamers gamers come from like various backgrounds and various places all over the world. They have different shapes of sizes. To just frame them in this ideological box, that to me is just disingenuous.
So you've already talked about this a little bit. You said you interacted with anti-GamerGate people before. Do you want to tell us how that went?
There's a lot that I could say. But in the beginning, I tried being fair. I tried saying like, "Hey, look, like maybe there may be some sexism. Maybe you know, maybe we can find a way to solve that. But we also got a problem. We also have our problems to work out, and for the most part, none of the anti gamers I talked to were willing to talk with me about how to solve the problem. It was either we deal with sexism or nah. Like literally, in the words of Meek Mills, I get mine first. Then after we get mine, we can do whatever you want to do.
Do you think that the anti-gamers don't play video games? That's all right. I can't. I did not mean to adopt your language. The anti-gamer-gators. Do you think that they don't play games?
I'm okay with that, with what you just said, but
Well, I was using it more in quotes, like the way you like anti-gamers. I meant, but like, do you think that they don't play games?
some of them do, but I don't think the vast majority don't. I don't think they do. Matter of fact, if I were to give a difference, it's like like the I refuse to call these games the Souls games, but the how do I put this? Games like Demon Souls, Dark Souls, Elden Ring, like most gamers don't beg for easy modes. They don't beg Darkstalkers. um but like we don't beg to make things easier just because we run into a bit of difficulty. We take it as it is and take the challenge head on. And we work through the difficulty to gain what we are after. To go through the game as it is. And like, and get this, guess what? Some games aren't meant to be easy. Everything from Demon Souls to Dark Souls to Elden Ring to Sekiro to Neo 1 and 2 to XCOM 1 and 2 to Phoenix Point to Warhammer 40K Chaos Gate Demon Hunters. Hell, even Guilty Gear back in the day. Guilty Gear, especially Double X Axe and Core, was difficult as hell playing offline. Peter was merciless. The game was designed to kick your ass, and we were fine with that because we played through the difficulty and we got good. We don't beg for easy modes, nor do we beg for characters that just look like us just because.
I mean, it sounds like you have a lot of assumptions about what the anti-GT people believe. Like, I don't know if like begging for easy mode is like a normal thing in their community.
Well, I can tell you it wasn't the gamers that were yelling, "Oh, games need easy modes."
But like, I also don't think like the idea that like there can be multiple difficulty settings. I think that's like fine. I think that
Yeah, that's
different people are
fine,
gonna.
but like I said, that depends on the person creating the game. If the game is meant to be easy, sure, the game's easy. If the game's meant to be hard, it's hard. If there's multiple difficulty settings, why not? But you do not determine that.
I think
You
having a hard
you
game
do
that's
not.
deliberately hard is an artistic choice. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
And people can not like that artistic choice too. But
Yeah, but they shouldn't be yelling to like have people change the game just because, to like force creators to cater to their whims. You can walk away if you don't like it that much.
Wasn't helicopter? You were the helicopter guy? Wasn't he like a hardcore WoW player?
Huh?
Helicopter guy, remember him?
Helicopter guy. The name sounds familiar. Maybe, I'm not sure.
He was a anti GamerGate guy, but he was on like every
Wait,
live stream.
I think I may have been on a debate with him at one point, and I was
Probably.
telling him
He debated
about
everybody.
journalistic.
Sorry, go
I
ahead.
think I may have spoken with him at one point, and I was like reading to him some of like journalistic ethics, like straight from the textbook. And he, I don't think he was very genuine during that whole thing.
I like helicopter guy. Miss Donata says that she's been playing games since the 80s, and she's anti GamerGate. Anyway, dude, someone sent me. I'm trying to like. Someone sent me an article that is fact checking something that was said earlier. That I had to read this whole fucking thing, dude. Oh my god. I'll ask you another question. I'm sorry. Um, did you ever change anyone's mind on GamerGate?
Probably. Um, I may have changed a couple of minds, a few minds, but it's been so long that I barely even remember. And there was a lot of people who I talked to. Um, you know what? Yeah, you mind if I go on a side tangent?
Please do. I'm also reading through this here.
Mhm. There was one person, and I am still kicking myself brutally to this day. Of all the people I talked to in Gamergate, there was one person who I thought about talking to. Her name was Lily Fang. And I don't know why I didn't talk to her. And I've talked to so many other people. So many other people. Like, I could literally list them all. And you've seen me do that not that long ago, like minutes ago. And I don't know why I just didn't talk to her. And at some point, she committed suicide. And to this day, to this very day, I'm still thinking to myself, why? Why didn't I just talk to her? Why didn't I just talk to her? Maybe if I talked to her, I could have made a difference. Maybe I could have stopped her. I could have saved her. But I don't know, man. And
Uh,
yes, I've talked to a lot of people about this. I'm not a god. I can't bring people back from the dead. But sometimes I think to myself that my stupid decision led to her death.
no, dude, don't, dude. Oh, dude, you can't. I actually had like a weird fucking moment too, a few days ago after I found out a GamerGate person passed away. Because her and I are actually pretty close back during GG. Um, but
Who? Lily?
no, someone else.
Oh, okay.
And they say it was a suicide too, but I don't know all the details. I don't. But we were like really close during GamerGate, but we had a falling out because of politics mostly. Um, she was like way. She supported the Maduro regime in Venezuela,
People. Oh.
and I viewed him as being a dictator, and so we clashed a lot over that, and I just cut ties with her, and she died, supposedly killed herself. less than a year later. But like it was like 6 months later. But like I beat myself up and be like, oh my god, dude, like was I like one of the few support structures this person had in their life? Because we would talk all the time, and I'm like, you can't blame yourself for shit like this, dude. Like it's not healthy, and that's probably not true too. Like you have no control over what other people do. Like they have agency in their own lives. So
Rest in peace. God rest their souls.
yeah, we're losing a lot of people, dude. A lot of there's Total Biscuit, um, obviously, Lily Fang. I don't say this other person's name because I don't know if their family wants to make it like super public. So I want to be like respectful. Okay,
But you know
so
what?
someone sent me an article. I'll just say what. Oh, go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead, because I know we still have a lot to go through, and it's midnight over here.
Okay, so someone says that the fine young capitalists weren't doxxed. They sent me an article. They weren't doxxed by Zoe Quinn. They were doxxed by a games journalist. Um, but Zoe Quinn shared it or shared awareness of the docs. So it was slightly more nuanced.
But still, she was involved, right?
I don't
If
fucking.
that be the
I
case,
read
then it
half
doesn't
the
help her
article.
case at
Okay,
all.
I've not read the whole thing because I'm. It's such a minor thing, dude. I don't care about this. But like, obviously, we have to be factually accurate for the book. But no, it looks like she shared it, but she didn't she wasn't the one who doxed him. Okay, this is a weird conversation. This is a weird question to ask you, but I kind of want to hear what you think. We can do like a speed round too. Get through this fast. How could the GamerGate conversation have been more productive?
Honestly, I don't think the Gamergate conversation could have been any more productive than what it could be it through, you know, showcasing how games journalists did not have gamers' best interests at heart, or sending emails to like sponsors boycotting, because these were the tools that we had. If we had more money and power, maybe we could have done something else, but we had to deal with the cards that we were dealt with at the time. And I don't think any amount of conversations back then or now could could change anything. It's all about, like I said, it's all about putting your money where your mouth is. And credit where credit is due, you're doing just that.
But yeah, I saw what Lisa said in the chat, and yeah, you just can't beat yourself up over stuff like this. Also, uh, apparently, I wasn't her only lifeline in the world too. So like, a lot of other people were like, "No, I was talking with her, right up until it happened." So like, a lot of other people were there. So like, this idea that I could have been the one person to make a difference, it's kind of conceited. Like we view ourselves as like the heroes when life is just messy and complicated.
Yeah, I hear ya.
You talked about Not Your Shield a little bit. Do you have anything else you want to say about that?
Not much, really. Not Your Shield was probably one of the most effective hashtags that we had. Basically, the PC parasites were saying, "We speak for the minorities," and then we just held up "Not Your Shield," saying, "No, you don't. Stop lying."
Why do you think some websites censored discussion of Gamergate?
To cover up bad actions, to cover up their own corruption, because why would they want to showcase that to the world? Why would they want to show openly that they're a bunch of corrupt assholes that they think can get away with anything they want, and the world will never know. And I'm
Uh,
and I'm glad and I'm glad we were the ones to show no, you don't get what you want. You can't just do whatever you want without consequences. And yes, by the end of when all was said and done, there was a shit ton of consequences.
what do you think? Why do you think some people claimed that GamerGate was about harassment or hating women?
It was basically a cover up. Basically just a, basically just to blow smoke out their ass so they don't have to address the issue at hand.
How important to you was it that bad actors were condemned?
How important to me was it that bad actors were condemned? Well, it was important. If there were if there were bad actors within our ranks, yeah, definitely get rid of them. Be it be it Milo or somebody else. And to be fair, Milo was pretty entertaining when it came to making fun of the PC parasites, but when he started trying to use this as a voting block for for Donald Trump, that's when we should have dropped him. Because even I had conversations back then. Was it turd flinging monkey? What was it like? I think it was turd flinging monkey, and I asked him like, how would voting for Donald Trump solve our problems? And does he even care enough to solve our problems? And he could never give me a legitimate answer. And like you said, like we were leaderless. And I'll get into that when we reach that point, but we were nobody's voting block. We were nobody's pawns. And I made damn sure of that.
Do you think most people in Gamergate did a good job condemning harassment?
I think GD already said it. Like, what more could I say? We had harassment. We had the harassment patrol. And there was a lot of crazy stuff that the harassment patrol had to deal with.
Man, I told you we could go as long as you want, but that was 6 hours ago. Do you want to do a speed? You want to do a speed round?
Go ahead. Do
If
what you
you,
need to do, my guy.
but but if at any point you feel like you need to do a faster answer, you want to give a longer answer, just go, dude. Don't just give a longer answer. Don't even bother to ask because you'll be cool with me.
Sure.
If you feel like there's like one thing you like, oh, I really gotta expand upon this. This is really important. Um,
Mhm.
if you saw someone on your side doing something you thought was bad, how would you handle the situation?
I would talk to them privately, be like, my guy, like, what are you doing? Like, is this helping us? Is it like solving the situation? No. Instead of wasting your time with this, do what actually needs to be done. Be it email campaigns, be it showcasing fraudulent journalism to other gamers, be it like boycotting, whatever. Do what needs to be done.
Did you send a lot of emails?
I sent quite a few emails in my time. And man, those emails kept me busy, especially during my college days.
You don't have to answer or talk about it, but did you experience any harassment during Gamergate from either side or from third-party trolls?
Well, I don't know about harassment, but when during the time I was a part of it, it was a war zone. So there was a plenty of attacks to go around.
Do you have any thoughts on Zack Attack?
On Sack Attack?
Yeah, with Mombot.
Remind me, Mombot. Oh,
Remember when
Mombot
the?
was
Go ahead.
Mombot was freaking great.
I'd love to interview her, but she's barely on Twitter
Well,
these days. I don't. I she's not. She's never around.
well, I'll ask around in the server. Maybe somebody knows where she is, and if we can find her, I'll let you know.
Yeah. But it was when you don't remember how the fuck do you not remember Zack Attack? It was when
Well,
those
we refer to as Mombot, not Zack Attack.
Zack Attack. No, Bombot was when this group of people, these anti-gamergaters, tried to dox Mombot, and Mombot was so we infiltrated their community, uh, in true covert ops cloak and dagger fashion. We had someone in our Rudder House. Rudder House infiltrated the anti-gamergate community with Mombot working with Mombot to create a fake dox. Um, and all these like fake all these breadcrumbs, these fake breadcrumbs to see if the anti-gamer graders would take the bait. And so Rudder House was an he was pro Gamergate pretending to be anti Gamergate, and he got a bunch of them together, like maybe like 10 people, 12 people, something like that, including some like pretty big names like Izzy Galvez and this guy who worked at Ubisoft, a Ubisoft game developer. He was the head of
Oh
like,
dear
oh
God.
yeah, dude, Ubisoft. Yeah, he was a Ubisoft dev, and Izzy Galvez and Soulbird guy, Matt Myers, like some big names from the anti-GG community. They and also a bunch of smaller people too, but he got them together. Pal Hofstein, that was the name of the developer. Pal Hofstein, I'm pretty sure. Ubisoft. Let me just verify that that's true. Yeah, okay, Pal Hofstein. So all these anti-gamergaters were in this doxing group, and they with Rudder House and they were trying to dox Mombot, but it was a fake dox for this guy named Zachary Miller, and they were so the idea was because they wanted to believe so bad that Mombot was a man, so
That's it.
so
That's what
well
they were trying to do.
no, they wanted to like dox her and expose her, but like so they made a fake dox of Mombot as a sock puppet account, and then Rudder House leaked the logs of them doxing her or trying to dox her. So they got outed as willing to engage in doxing, and like Izzy Galvez, of course, was actually working for Zoe Quinn's organization.
What was it again? Opie? It
No,
was called at the time.
it was the Crash Override Network.
Oh yeah, Crash Override. Wait, who made Opie?
I've never
Was
heard
it
of that.
Randy Harper?
Oh,
It
Randy
was
Harper
called.
did her own thing too, but she tried to become one of like the big anti-gamer celebs, but like she never really kicked off with the media.
Oh my God, this Randy Harper getting into it with Mercedes Carrera. Now that was legendary. Oh my God.
What do you think of the term?
Oh,
What do you think of the term sea lioning?
sea
To be well,
lining.
hang on, I got to as a matter of factual accuracy, I do have to say though that Izzy Galvez was fired for doing this. So
Hmm.
from the Crash Override Network, and he was only a volunteer for their organization, not a full-time employee. Anyway, okay. Um, any thoughts on the term sea lioning?
Well, from your previous interviews, I know where the term comes from. Ethics the sea lion, but
Well, no,
it
it
was
comes
like
from a comic book actually.
a comic book.
There's a comic, an anti-Gamergate. Actually, I'm not even sure if the guy was anti-GG. I probably.
Wait,
Uh,
I swear, like I heard a video where like some puppet guy, like he had like a square head,
I don't want
and
to
he was
go
talking
through it. We
about,
can skip the fucking question. You don't know what the sea lion is. It's fine. But like, unless you
eh,
want to talk about it. But
eh, probably doesn't mean that much to me anyway.
yeah, it's just this idea that you ask people a lot of questions or whatever. I mean, that's not really quite. Whatever. It's slightly more nuanced than that, but it really doesn't matter because it's from this
Yeah.
web comic that this guy made. I'll have to send it to you now. Dude, I'm so fucking tired. I'm like half falling asleep right here on the stream. Also, stick around on the server and talk to some of the anti-GGers, bro. I'm serious. Consider it. Take into account, at the very least.
Maybe.
What do you think about how the media covered Gamergate?
An absolute shit show. A complete dumpster fire. Like, I've seen like some of the interviews that like Washington Post was doing, and that was hella fraudulent. It was so one-sided. All of it. Every last bit of it. Well, they had their narrative and they just ran with it. And you can probably already guess why.
Miss Donata
Like,
says it's not an. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm pretty sure that some games journalists had some connections with some of the more major outlets through somebody.
Well, we
Maybe
know
who,
it was Leigh Alexander, right? Didn't Leigh Alexander go to the Guardian, and that
it
was
was
like the
not
first.
just her. It was not just her. There were others. But like I can't remember them all off the top of my head. I think Sam Golding was one of them. I think he's one of the most prominent names that come to mind. Oh, and speaking of media coverage, do you remember the CSI Miami? Was it CSI
No, it's Law
or
and Order SVU, but I've not seen
yeah,
it yet.
that
I addressed that in the last stream. I need to see it at some point. But yeah.
bro? Just grab a bunch of people and prepare to laugh. It is hilarious. Oh my
Well,
god.
we got to get a watch party together, but yeah. Anyway,
Oh, there was not only that. There was, and this somewhat crossed over into anime, but Prison School.
oh my
There
god,
was
dude! Remember? Oh my god!
yeah.
Oh, and then remember when? Remember when? Oh my god! This is fucking funny. Okay, I know. Okay, remember when Zoe
You guys are
Quinn
on this.
thought
Oh,
that?
you one of those GamerGate creep shows.
Yeah. So for the context for the book, someone localized one of the localizers for I don't know Funimation or something. I don't know what the company was, but some one of the localizers for Prison School literally changed they changed it when they brought it over to the West. They translated it wrong on purpose so they could fuck with social so they could troll us basically because
Yeah,
they were
pretty
like social
much.
justice warriors, and so they actually have the characters in in the anime talk in the English only version in the English dub. They have them talking about Gamergate and saying,
Yep.
are you one of those Gamergate creep shows?" It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah. And so you know what? Here's my recommendation. If you watch Prison School, watch the sub, not watch the dub, because yeah,
Oh
the
my god!
dub's a lost cause,
And
completely
then,
corrupt.
do you remember when? Oh my god, I gotta do it. Remember when? Was it Zoe Quinn or was it? Oh my god! One of the anti-Gamergaters. I think it was Zoe Quinn. Um, fuck, I gotta look it up now because it's a claim I'm making. The Paper Mario game. Remember this?
Which one?
So,
Oh, was it
Shufflegate. That's what it was.
Gate?
Do you remember the Shufflegate thing?
Um, like barely. I think I remember something about Paper Mario.
She did. She did actually tweet it out. Okay, it was real. It's on Know Your Meme.
Yeah, so tell the audience what happened, please.
Oh my gosh. So there was a what the fuck was it even? It was oh yeah. So there was the Paper Mario game has a mini game in it apparently where it or a scene in the story where they talk about five fun guys and here let's pull it up. Let's just pull it up here. What the fuck?
Wait,
So Joey Quinn tweets out, "What the fuck did I ever do to you, Nintendo, that y'all had to make my suffering into a fucking joke?" That's what Zoe Quinn tweeted out, and it was,
girl, you did that to yourself.
let's watch the five fun guys dance and shuffle. Man, this is gonna ruin my. Is this gonna ruin my career? I can see the headlines now.
Dude, do you
Shufflegate
remember?
exposed.
Do you,
But
do
like,
you
I don't
remember?
even know if it was actually a reference to her. I think she just made it about
wasn't.
herself.
It wasn't. That's the thing. She did this to herself.
Yeah, it wasn't even. It wasn't like she just like made up this. I mean, well, it's a real thing in the game, but she's assuming, and a whole bunch of other anti Gamergate people assumed that it was a pro Gamergate reference or that it was a joke, basically.
If she
And
wanted something to complain about, do you remember the Five Guys song?
no, I don't, and maybe it's probably for the best I
Five
don't.
Guys, burgers and fries. We can see through all your lies.
Yeah. Well, thankfully that's one I never encountered till now. Thanks for ruining my ears with
That was
this.
glorious back in the day.
Yeah, I'm sure you think it was. Did you reach out to any journalists or media outlets who wrote articles about Gamergate to correct misinformation?
No, but there was, but like I said, there was one Facebook group that I was a part of, and we were talking about. There was an article, like I said, where somebody was writing a review for Gundam Extreme, not Extreme versus Gundam versus for the PlayStation 4, and there was an error in the review, and to this day he never corrected it, and we went back and forth. Um, and we went back and forth about it. But yeah, it just devolved into a brawl. Fortunately, the mods who were part of that Facebook group, they were fair to me. They didn't delete my posts. They didn't censor me in any way. They just wanted to break up the fight. That was it.
Did anyone in the press reach out to you to interview
No,
you?
hell no. And even then, I wouldn't trust them. I wouldn't trust them to do their jobs correctly. Why would I?
Why do you think so few people in the media who wrote about? Hang on, we'll skip that one. I might even try to bother asking that one to you. Oh, that's. I think you've covered it
What?
already. If a journalist who got Gamergate wrong, in your view, is reading this now, what do you want them to reconsider?
there's no, there's nothing I would want them to reconsider. The damage is done. Like you've done the deed, and there's consequences to your actions, and a lot of them they're facing that now. So you, you made your bed. You decided to lie with parasites. Lie in it.
Have you seen the Wikipedia article about Gamergate?
Who hasn't? That's a better question. And even then, I wouldn't trust that. There was GamerGate.me. Well, unfortunately, that was taken down. And unfortunately, I don't think there's any archives of it, which is a shame. And hey, I could be wrong. If there are archives, send them my way, send them Netscape's way. Yeah, let's definitely get that out there. Deep Freeze still exists, but it mostly exists as archives. Um, a lot of the tools and a lot of the websites that we had are either were destroyed or at the very least archived.
I'm going to try and reword this one from how I normally ask it. If you thought that the media was going to do a was trying to learn in good faith, because I know you're so skeptical that you would reject the premise probably, but if they did really want to learn in good faith what they got wrong in Gamergate and how they could do better, what is it that you think they could learn?
If they were trying to learn about it in good faith.
Oh no, sorry, learn from how they covered it and do better in the future when covering future movements, or even like fixing their bad coverage on Gamergate, even possibly.
If they want to learn how they messed up during Gamergate and learn how to fix it,
Yeah, or
go
not even just
back to
fix it, but
okay, go back to your ethics book and read it like it's your goddamn Bible. Because nothing like that should ever happen again. You should be ashamed of your goddamn selves.
I won't disagree with that. Though, yeah, okay. Would you like to see the narrative on Gamer? You already talked about that. All right, Captain Carbine, has your conscious experience as a human been made worse to any degree because of the negative narrative about Gamergate?
Well, not because of the narrative itself. There was multiple other factors that you could say led me to going down a darker path. But it's not like there was no reason for it. And after knowing what I know, after experiencing everything that I've experienced, there's a lot there's a lot that I say that I don't trust. There's a lot that I can be skeptical about. But I did learn some lessons. And I'm sure this is another one of your questions. I learned the value of anonymity. I've learned I've learned how basically the media itself, as well as many other institutions, are so far corrupt that they can't be redeemed. Um, I learned the value of freedom more so than I usually would, because freedom is something that needs to be constantly fought for. It's not something that you could just claim that you believe in and just do nothing to defend it. I like every Black History Month, I am flooded with all sorts of different movies, books, class lessons on the value of freedom. And for the most part, I seem to be the only one that took that message to heart.
You
I
know,
understand,
good.
yeah, I understand the value of freedom, and it's not just freedom just to do whatever you want without consequences. And it's not just how do I put this? It's not just something that can be taken for granted, and that's a huge problem. Whether it be my generation or further or future generations that have come after us, we take our freedom for granted. And it's no wonder why we're losing a lot of it right now. And there was another good thing about the Titan Post. Hey, newbies, you have new technologies. And with new technologies comes new conveniences. But never trade freedom for convenience or security. That is exactly why we're having problems that we're having now, or at least part of it. So go on. You were saying?
Um, it wasn't really that important. I forgot what it was. What's your, the hardest question of all? Are you ready?
Lay it on me.
What's your favorite video game?
There is an ever expanding list, but my top 10 list hasn't changed. And I'm wearing the shirt right now, actually. Well, hell, you can see the symbol on my avatar. It comes from a little game called The Legend of Dragoon on the PlayStation 1, released first in Japan in 1997, released in the West in 2000. Wait, no, 1999, sorry, in Japan, and then released in 2000 in the West. And that was the game that brought me into RPGs. Well, besides Pokemon, but I never thought of Pokemon as an RPG during my younger years. I just thought of Pokemon as Pokemon. But The Legend of Dragoon really showed me what RPGs are all about. And when I was 12 years old, I thought of this game as like some sort of action game. I'm like, ooh, cool. Gain powers of the dragon? Okay, I'm down for that. And then after I started playing it, after I started playing it, I was a little disappointed. But then I stopped and I thought to myself, okay, maybe I should continue further and see where it goes. And I'm glad I did, because that game took me on the journey of a lifetime. which is why I still bear the symbol to this day, the Eye of the Dragon. You cannot tell any lies to me. I see through that deception. And there was all sorts of other reasons why I like that game a whole lot. But that game has forever shaped me as a gamer to this day.
I've never even heard of this. I've heard of Panzer Dragoon Saga, but I've
Well,
never
there
heard of
was
this.
that, but
This is a completely separate
The
thing.
Legend of Dragoon was a PlayStation 1 classic. And it's still being sold. I know you can get it on the PlayStation 4. You might be able to get it on the PlayStation 5. You might have to look it up. Oh yeah, I like the Final Fantasy series too. And I've played Final Fantasy 7. I've played Final Fantasy 7, Final Fantasy 8, Final Fantasy 13. Well, at least the first game, not the other two. I have yet to play. I played a little bit of Final Fantasy 15. I have played through the first part of Remake. I'm still waiting for the second part, and I haven't played Final Fantasy 16 yet. I know, but I know that game's coming to Steam. So when it comes to Steam, I'm gonna grab it up, especially when all the DLC comes out. And I think after Gamergate and after my college years, I've become a more patient gamer. I seem to not look for instant gratification. And knowing how the gaming industry is nowadays, most modern day games are going to come out with DLC and all this other stuff, which is why I wait for complete editions before buying a game.
Yeah, Mist asked earlier if you heard about the controversy regarding them shrinking the male character's, was it package or was it his chest, his
Wait,
muscles?
for which game was
For
this?
Final Fantasy. It was like 2 hours ago in the chat, dude. I don't fucking know.
Well, if they're like I said, if they're changing characters like that for ideological reasons because of how somebody may perceive that, then no, I don't agree with that at all. And if a person's got a problem with that, that's on them.
I'm actually not a Sega fanboy. I actually want to get a Sega Saturn at some point, maybe. But I do want.
Like I said, my guy, you're
Oh,
better off just
they put
emulating.
clothes on the character. They put clothes on the character. This was like 2 hours ago in chat. You asked. Um, but no, I have a Dreamcast. But I need to get more games. I love the Dreamcast, but there's not that many games for it. Well, there's a lot of games for it, but there's only a handful that I actually want to play.
Hey man, have you heard of Virtual On? 1995 by Sega. Huge hit in the arcades.
Virtual. Oh, I've heard of it. I've not played it.
Uh, dude. Um,
You.
you gotta get that
Oh,
at some.
okay. Yeah, I've seen videos of this. I've not played it though. Oh, it wasn't even a controversy. She says really. It's just
Oh, it wasn't even a.
she tried to get GamerGate to care about it, but we didn't really care that much apparently.
But like, wait,
Mobius in
what
Final Fantasy
was it?
14. They made Mobius's outfit less revealing because he was too sexy.
Well,
I'm
like
for
I said,
sexy female characters. I'm for sexy male characters. I'm for everybody. But also, like, it's the creator's choice. Like, I'm not gonna complain. Like, remember, I made the boner culture joke earlier, but I actually really did give One Angry Gamer a lot of shit when he started. Was it? I'd have to remember all the details of every fucking thing I talk about as a responsible fucking journalist. But One Angry Gamer, it seemed like he was starting up a mob to pressure the game developers of Mortal Kombat to put to make the character sexier. And I'm like, whoa, hang on. Gamergate's about creative freedom, you fucking asshole. What the fuck are you doing? Get the fuck out of here. Because like he was
Well,
already and like a bunch of us called him out, like Kung Fu Man. I think Lisa called him out too. I think don't quote me on that. She's in the chat. She'll let me know. But I know
she'll answer.
Lord Nurgle called him out. I think Lisa, you did too, right? But we all put him on blast because he was opposing what we perceived as the values of Gamergate.
For creative freedom, yeah.
Yeah, for creative freedom.
I mean, have you heard of the recent controversy for like Spider-Man, or what was that other game
Lisa
where
confirmed.
oh
Yep, she called him out. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, there was a recent controversy where um Spider-Man, like the first Spider-Man game on PC for the PlayStation 4, somebody modded the PC version where they changed all the pride flags to American flags. I think they started off as American flags, and then after a certain update, they were changed to pride flags, and then somebody changed them back to American flags.
Well, then Nexus Mods banned those mods.
Well, yeah, but with if it's their copy of the game and they want to do what they want with it, shouldn't they have the freedom to do it?
I mean, I'm not in favor of like mods getting banned from Nexus Mods. I defended even the part. I mean, like as a company, I understand if they don't want if they want to remove like a mod where you reenact the Holocaust or something. But like I got it from like an optics perspective from their company, I get it. But like the pronoun mod with Starfield,
Yeah.
like that was they should. First of all, the people freaking out about the pronouns, I said this at the time, are fucking stupid. Two, the people who are trying to remove it from Nexus Mods and get it banned are also stupid. Do you disagree with me on the Starfield thing?
Well, in my mind, in my mind, I don't have to buy Starfield if I don't want to. Like I said, I can just walk away. But if somebody wants to buy the game and change their copy of the game to whatever it is they want, that's that's on them as well. Nobody should have a right to take that away from them.
You said you attended some GamerGate meetups. Do you want to talk about that more, or do you want to move on?
Ooh, those are some good times. Good times. And we had our own based mom. Her name was Rinku's Girl. And she was basically the mom of the group. And Rinku, into if you're listening to this, we love you. Come back to us. We miss you.
Do you want to talk about the friendships you made during GamerGate?
Oh, there's a shit ton. Pretty much all the people all the people who I became close friends with, well, including you, um yeah, I cherish those friendships. We all bonded over our love of gaming. And we've done some pretty crazy stuff. Have I ever told you the story of when we hijacked one of the anti-gamer characters?
Lillian Jane. Oh, you know that actually Miss Sonata, the
No,
anti-GamerGate.
it was not Lillian. It was not Lillian. It was somebody else. There was this one picture. Hold on, I still have it. There was a picture of Vivian James. They tried to claim that Vivian James was gay or something, and she was holding hands with a black girl. And basically, one of us, I'm not sure who, changed the picture so that instead of them being gay, they were just holding hands and like walking through a convention.
Do you know what's
And the
funny?
character's name was Mira. And we and man, the fact that we were able to commandeer that character was hilarious.
Do you know what's fucking weird, dude? I'm pretty sure
What?
that's the first picture I posted in the GamerGate art section of the Discord. And Miss Sonata, actually, who's in the chat right now, called me out like, "Hey, wait, that's not the original." I'm like, what? I had no idea. And she's like, no, this is the original. And she posted the original one. But no, well,
Like,
this is a different thing then because like they are still gay in the picture. It's just they changed the
I
shirt.
don't,
The T-shirt's different.
I don't think they changed them to be gay. They changed them
No, they were
so
gay to
that
begin with, and they're still gay now. It's just that they changed the T-shirt. It used to say "down with cis," like cis hetero, and then now it says "down with SJW" instead. I know because I posted the picture. It's literally for October 12th, and then yeah,
but yeah, like we commandeered that character. I don't think we did too much with her in terms of art, but I would have loved to have seen more mirror art. I would have loved to have seen what we could have done with that.
do you have any? You got a lot of thoughts on this. Do you have any thoughts on Vivian James or GamerGate related art projects?
That shit was glorious. There was so much art, and I've collected like so much art over the years. There's like a folder full of this stuff. From basically there was like Space Marine Vivian James, there was Commander Vivian James. Oh yeah, there was the Spider-Man pose. There was
Oh,
that.
I didn't see the
There was
Vivian James of that. Maybe thank God. But
you know what? Hold up.
well,
I'm gonna
yeah,
send that
the
to
most controversial question of all time, Captain Carbine. It's not the video game one. It's should Vivian be sexualized?
you. I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it. But if people want to make lewd art like that, just do your thing. But don't expect me to partake in that.
Yeah,
And like I said, there's a lot of questionable art that I don't agree with, and I can just walk away. Simple as that.
yeah, I'm sort of mixed. Like I like that most like probably the vast majority of the stuff is like pretty SFW, say for work, and like pretty like I think it portrays our movement in our community and Vivian well. That most of it's not sexualized, but let's be honest, some of the sexualized stuff is pretty good,
Hey
in
man,
my
have you
opinion.
seen some of the AI art of Vivian James?
I have not.
Oh, there was recently some AI art that came out for Vivian James. I can send you an example. Matter of fact,
But I'm
hold
glad.
on.
I'm really glad that the vast majority of it isn't. But like, I'm also glad that there is a small amount that is. Not that I, you
But
know,
doesn't that just goes to show like the creative freedom that we had?
yeah,
Even though, yeah, some of it I don't agree with it. I may not like it or partake in it, but it just goes to show the freedom of creativity that we valued, doesn't it?
yeah, absolutely, absolutely, 1,000%. I agree. And also, we got two artists here. We got Lisa and Mist, both who've made GamerGate related art in the chat. So,
Oh yeah, Lisa made a lot
well,
of Vivian James art.
she's making a new one. Did she tell you for next year for the 10-year
Um, I
anniversary?
I I, I, I remember watching your interview with her, and the zombie Vivian James of just please let me die.
Yeah. All right, we're almost there, dude. We're almost done. What
Do your
was
thing, man.
what was your favorite moment during GamerGate?
Whew, there's a ton of favorite moments. GamerGate Sings was one of them for sure. Celebrate Gaming was another. That was so much fun. Um, what else? What else can I think of? Some of the GamerGate meetups definitely forged a lot of friendships there. Um, what else? What else could I possibly think of? Like if I were to like go back now, like probably after this and think of like all the stuff that happened in GamerGate, um, I'd probably come up with stuff after the fact. But those were some of the major ones. Oh yeah, and Project Suck Just was amazing. Shame that game never came to pass. But who knows? Maybe there will be something else in the future. See it?
Oh,
Vivian James is the people's gamer after all, or game character. Sorry.
if we go 3 more minutes, we'll have surpassed you, CC. Your interview went 6 hours and 12 minutes and 46 seconds. We're at 6 hours, 9 minutes and 30 seconds. If you could, this is going to be a tough one. If you could change one thing about Gamergate, what would it be?
And this is where we get into my criticisms of the consumer revolt. I get that we were leaderless, but we had to have some sort of organization. Like we had to have like some sort of organization to get things done. We had our diggers, we had the people we were emailing, we had the people showing off fraudulent articles, we had harassment patrol, we had so much. But just a little bit of organization like wouldn't have hurt. And second of all, you gotta get your message straight because like I said in the beginning of this whole entire interview, the message was lost somewhere along the line to the point where people thought it was either ethics or fighting against SJWs, when in fact it was both. Make your message clear. Make your message clear and make it so that people can understand. And third, and this is something that I might kick myself over, archive everything.
I want
And
to.
yeah,
Go ahead.
like I said, I might kick myself for that because I've made that mistake a few times myself for not archiving everything. But yeah, definitely archive everything.
Oh, and don't.
Fourth,
Go ahead. Oh, you're still. No, that's one thing, dude. We're on 4 now? Okay, go ahead. You're good. Go, 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 go. This is good
okay,
feedback. This is good feedback for the future movements that exist.
and four, know how your enemies operate and know how to counter them. Don't make the same mistake of we did of not understanding what we were getting into.
Well, I mean, like, some of the points you made were good. The whole enemy thing, bro. Oh, dude. All right. Hey, look, you're entitled to your opinion, bro.
But
Um,
anyway, you got any more questions?
I got several. Um, what would you? So I want to add. Don't delete. I know, like, if future movements that are going to exist in the world. Don't delete your shit because you're going to regret the fuck out of it.
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
Yeah.
Don't delete your
Do you
stuff.
have my old
Archive it
stuff?
if you have to, but don't delete it outright.
Do you have my old stuff? Any of it?
Like I said, um,
Not
I'm
the
kicking
cons, the convention ones. And I said you don't have those, but if you have other,
like any of your videos, right?
yeah, any of my videos, let me know.
I probably do. I'll let you know.
Okay, because I know you archived a lot of stuff. So
Yeah.
okay, what would you personally have done differently during GamerGate?
What would I have personally done differently? Um, Me, definite, definitely value my anonymity a bit more. Definitely not waste time with stupid conversations that go nowhere. Um, like try to find a way to get stuff done. Try to fix the major problems. See if I would want to see if I could find a solution to any of the things that we were facing.
Also, I kind of cucked your answer there when I said,
Huh?
oh, some of them were good. So I could probably edit that part out in the book because that's not really fair to you.
Honestly, just say my whole thing because at this point I'm not sugarcoating anything.
All right, let's say it's 10 years. No, no, edit my part, my response, where I was like, oh, well, some of them were good. Like, because that's cucking your answer to the question.
Yeah, yeah,
So I don't want to do that.
yeah.
So I can edit that out for but my part, my response to you, to make it more fair, if I remember to. Fuck. Um, let's say it's 10 years from now, and an online movement is looking to GamerGate for guidance for their movement. What advice do you have for them?
What advice would I have to the next consumer revolt or movement similar to Gamergate?
Yeah.
There are several things, but the most important one is just stop infighting. You have bigger problems that you need to take care of. If you're out there and you're genuinely fighting for something you love, that you care about, that you're willing to fight for it, to die for it, to go to hell for it, and back, just do what needs to be done. Know what you need to do and get it done. Don't waste time.
Was GamerGate successful in your eyes?
To some degree, yes. But when it came to some of the more major problems, no. We There were a lot of little victories here and there, but when it came to the major problem of ethics in games journalism or corruption within the gaming sphere, we failed. And it pains me to say this. So, for any future movement, don't make the same mistakes we did. Learn from our mistakes and don't repeat them again.
I want to add a new question I ask everybody. If you could do it all over again, would you?
I love gaming too much to let it go. And like I said before, yeah, I would. And you could damn well guarantee that I would be on the front lines. First one in, last one out.
I remember, dude. It was 2018, bro. I felt like I felt like it was like you, me, and like 10 other people who still cared about this shit. I felt like that. Now, I think honestly it was probably like a few hundred people, maybe even like a couple thousand. No, no, not even a couple thousand. It was probably a few hundred people, probably, um, who cared. But yeah,
Yeah, we
like
ran out of steam.
we were like the last ones, bro. It felt.
Yeah. We ran out of steam. We just didn't have it in us anymore. We were tired. We were exhausted.
I'm sorry. I thought. Look at the chat. Look at the chat. Just
I
look.
know. I know.
Oh
I'm
my
reading it.
god. Oh my god. Should we say that on screen so it shows up in the book?
Why not? People may get a kick out of it.
Do you want to do it? Or do you want me to do it?
Hey, it's your book, man. Do it.
Cece says, "I'm a go ghost write the next Chuck Tingle book." Miss Sonata says, "Pounded in the butt by GG Revolt."
I don't know about that, but
Oh
oh,
my god.
but one thing I will say, if if I could give you some advice with
Yeah,
this project,
absolutely.
one thing I will say is this: don't censor yourself. And you've been doing it a lot through your interviews, whether it be mentioning certain people by name or mentioning certain incidents. Prominent example I can think of being Mercedes Carrera. And you know what? Don't say it with your chest. It's better if you say it with your chest and let your words be known than just self censor yourself.
I appreciate the feedback, and I think I'm very open, but I'm also super careful too because of legal reasons, and I want to get sued, and also the book's not about me and my perspective. It kind of is. It kind of is. Like I definitely feel like I can interject when necessary, but it's mostly about the interviewee, unless it's like a back and forth, like we've had some back and forths. Um, but I don't. I really do feel like I'm very open with it. But I do appreciate you giving me the feedback there. And I have that there, especially in the beginning, the very beginning, when I said like the Starship Troopers thing, and I'm like, oh, maybe I should take that out. Like that was me wanting to self-censor. But I actually very much changed my view on that. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna leave this in here. In the same stream, I said that too.
Hmm.
Yeah. But also, if I get something factually wrong, like I'm gonna try and correct that in the book. You know.
Like I said, do what you need to do, man.
Well, I mean, because it's important for history that like it's like, oh, I got this specific thing wrong. Let me put a correction in there and fix that, or take it out, or whatever. It's like if it's like objectively a false claim, like obviously
I
I'm
mean, yeah, fair enough, right?
like that's an act of journalism. Like I'd have to like if I was honest, I'd have to fix it.
Hmm.
I feel like. Um. So yeah, what? Well, actually, you know what? This might be the last time we get a chance to talk about this for a little while because I'm so busy. Am I being fair to the GG Revolt people in this book?
Honestly, I couldn't tell you because from what I remember in the beginning, maybe I thought they were trying to do something different. Maybe they, and that's why I said at the time, you know, I can appreciate their perspective. And no, I'm not going to sugarcoat about it. And I know you cringed at that, Lisa, but it's not like I didn't say it for no reason, especially after reading the Titan post. But then after I saw what GG Revolt devolved into, I can't really I can't really say whether you're unfair or not. Maybe there's someone in GG Revolt who took the Titan post more to heart and tried to find a solution.
And I do shit on the Titan post maybe a bit too hard. Like I don't think it was. It was. I feel like there's a lot of it in there that is kind of pushing towards a bit more extreme, and like there's other stuff too that's like actually like this is interesting perspective, interesting advice maybe even that we can take into account. But it's just it's such a mixed bag, and maybe I've been a bit too hard on that. But dude, the GG Revolt, like it's such a difficult thing to cover too, because actually I remember we all remember GG Revolt when that thing happened, because when they made the board, I posted there even. Because I posted everywhere, dude. I was on HQ. I was not really. I mean, very little, but like I was someone on HQ, on Kia, on the Escapist forums, the Space Battles forums. I was fucking everywhere, dude. Everywhere that GG was talked about, I was there practically. Tons of private groups too. Um, so I was on Revolt, and I'm like, you know what? It wasn't in the beginning. It does seem like there were a lot of moderate people there, but all the moderate people left like very, very quickly. Like if you look at the user IDs, because they do 72-hour periods on 8chan, I believe, right, for the UIDs.
Or I
Uh,
don't know. I never used 4chan or 8chan,
ah,
so I can't really tell you.
but I went through recently actually, and looked to make sure that my because it was only like a few dozen people. It really was. Um, after the first 2 weeks, like the first is it's you can watch the drop off, dude, in terms of numbers of active users. It went from 500 the first 3 days to 200, like about 4 days after that, to about 130 or something, like 4 days after that. And then like 4 days after that, it was under 100, and it stayed under 100. It did go briefly back up over 100 at one point. I guess that was during the Sargon drama. Do you remember that? When they were criticized, GG Revolt went really hard after Sargon, and like kind of
Yeah,
justifiably
I
so,
know.
actually.
I was there.
Yeah, like Sargon kind of deserved it because like he did He never did finish his game, but they were so obsessed, dude. It was like every single live stream, all they ever want to talk about is Sargon still hasn't refunded people for his game yet. Like all this crazy, all dude. It was like it's like, or no, maybe he did refund them, but I don't fucking remember, dude. I remember he said he did. I don't know if that was actually true. But it was this whole thing. Sargon's game was this like massive drama that blew up into this like dude,
Like,
it
did he
was
do like a
it was like it
did
was
he do
like
like a Kickstarter or GoFundMe for it or something?
he did a Kickstarter. And then he never finished
And
the
like,
game. Like he deserves to get shit for it. He does, 1,000%.
well, yeah, if he didn't return the money, then
I think
that's
he
on him.
I
He
think he
should.
said he did. I think he said he did. But I don't know if it was true or not. I have to, dude, I don't care about Sargon. I don't care about Sargon's game. I didn't care 10 years ago about Sargon or Sargon's game. Okay? Like I was briefly like a fan of Sargon, very briefly. But like I talked with him before. Like we got a I mean we interacted like on a not regular basis, but like we talked like before we're on streams and stuff together a lot. But like I don't care about Sargon's drama. And I didn't care about it 10 years ago. And like if he didn't refund people, then fuck you. If he did refund them, like that's better. I do feel like you probably have a moral obligation to like follow through on a project like this, even if you do refund people. Like I feel like he's like super wealthy now, right? Like he should probably go back and finish the game now, just like out of like a moral obligation to do so, because he told people
Man,
he would
I
do it.
think Sargon is way too focused on politics to be concerned about anything gaming wise at this point. So I don't think he's gonna make anything related to gaming at this point.
Oh hey, how was I in? What how was I fair in how I interviewed you? Because this was like a difficult one to do. It really was.
Well, to be fair, yeah, there was pushback and we had a little back and forth, but people were acting like we were like fighting each other and we were not.
Well, Pucka Shop was deliberately trying to get some drama going. I think he was deliberately trying to blow it up into a bigger. But no, see the thing is, it's difficult to approach this topic because I want to make sure that I'm fair to you while also providing extremely critical pushback, and also that I don't. So it's trying to find that balance between like you're not my enemy. I don't want you to think of me as your enemy, and I don't want to like
I never did.
yeah no. But I need to. I push back on everybody. I push back on everybody I interview. Um, but I really wanted to push back too because of the LGBTP stuff. Like that's dude, it really is. You said you said you're gonna think about that. Okay, you're gonna think about that. And you know what? Let us know what you think. Let us know what you decide. And if you want to talk about it, we can talk about it. Okay.
Sure. Like
All
I
right.
said, I'm open to that.
All right. Anything else you want to say about this project?
Like I said, if anything, I just want the truth to be known, whether it be myself, you, Lisa, Game Diviner, or any of the numerous people that I just mentioned. Yeah, that's all I want. And I don't think the narrative is going to change anytime soon. And even if it does, I think it's going to come from the outside, not the inside.
Some people.
And
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
and that may not come for years to come, not until all the projects start coming out, such as yours.
Yeah, mine will be coming out right after Sargon's game.
Highly doubt that.
Dude, I still can't believe that was a thing. That was a whole. Because it was like every day. I remember, like for some reason, like the GG Revolt people, like they every day, dude, every day they do live streams and write articles, like pretty much every day, and all they'd want to go and talk about for 8 hours was Sargon's game. It was so fun. Like, remember Verilo and John Kelly? Like, oh my god, dude. It really was. It was this was like this 2 month. Maybe it was like 2 weeks, but it was like 2 weeks of just every day Sargon's game, Sargon's game, Sargon's game. 8 hours Sargon's game. 4 hour after stream for that stream talking about Sargon's game. I swear to God, this is not much of an exaggeration, only a slight exaggeration. But that was okay. All right. Um, some people reading this might hold a negative view of GamerGate. Do you have anything you want to say to these people?
I got I got nothing to say to them. Honestly, make up your own damn mind. If you honestly think Gamergate was a harassment campaign, you do you. And if for those who want to know the truth, you're gonna have to do a lot of homework at this point and ask around, because I guarantee you the media and Wikipedia aren't gonna help you in any way, shape, or form.
All right. Anything else you want to talk about? Wasn't it named Necromancer? Yes. But now I'm gonna have to fucking do research because I talked about it on air. Did he actually refund the people? Now I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to go through like all of Verilow's old articles to see. Oh my god. If anyone has those archives, send them to me. All right, Carbine. Last question. Anything else you want to talk about regarding Gamergate?
Anything else I want to talk about regarding Gamergate? No, not really. But I will say this. If there is a consumer revolt similar to Gamergate, all I'll say is just learn the lessons that we failed to learn. Don't make the same mistakes that we made. That's all I'll say.
Oh, I could put a thank you, Carbine, for doing the interview. I really do appreciate it.
No problem, man. I'm glad I discovered you doing these interviews.
Yeah, tell everybody, dude. Tell everybody about this. This was great.
Man, there's a GG server that I run. If you want to hop in there, talk to some people, I'll invite you.
Maybe. I'm in a lot of servers. I'm not opposed to it though.
I know what you mean, man. Like I
So,
had to cut some servers out, man. I'm in way too. I was in way too many of them.
yeah. Oh hey, so it says right here, it was so Sargon's game. It looks like he did offer refunds, but I don't know. I don't. Looks like according to the Gamer Gazi post. Gee, I don't care about this shit, dude. But the Gamer Gazi post, it looks like he did offer refunds, but he didn't proactively refund people. You might have had to contact him. I don't fucking know. I'm not. We'd have to dig through like archives from 10 years ago to find out. But hey, dude, thanks
I
for
don't know.
doing it.
Maybe we could get an interview with Sargon and ask him all about that.
Well, that might be in the works actually. But yeah, cool. Well, hey, have a good night. I'm gonna go ahead and raid some people. Be sure to tell them Tachyon sent you, of course. And let's see.
As for this interview, I already have. Well, as well as
Oh,
some of your other interviews too.
okay. Well,
And I'll continue
oh,
to do that until the project's done.
hey, I appreciate it. And then, of course, you got to buy the book too.
I
The
have to buy
only
both books.
you do. I wrote the first one too, dude. This one's gonna be like 10,000 pages though. Maybe I'll have to charge like $30 or something.
Good luck, bub.
Yeah. Oh, dude, I don't even know if I can self-publish it. I might have to like actually like have it published through like an actual publisher, which I'd like to be interested in possibly looking into.
Nah, bro. Like if you like publish it yourself and just like put it out there, like what can people say really?
Well, no.
If you can do it yourself, do it yourself.
All right, so we're gonna raid DJ Luna K, one of the old Final Fantasy 14 people I used to watch, and then we'll raid. Food Shops is the only person online. She's cool though. She's the person who changed their mind on Gamergate. It wasn't just me though. CC here also helped change her mind. So did Roy Calbeck and C4 Cipher. So the four of us, we talked with her about it, and she realized that maybe her initial impression was wrong. So maybe talking with the anti-Gamergate people could be useful.
Maybe. We'll
Maybe.
see.
Maybe. Go tell her I said, hey, tell her Tachyon sent you.
Tachyon or Netscape? Because I still refer to you as Netscape the
You
entire